Pascal. You are now rocking with that dude Pascal. We be going wild, Haitian in the building, so original. Got the haters catching feelings. Get your hands up to the ceiling and keep them held high. Cause St. Louis isn't ready. Forget about it, goodbye. Hold up, we just saying hi. Five somebody rise up weekdays. Catch us live, somebody. Let's go.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Pascal Show. I hope you guys are all doing well out there, enjoying your morning, afternoon, and evening, wherever you're watching this show right here, because I know we are all watching this from all over the world. Woo! Man. It's day 19, guys. Day 19. And let me just say, day 19 of this trial. And let me just say, man, it has been one hell of a ride so far. Yesterday, I'm going to be honest, was boring as hell. I'm not going to lie to you guys. Why would I waste my time lying to all y'all? I'm going to be real with you because you my fam. And I'm going to say, yesterday was boring. Hopefully, today's a little bit more enticing, more intriguing, more interesting to see. But right now they are still starting to file in, they're still getting getting everybody together and all that. And I keep forgetting to change the title to 19 and not 18. So I just fixed that just so you guys know. But I hope you guys are all having a wonderful one. I don't know about you, but this has been yesterday was a long one. That one took a lot of patience out of me. I'm just going to say that. But hopefully today we will have some in-person testimonies other than just video. And hopefully these testimonies that they are bringing in are some big ones, some big revealing things. I mean, obviously we all were very excited, very, very excited about Amber Heard taking the stand. Now she's not on the stand anymore. So now we got to sit through the rest of her witnesses and let them testify and see what they got to say, unfortunately. If only it was just her the rest of the couple weeks, so that would have been a lot of fun. Let me tell you that. But she could very well be called back onto the stand as well, which is a very good possibility. Very good possibility. So we'll see what happens here. I do have my brother Eddie Herman coming on around the lunch break time as well, maybe a little bit before it. So I'm looking forward to having him on to chop it up with us and talk about what we are seeing, what the trial that we have, or what we have seen so far during the trial, and hopefully we can get down to some stuff here, guys. Okay, and let me show you guys what we're seeing right now. It's weird because, actually, yeah, I'm going to show this to you guys. This is weird. So right here, Team Depp ain't there anymore. And everybody's starting to walk outside or leave the courtroom. Like a gang of people left the courtroom, and I'm wondering why. It's very weird. They were there. Like Team Depp was all sat down, ready to go. And then suddenly they just got up and left. And I'm trying to find out why. And there's no sound coming from the courtroom. So I'm wondering why they just got up and left. It's very weird. Very weird indeed. But anyway, guys, do me a favor. Hit that like button down below, okay? Do me that favor. Hit that like button down below. All right? Send those likes past 100. I see you guys starting to march in, starting to file in. Every single beautiful soul of y'all starting to come in. I really do appreciate all y'all coming in. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to every last one of y'all. And if you haven't done it yet, hit that subscribe button, okay? It would be greatly, greatly appreciated. We're going to sit through this one more time for the week. And we're going to see what happens here. You know what I'm saying? We're going to see what pops off, okay? So definitely hit that subscribe button and be a part of the family. Of course, I have my Patreon down below, patreon.com/the Pascal Show. And of course, I have my Cash App and I have my join button down below. If you just want to help support the channel, it would be greatly appreciated. Okay. So there's that join button down below. Hit that join button and I will be very, very appreciated. You know what I mean? I'd appreciative. Okay. So anyway, hit that subscribe button and let's continue looking at what the heck is going on here. All right. This is very strange. I don't think I've ever seen something like that before, where it just goes from everybody in the room and then all of a sudden they just take off. Everyone got up and just took off, y'all. It looked like they were really getting ready for something, and then all of a sudden they just took off. And maybe somebody knows what's going on. Maybe somebody can tell me. But I don't know what happened. I don't know why this has happened. UPSer living the dream has been a member for 8 months. So thank you so much for being a member. She said this monthly subscription has been worth every penny. Thank you so very much. I really, really do appreciate that. Thank you so much, sweetheart. And thank you so much for supporting the channel for 8 months. That's still that's a lot of time. Okay. And that's a lot of dedication. So thank you. You could spend half of that. You could spend that on half a Netflix subscription. So hey, I really do appreciate it. Mariana from Italy. Hello, ciao, Bella. Okay. Thank you so much for the 5. I really do appreciate it. All the way from Italy. Thank you so much for watching the show. Buenos dias. ¿Qué pasa? Thank you guys so much for filing in and being a part of the show. I don't know what's going on. I'm going to be real. Team Depp was sitting down. They were ready to go. They were ready to rock and roll. And then all of a sudden, they just got up and left. But the funny thing is, it's a gang of people got up and just walked out, started walking out the door, filing out the door. So I wonder what they're doing. I wonder what they're doing. And it looks like the first thing we're going to see, Paula just said, let's see what she says. Ian Runkle's in court and gives updates during the break. Okay, and after the trial, one juror is late. They will start at 9:30 or 8:30. Great. Fantastic. Thank you for letting me know that. Thank you, Paula. I really do appreciate that. That gives me some time to grab some coffee, to be really, really honest. A juror is running late. That's a new one for me. That's a new one for me. A juror is running late. And now she's going off too. Maybe she needs to use the bathroom. Yeah, I'll take some questions. Why not? Anna Acura, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Please, your thoughts. How and why is Amber saying Johnny abused her, yet saying that op-ed wasn't about Johnny and it's about abuse afterwards? Well, that is a very good question. That's where I feel that now I feel like she's just trying to make any excuse to make it seem like she didn't do anything, or that the op-ed is not really about him, but because he's trying to sue her, right, for $50 million, she's basically saying, well, F you, this is what you did to me too, right? You did this to me as well. Now, I'm not cool with that. And if you're going to take me to court and sue me for $50 million, I'm going to sue you for $100 million. And in fact, you did do these things to me. But at the same time, the op-ed is not about you. But you did these terrible, heinous things. So I'm going to continue to destroy your character on the stand in this court in front of the world to see that you are an addict. You seriously have some substance and codependency issues. And that's all we're going to do. That's all I'm going to do right now. So for me, it seems like to me, it seems like she's floundering. And she has a team that's also floundering. They're just shooting from the hip and just running with what they got, which is ridiculous, obviously. But as you can see, it's funny how she says, and I don't know if they can use this against her. I said it with Eddie during the lunch break on yesterday's show. I said it's very interesting because she says it's not about Johnny, but it's about these other experiences that she had after Johnny, which doesn't make any sense. Now, I don't remember the year. I forgot the year of when the op-ed came out. That's something maybe you guys know, like right off the top of the dome. And if we look at the math, like between the time that they divorced to the time that the op-ed came out, you're telling me in that short span of time, a bunch of men abused and DV'd, SV'd you, which would inspire you to go write an op-ed about the short amount of time that you were DV'd, SA'd, and SV'd. Doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't. It really doesn't make any sense. So to me, her whole narrative, her whole argument that she's presenting into the court is complete BS. Complete bullish. Complete boo-ish. Oh, boo. R.I.P. Okay. But yeah, complete boo-ish. All right. She's floundering. And I just feel like the math ain't mathing for me on that one. I'm still trying to put it. Thank you, Lena. Thank you. Op-ed came out in 2018, right? They were divorced years before that. So you're saying 2-3 years, right? Something like that, something around that time. She was just SADV'd and SV'd for that entire damn time? Are you insane? Are you kidding me? Really? All that stuff happened in that box of time. That's it. But what's funny, I forgot to say this, but what's funny, and I'm wondering if they're going to use this against her, is that, and present it to the jury too, is that she said in the very beginning, when Camille was going in on her, at first she said the op-ed is not about Johnny at all, but of course he thinks it's about him, right? Then at the end of her testimony with Camille, the first one was with Elaine, but then she went during the cross. She said, of course, she goes, it's not about Johnny. Then later on, she says, it's about a bunch of guys and Johnny. So then she goes, Camille's like, so it's everybody, including Johnny. And Amber says, yes. Camille's like, I rest. Literally, that's what happened. Insane testimony, right? That should shut the whole thing down. Now, I don't know if that can technically be used for the jury to sit there and go, well, if she says the op-ed was a partially about him, than it was about him. So technically, I'm going to lean towards Johnny Depp. That could possibly happen. Now, I'm not going to put out and deny that there was possible DV between both of them. I feel like they put their hands on both of them. You had the black-haired girl. She was a makeup artist. One of her video depositions. She was one of the people that was there at the party with them hanging out before everything went disarray in the one of the penthouses. She said that they both were putting their hands on each other. They were both hitting each other. I believe that more than it just being like, oh, Amber didn't touch him at all. She never hit anybody at all. No, I think they put their hands on both. They both dropped bows on each other. I feel like that is a real testament. I do. But as far as the other things, there's a lot of questionable things that have been floating around this, and it's very frustrating because no one's there. No one was there to catch him doing said acts. They just say they went in there, and all of a sudden the place is in, clothes are all over the place. Racks of clothes are on the floor, so on and so forth, right? But we also got to remember this too. One of his security guards was there and said that Johnny was upset, grabbed some of her clothes, and threw it down a stairwell. So he did do some of it. Did he do all of it? We don't know. There's no footage. We have an eyewitness account of the security guard ripping up some stuff and throwing it down a stairwell. But again, I repeat, did he do all of it? I don't know. There's no proof. We got UPS are living the dream. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Thank you for taking the time to show this trial every day. I'm very grateful for you and your mods. Yeah, shout out to the mods volunteering their time to make your chat A+ hearts. Thank you so much. You're right. Shout out to the mods. Without y'all, there'd be no show right now. There'd just be spam everywhere. You know what I'm saying? And I ain't talking about the meat or the can. What is spam? I don't even know. You guys think about it. Anyway, next super chat. Where did it go? It's in here somewhere. Okay, Susan McIntosh, thank you so much again for the $10 super chat. Friends lived, partied, did drugs together. Now, not friends. Now, not friends with Amber. Not friends with each other. Trying to keep their stories straight. Right. More to this story. Something else happened. They are hiding. Absolutely. I do agree with that. It's very, very interesting that every single last person that she has brought on, I'm dead ass. Isn't it interesting that every single last person, aside from her sister, that can't escape her because that's her sister, that's family. You can't choose your family. Okay. But notice every single last person that she has brought in to be questioned on behalf of Amber do not even speak to her at all anymore. Don't rock with her. Don't kick it with her. Don't go to Coachella with her. They don't do anything with her at all. No communication. Zero. They are not friends anymore. One of her closest friends, Raquel, doesn't even rock with her. Rocky don't rock with Amber no more. Why is that? That's fascinating. Fascinating to think that somebody who is up here speaking on your behalf and saying, yes, I saw this and I saw these bruises and all this stuff. And then after that, they're going, nah. We don't need to be friends no more. Thanks for your time, but we don't need to be friends anymore. Interesting. Then also on top of that, aside from the makeup artist, the short-haired Iglesias, aside from her actual paid makeup artist, not her friend, but her makeup artist, are her friends that all lived for Zizzy for free in Johnny Depp's penthouses. All of them. All of them were living rent-free. Unbelievable. So you're saying all these people who loved them, who hung out with them, who did copious amounts of drugs with them, partied like freaking rock stars in LA, living the life like it's golden, now don't even rock with each other anymore? What's up with that? What's up with that? The math ain't mathin'. Because if you notice, all the people that Johnny had, like his friends, I'm not talking about people that he was a client of, not like security and all that, but all the other people that came on to speak on their behalf, on his behalf, I'm sorry, love him still unconditionally to this day. And they don't owe him anything. So it's just weird. It's night and day. Oh, and I was going to say, the makeup artist, Iglesias, as well. She was there. She's doing her thing. And then she says, during her testimony, she says, I told her I don't want to work for her anymore. She fired Amber, not the other way around. That's insane. That's insane. Any person that has ever fired a client, ever, something much deeper is going on there. There's a reason behind it. Real talk. There's a huge reason behind it. Johnny's coming back into the court. Because trust me, a client, especially if you're a freelance makeup artist, all you got is your clients. That's all you got, y'all. That's all you bloody got. So when you fire your client, that says something. That really, really says something. Also, I want to point something out too. When Rocky, talked about a fight that she had with Amber, if I remember correctly, because I'm only going off of memory right now. They got into a fight. They literally got into a physical fight over a pair of glasses, if I'm correct. Doesn't that show that she has some violent nature? Doesn't that? Someone who doesn't know how to control themselves? Nanbar said Amber hit her in the face. Exactly. So you're telling me no. So she only hits women, but she won't hit a man. Trust me, she'll hit a man too. But here it is. Though. I'm not sitting here saying that Johnny didn't put his hands on her. Maybe he did. Maybe he did. But it's a mutual thing. Period. I don't think he just goes up and starts wailing on her. I think it's a mutual thing. They just start doing this to each other. They're actors. You know? It's crazy. But it says a lot. It says a lot. When you have a client, when you have a person that you hired, an employee that works based on word of mouth and clients, freelance makeup artists sitting there saying, I don't want to work with you anymore. Sorry, you guys are just too much. You guys are too much for me. I didn't sign up to be your psychologist or your therapist. I signed up to be your makeup artist. Same thing with all these friends. Yeah, it's been real, but I can't rock with you anymore. Amber, I'm sorry. But why? Because is she holding something over their head? Is it blackmail? Did she bully them into speaking on her behalf? It's a lot of questions to ask here, y'all. There's a lot of questions. But you bring in people that don't mess with you at all. There's Ian Runkle. Okay, I know who Ian Runkle is. I've been seeing him on YouTube. Okay, I've been seeing him on the tubes talking about this on other channels and all that. So he's in the house. You can't miss the white hair, the Game of Thrones, Lord of the Rings mane that he's got going on there. But yeah, it's just that everything yesterday was very wild. Everything that happened was wild, but boring. Okay, boring as hell for me. I want to see actual human beings sitting in the stand. You know, all these video depositions is like, okay, I don't really, you know what I mean? Like I want to sleep, but I don't want to sleep on. I don't want to sleep live because it's just excruciatingly boring. You know, I wish they would just bring more people in for these depositions. That would make things a little bit easier to endure. The sister was something else as well. I will say that really quick. Clearly she had a serious love for Johnny. They had a drug connection, if that makes any sense. Not a love connection, but a drug connection. You know what I mean? She'll be back in 2 and 2 lines. You know what I mean? But still, they had a drug connection. They loved each other. They were friends.
Circuit Court of Fairfax County is now in session.
There we go.
Good morning, Judy. All right. Thank you. Apologize. We had a delayed juror, but now we have all the jury.
Does this mean that they go
All right,
till...
we have preliminary matters? All right. Sure.
Okay. They're still doing some things. Does this mean that they're doing this till... Are they going to add another half hour at the end of this? I'm just curious, you know, asking for me. Forget asking for a friend. I'm asking for me. Okay. But here it is, y'all. You have a bunch of people that came up to speak on her behalf. The only person that was there that was still going to be her true blue friend is her sister. Also, the same sister who was also freeloading as well. Trips, all the things that they were doing, paid in full by Johnny Depp. Everything was on the free 99. Living rent free. Living rent free. Okay? So how can you take any of these people seriously? They don't rock with her anymore, but yet they're her witness. It's just weird, y'all. Sorry. And I wonder, I've been hearing that rumor about this, Teresa. Okay? Teresa. Saying that Whitney is bitter. Why does everybody think Whitney is bitter? I'm curious. Bitter because she's not a movie star, or bitter because she's not banging Johnny Depp, or didn't have a chance to bang Johnny Depp? I keep wondering why is everybody upset? Does everybody think that Whitney is bitter? I think they were just drug buddies. I think they just did copious amounts of drugs and had a great time. Lived like rock stars. And she loved every minute of it. UPSer said, oops. Oh, wait. No, okay. Okay. Whitney was jealous, you know, and she could very well been. She could have. It sounds like she found love in a hopeless place. You know, she has a different last name now. If I'm correct, she had a child, you know, so maybe she moved on from the jealousy. But I don't know. I don't know. Maybe just jealous for, maybe Belladonna, you may be right. Maybe all the above. Maybe she's just jealous of just the success that her sister has. And her sister's a very, very bad girl. I'm gonna be real. Like, You ever see, they always say like nice guys finish last and why do jerks always succeed and so on and so forth. I mean, you know, if you look at Amber's a true testament to that. Let's be real. And maybe Whitney's a really nice person. The only thing is that she likes to do drugs. Maybe she likes to do drugs. But at the same time, she sees her sister who's basically gotten away with murder on several times, several situations. She clearly, as we've talked about before, has a rap sheet from when she's a kid. She was able to get away with all that as well and still became a movie star. Still became huge. Still was in one of the biggest grossing DC movies of all time. So I could see her being pissed. You know? Going, hey, I don't have a rap sheet. I didn't do this when I was a kid. I was a good kid. And look at her marrying Johnny Depp, and now she's doing big ass movies. F her. That could be it too. That could be it too. This got me weak though. Lateef. Johnny did have trap houses. If you really think about it, it was just like the white version of it. You know what I'm saying? No disrespect, but it was like the one percenters version of a trap house. They were just penthouse trap houses. You know what I'm saying? Lady Justice, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Whitney was a nosy busybody. She interfered too much as the quote unquote middleman. Why was she always talking to JD about his relationship? That's weird. You know what? You're right. She was intervening a lot. She was getting in the middle of that ish. And why was she though? You know what I'm saying? Why was she though? That makes sense. She was making jokes to him too, basically saying like you should go and basically he was saying you should go. Basically she was saying something about like you should go beat her up. I'm going, okay, that is very, very strange. That's a weird thing to say to your sister's husband or to your brother-in-law. That's weird. Anna Acura, thank you so much for the $5. They think that because she's not as pretty as Amber or rich, Amber's bringing the family name down more and is mad about her ruining the Johnny situation. You know, yeah. You know, that's echoing basically what everybody said. And I do agree, you know, after you really think about it, because I'm sitting there going, but why? You know what I mean? Like, she's just a sister. But it's very interesting when you find like siblings can get very jealous of each other because, you know, one finds success in a wonderful way and another one doesn't. And then they go, well, and depending on where they sit, like who's older and who's younger, so on and so forth. You know, I could see there's just you know, animosity for them having success, and Amber's success is gigantic. Let's be real. Except for now. I mean, it's not gigantic anymore. It's going to be destroyed now. But outside of that, Amber's success is massive. Even her sister, and I said this in a couple shows before, but even her sister was trying to get a grasp of stardom as well. She tried to start her own reality TV show with a bunch of other, I'm assuming other siblings of famous actors as well. And I don't know, it didn't do they did a pilot and that was it. But nothing happened after that.
Then? Okay.
Nothing happened after that. The jury's coming in, so we're going to continue talking. And that was it. You know what I'm saying? So she obviously was trying to do the same thing. I mean, why would she fly out and move to LA if she wasn't trying to say maybe get a piece of that fame, you know, chop up cut a piece of that fame pie. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, maybe there is jealousy there, but she still went up and spoke on Amber's behalf. Just saying. And if there was animosity and if there was frustration and anger about these things, and if she really wanted to bang Johnny,
your next witness?
Your Honor, we'd like to call Bruce Witkin, and it's by deposition designation.
All right, who's first?
More
I think
videos.
we are. I think we asked the
Okay.
questions first.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Sorry.
All right, I'm going to go get coffee. I will be right back. Okay.
Will counsel please stipulate that in lieu of formally swearing in the witness, the reporter will instead ask the witness to acknowledge that their testimony will
That
be
is some
true
wild
under the
hair,
penalties
though.
of perjury, that counsel will not object to the admissibility of the transcript based on proceeding this way, and that the witness has verified that he is in fact Bruce Witkin.
Bruce Witkin.
Yes. Yes, I am.
Mr. Chu?
So agreed.
And could you please state your name and business address for the record, please?
Bruce Witkin, California, 91607.
And how did you meet Mr. Depp?
He joined the band that I was in Florida.
And did Depp ever become family?
To me, yeah,
Who was the first person that Depp married?
my sister-in-law, Lori Ann Allison.
No kidding.
Okay. And was that around the time?
It's right when we moved out here in 1984.
Okay. So how long have you known Mr. Depp? How many years?
It's got to be over 40, maybe from 82 to now.
And would you consider yourself friends with Mr. Depp?
We were until about 4 years ago. Yeah.
Okay. And before 4 years ago, were you close friends?
Yeah, I would consider him my best friend. Yeah.
Was he like a brother to you before 4 years ago?
I mean, yeah, we were brothers. You would call me a brother, I'd call him a brother. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
We had a lot in common.
Oh,
Is it
no.
fair to say that he was like family before 4 years ago?
Yeah, I mean, he was friends with my mom. My mom loved him. I mean, yeah, we were as close as you can get.
And do you agree to tell the truth today, regardless of your close past friendship with Mr. Depp?
Tell the truth either way. Yes.
This might be bad. This might be bad.
From about 2011 until 2016, how often do you think that how often do you estimate that you would have communicated with Mr. Depp?
A lot. We were working a lot of music together. We did a film together.
This is
When we did
Amber's.
the film, I just helped record some stuff.
This is Amber's witness.
A lot.
Yes.
A lot of time between
That's
that.
why I'm
But
saying. That's
him and
why
I
I'm
spent a
saying
lot
this
of
could be
time
bad.
from around 2001 till 2015.
He is here
You
to
know.
speak on Amber's behalf. This
Based
is
on your
Johnny's
personal observations
old best
from
friend.
2011 to 2016, did Mr. Depp ever abuse illicit drugs?
Yeah, I mean, I think that abuse is the wrong word, but I think that it was going on. It wasn't like
Exactly, UPSer.
crazy rock and roll house. No, it was just But I wouldn't call it abuse.
What word would you use instead of abuse?
Getting high.
What? Oh,
Getting high.
Just getting high.
okay. Getting high on cocaine?
Yeah, once in a while if I saw it. I've handful of times I saw it. I don't think he liked to do it in front of me.
Did you ever observe forgetfulness in Mr. Depp after he'd been drinking or using substances?
Forgetfulness, no. I think that he's got a pretty good memory, but my personal experience with him, no.
Did Mr. Depp's drugs or alcohol ever impact the band when you were bandmates or its music performances?
We were all young. No, we were kids. We all did bad stuff then.
Are you aware of Mr. Depp achieving any period of sobriety during the years that you've known him?
Yeah.
And when was that?
It's hard for me to, it was right around, we'd have to look it up, when he did Lone Ranger. He seemed
Johnny's
really
nervous.
kind of focused and wasn't drinking. I went to visit him. I believe it was New Mexico. Amber was there. Everything was like different. he was proud of it. He wasn't drinking. And I think he was smoking a little weed, but that was it.
And do you remember about what year that was?
Feeling it's 2013, but I'd have to look to see when.
I'll be right back,
Ranger
guys.
was.
Is there a time that
I'm
you
gonna grab
believe
my
that
coffee.
Mr. Depp needed help with substance abuse?
As a friend, yeah.
And do you know who Dr. Kipper is?
Oh, yeah.
And what do you know about Dr. Kipper in relation to Mr. Depp?
Good point.
I don't have a strong opinion.
Good point, Lady
Dr.
Justice.
Kipper, but I'll be honest.
Be
if
right
I
back in a
can.
flash.
He was a doctor brought on, I believe, to help him get sober. He was a sober doctor. And I believe he had a nurse with Johnny and a nurse with Amber at the time. I thought it was a scam. I thought it was a complete ripoff. But that's just me.
Please bring up Exhibit 3. Okay, does this look like a true and accurate copy of this exchange?
Yeah.
And regarding the lines, I'm real worried about him and this Dr. Kipper. What did you mean by that?
Like I said, I didn't trust this guy.
And were you ever worried about Mr. Depp's health?
Yeah, I mean, I would be, you know. I love the guy. You know? I didn't know what he was taking, but they just both seemed like zombies.
And why were you concerned?
Just because I saw how he looked and know what he's going through, and so yeah, I was concerned, but couldn't get back in there to try and help.
Were you nervous for him in relation to drugs and alcohol?
Yes.
So you did have some health concerns or not?
Well, yeah. I mean, like I said, we're not as young as we used to be, and you know, there was a part during that time that he was hitting it pretty hard. You can tell, and I just didn't want anything to happen to him.
And those concerns related to Mr. Depp's health?
Yeah.
And they related to Mr. Depp's drug and alcohol use?
Yes.
Back to Kipper for a moment. Do you know if when Dr. Kipper prescribed drugs, you know, would Mr. Depp also take anything else besides that? For example, would Mr. Depp drink alcohol or use other drugs in addition to prescription drugs during 2011 to 2016?
The answer would be yes. It just seemed odd to me that there was weed and wine and a sober nurse. Didn't make sense to me.
And has Amber been nice to you since you've met her?
Amber was always very nice to me, yes.
And would you consider Mr. Depp to be a romantic person?
Yeah, I think so.
And why do you say that?
Just by the way I've seen him act, you know.
And have you noticed a certain intensity of Mr. Depp's relationships?
Yes.
And have you ever observed Mr. Depp exhibit any jealousy when he's been in a relationship?
Yes.
And do you remember when?
I go all the way back to my sister-in-law. I mean, you can definitely have a jealous streak in him.
Can you remember any specific examples?
You know, when he was younger, he was jealous of Nick Cage or jealous of Adam Mann because my sister-in-law knew them.
And besides that initial time period, did he ever tell you about any jealousy with any other women or any other times?
Yeah. You know, he brought up a few with Vanessa, which were ridiculous. A lot of it was in his head and not in reality. You know what I mean?
And what about with Amber? Did you ever encounter any talk from JD of jealousy with respect to Amber?
Yeah, there were a couple mentions if she was doing a movie with some guy or stuff like that.
In terms of jealousy, would anything make Mr. Depp more bothered or less bothered?
Like I said, it would, if she was on a film or doing something that he couldn't be around it to see what was going on, I think he'd work himself up, you know.
Can we please bring up Exhibit 6? And the very top line, if you can see that, Mr. Witkin.
Right.
Your name is in the participants column, and him or Mr. Depp is in the from column.
Right.
It's dated February 4th, 2014. Did Mr. Depp ever tell you that he had a big fight with Amber at any time?
He would mention when shit was rough, yeah. You know, they were having issues, yeah, he would mention it.
Do you have any personal knowledge of observing Mr. Depp and Mr. Manson together?
Yeah, but you can't blame somebody's drug abuse on somebody else. But yeah, him and Manson would hit it pretty hard as well.
And they would, if I hit it hard, they would
drink and smoke weed. I don't know if I ever saw Manson do blow, but I would assume that he did. He's done everything else.
Okay, but you would see them drink together?
Yeah. I worked with them both on a few things, so.
Let's go to Exhibit 8, please.
Yeah.
We can see that it's the same date. It's February 3rd, 2014. Text exchange between you and Amber. And do you have
I have a vague memory of him hanging at Manson's house for a couple of days.
Do you know what kind of professional help more specifically?
Sweet coffee.
I mean, yeah, to kind of clean up. I mean, he tried to clean up a couple times, and he did. I think he needed that, and he needed therapy.
This is Johnny Depp's old best friend.
And I recommended that to him.
I just forgot his name,
a little
though.
bit, but then he stopped. Because
yeah, he's vaping.
in my experience, it's deep-rooted issues that he's dealing with. It has nothing to do with Amber. That's my opinion.
Okay.
Thank you, Cherokee.
So you were referring to two types of professional help there. One was therapy and one was cleaning up for drugs. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Could we please bring up Exhibit 9? So this is actually a continuation of that same date exchange from February 3rd, 2014. And I'll give you a minute to read it. They're text between you and Amber.
Right.
Do you think that you were going over there out of concern?
I mean, obviously, she was concerned, so I was concerned, and you know, going to Manson's would have been interesting because I don't know if he would have left. But I was trying to get there. I know it looks like I was trying to get through to Manson or find out where they were.
Okay. Can we pull up Exhibit 10, please? Do you remember this exchange as sort of part of a continuation of the last exchange?
Yeah, probably what I was doing is reaching out to the assistants to see where the fuck he was and how he was. Because obviously I didn't get any real answers.
Lena?
Can I please bring up Exhibit 12? It's April 28th of 2016.
That's a very good question. It makes you wonder
How
why they had a
often
fallout.
Were you around Mr. Depp at this time?
Maybe they'll tell us.
April of 2016.
Probably a bit, depending on if we were rehearsing or recording. Well, my dates are a little squirrely, but
Squirrely.
And
yeah,
do you have any?
probably a bit.
Do you have any memories of at this time of Mr. Depp getting high or drunk?
I mean, drinking while we were working, yeah. Smoking weed. Yeah.
So I think your prior testimony was that you've not observed arguments between Mr. Depp and Amber. Is that correct, or is that wrong?
I've never seen them physically abuse each other. No.
Okay.
And did you say this was at 3 a.m. when you called?
It was late. I can't exactly, but it was later than I imagined that I'd get a call. So I thought it was something bad. So yeah, I went down.
Good morning.
So Stephen called at around 3 a.m.
Good morning, everybody.
And then you went down, and your understanding, you went down after that call?
Yeah.
And what was your understanding of the reason you were called?
Yeah, that it was just crazy arguing and stuff going on down there, and for some reason he thought I could help.
What was crazy about it?
Right. I mean, I think what was crazy to me is that's the first time that ever happened. The first time Stephen ever called me for help like that. Usually it's just to come and record or go do this or go do that, but for some reason he wanted me to come.
And when Steve had called you, did he make any references to anything being thrown around?
That I don't remember. It was almost like, shit's going crazy down here, can you come?
Did he say that he wanted you to come urgently?
Yes.
How long did it take you to get there?
My house downtown at 3 a.m, maybe 20 minutes.
Did you ever talk to Amber when you went over that morning?
Not really. It was just a lot of walking around and people going in and out of the bedroom. And, I don't remember if people were crying. I don't remember any of that stuff. It was just like a blur to me. I don't remember if I talked to her. I'm sure I probably said everything's going to be all right. By the time I got there, you can tell there was a vibe in the house, but there's nothing I could witness.
What was the vibe in the house?
Yeah, just people, a little bit of an edge, And look, I got called down there at 3 a.m, and there's the mom up. I mean, it was obviously, to me, something went down, but I didn't see anything.
And if we could pull up Exhibit 13, please. And do you recognize the person in this picture?
Yep.
Who is it?
Amber Heard.
This picture is ALH, in case you can't see the base number, 7101. It's dated March 23rd, 2013. Mr. Witkin, you mentioned previously that you had seen bruises on Amber's upper arm.
Yeah, one time, yes.
One time. Does this look like the bruise you saw on Amber's upper arm?
Show us the bruise,
Mr. Witkin, what did the bruise that you saw on Amber look like?
I mean, it looked similar to that, but it didn't look like it looked like a grab, not a punch. Like just somebody grabbed her arm.
And do you remember what year or time frame that bruise that you saw was?
I'd have to go through the dates. We were working on a Keith Richards documentary, and Johnny and her showed up to the studio, and I just had noticed it on her arm.
And
I don't know if it's the same date or not.
Did the bruise look like this bruise?
It's in the same vicinity. I don't know if that's the one.
Can you tell me more specifics about that bruise? What did it look like?
Like I said, it just looked like she was grabbed. That's all. That's what it seemed to be. Finger marks.
And did you ever talk to Amber about that bruise?
No.
And when did you see Mr. Depp with a fat lip?
Late. I'm thinking it's sometime in either 2015 or 16 during rehearsal.
Could have been can you be more precise of
Good morning,
you
y'all.
think it could have been in the spring of 2015?
Hit that like button.
Yeah, I don't remember. I mean, we toured spring to summer, so yeah, maybe it's the spring of 15 or 16. I think it was 16.
Good morning.
I think. But we did do other rehearsals for other spot gigs, so I could be off by a year.
if we could bring up Exhibit 15, please. If you look at the first text, Mr. Witkin, it's from Mr. Depp. It says, "I'm good, just got a fucked finger."
Right.
And the second text,
That's from Dudas. Yeah.
and do you remember what you would have been concerned about?
Just the fact that somehow his finger got cut off and he's got doctors around him that are supposed to be making him sober and everything's supposed to be better, and it wasn't.
Did Mr. Depp ever talk to you about that, about sobering up?
A little bit. He just said, you know, AA wasn't his cup of tea. Didn't believe in a higher power.
He didn't believe sobering up was his cup of tea?
Well, he just didn't believe in a higher power. If he was going to do it, he'd do it his own way.
Do you remember any specific incidents of anger with Amber?
I mean, he would talk about frustrations or whatever, and we would try and talk through it, but it wasn't as much anger as it was like confusion and sadness and why is this not working? You know. But no, he would never, very rarely would it be a specific reason why.
And did you notice any increase or decrease in Mr. Depp's anger when he was drinking or on drugs?
I didn't notice much of a difference, you know.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp doing drugs with other bandmates?
Yes.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp doing drugs with Joe Perry?
Yes.
And what types of drugs did you see them do?
They were doing cocaine.
And how do you know they were doing cocaine?
Because I was in the room.
And around what time was that?
It was pretty late.
What year?
It had to be 2016 because that's when we were on the road.
Have you ever seen Mr. Depp do cocaine before 2016?
Yes.
And when was that?
Probably 2014 was the first time I saw him do it because I was quite surprised because when we were kids, he hated this stuff. But then after that, when I kind of said, "Why are you doing this?" he kind of hid it from me for a long time until, I believe, in 2016.
And do you have any recollection of steps Mr. Depp took in December 2015 to try to assist in decreasing spending?
I don't know all the details about it. There was obviously another lawsuit with that whole thing. But I do know leading up to that time, he needed to slow down on spending. I heard about that.
Did Mr. Depp tell you about that?
Yeah.
What'd he say?
Time. There's something about the business manager and, you know, been spending too much and I need to slow down or do more movies or whatever.
Have you been involved in Mr. Depp's any of Mr. Depp's prior lawsuits?
Yes, I have. I was part of the first one against the management group, and then I was deposed in the lawsuit with his lawyer, Jake Bloom.
Did you testify? Do you remember testifying about drug and alcohol use in that by Mr. Depp in that deposition?
Yes.
And what was that about?
I was at Johnny's house. Things were going good. We were hanging out, talking. And I guess Waldman came in and Johnny introduced me. And I just remember Waldman saying, "Hey, nice to meet you." And Johnny had told Waldman that I was part of Unison Music, which was named in the lawsuit. And if they needed any paperwork from me, that I had all my paperwork and tax returns. And Waldman turned right at me, looked me in the eye, and just said, "You got any shit on the Mandels?" And I said, "No." That was it. That's the last time I saw him.
And you also testified in the Bloom case. Is that right?
Yeah.
Did you testify to Mr. Depp's drug and alcohol use in that testimony?
I believe I did.
How did Mr. Depp respond to your testimony?
Not happy.
Not happy. And what's your relationship with Mr. Depp now? What happened in the last 4 years?
Honestly, I don't know. Somehow I started to feel a distance. End of 2017, we had a gig, and I saw him, but he was really kind of distant and kind of fucked up. And like he wrote me this weird text saying I stabbed him in the back and bad-mouthed him. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And he wouldn't explain it. And pretty much haven't seen him since 2018. Didn't even get to have the old bro argument. Just cut off. Can't get through to him. No return text. No nothing.
That's weird.
No email. My daughter even got married and he ignored it.
Oh, wow.
So I think there's some people behind the scenes talking shit about me because everybody always tried to position themselves. Oh, who's the best friend and who's this, that. And when I was just there to be his friend. And I think there were some lies and bullshit said about me that he actually believed, which is surprising. And I've yet to have the conversation with him to go, what are you talking about?
He's trying to reconnect.
I know that he wasn't happy about my testimony, but
through his testimony,
I wasn't going to lie.
And did you ever try and help Mr. Depp?
Oh, yeah, I tried.
Did you ever try and help him with substance abuse?
I mean, I got him with a therapist, but never tried an intervention or nothing like that. No. We would just talk about it. And he would say, oh, you know, I'll be all right. I'll be all right. And I said, well, you're not all right. And shit would just move on to the next conversation.
Did you observe anyone else trying to help Mr. Depp with substance abuse?
I mean, I know Christy, his sister, was always concerned with his well-being, whether it was substance abuse or not. And everybody, I think, deep down inside was, but like I said, the people on payroll won't really say much. They'll try, but what, you know, they don't want to lose their job. And I'm not saying they all fall into that category, you know, but it's a strange thing around people like him. Everybody wants something.
And I think today you testified to seeing a bruise, but is it fair to say that you have no knowledge one way or another of violence?
Not personal knowledge.
Okay.
You mentioned before that Mr. Depp has pushed you away in the last 4 years. Is that right?
Yes.
Has Mr. Depp ever admitted being violent to you?
No.
Okay.
With anyone?
No.
Okay. So jealousy. That's it?
All right. Yes, ma'am. Your next witness.
Next witness representative Tracy Jacobs. She's also by deposition.
Jesus. Come on. Bring people in.
One more time.
Yeah, Your Honor, we'd like to call Tracy Jacobs. She's also by deposition designation, and it begins with me.
All right.
Asking questions.
All right. Thank you.
How long is this one then? Hamburger. Come on, y'all. Good morning, everybody who's coming in. Be sure to hit that like button. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button as well.
Name and address for the record.
Is she wearing a wig?
Tracy Jacobs, Los Angeles, California.
And what is your current occupation?
Talent agent.
She definitely looks like an
And
agent.
how long have you been a talent agent?
34 years.
Ms. Jacobs, when did you first begin representing Mr. Depp?
When I was at another agency at ICM, I think I represented him 30 years. So now, since he's been gone almost 5 years, you can subtract 35 years. And then when I came to UTA, I believe it was 1998, he came with me.
He definitely had a vibe.
And I've been at UTA for, well, now it's been 22 years, minus the last 4. He was with me from the beginning.
During the time that you represented Mr. Depp as his talent agent, please describe the types of jobs and responsibilities you performed for him.
I was his agent. So my job, as all agents are, was to find, procure, and negotiate jobs for him, acting jobs for him initially.
Well, I'm assuming if you were his talent agent that you would know how his career was tracking over that 30 years you were with him, would you not?
He became the biggest star in the world.
And do you take any credit for that?
Yes.
And why? What do you think your contributions were to Mr. Depp becoming the biggest star in the world?
Well, A, that he was extraordinarily talented, and B, that my talent was compatible with his in terms of understanding the kinds of roles and scripts and filmmakers that would make sense for him to work with, and being able to master the two and put them together.
What is your understanding of the reason why Mr. Depp terminated you?
I really don't know. All I know is he terminated essentially everyone in his life. So I was along for the ride, I guess.
Line 20 said, I'm directing your attention to line 20 of Mr. Depp's deposition on November 2020. And why did you leave Tracy Jacobs in October 2016? Go down. And Mr. Depp's answer was, Ms. Jacobs, in the same attempt to corral the thievery and the injustice that was practiced upon me by Mr. Mandel and Mr. Bloom, at a certain point, Tracy Jacobs began to sort of become revealed as, I won't say co-conspirator necessarily, but she was part of that little group. And it seemed in my best interest to walk away from that relationship because her interests were quite different than when we started. I believe she even stated that the reason she kept me for so long was, the quote, was the money. She stated otherwise, she said, I was not an easy client to represent or something to that extent. And so, yes, I had to leave the agency. Would you agree with Mr. Depp's characterization of your representation of him?
Oh, I understand it. This is the first time I'm hearing or seeing this in 5 years. No, is the answer.
And why do you not agree with this?
Because it's all untrue.
And then I asked him, after asking if he sued you, and he said no. He did sue Mr. Mandel and Jake Bloom, so I thought it was prudent to ask. Then I asked him, did Tracy Jacobs say why she did not consider you to be an easy client to represent? And he answered, she never expressed any of those things to me. These are things that she was able, I guess, she came to the realization that I was not easy to represent after I fired her. But Ms. Jacobs, there was conflicts of interest all over the place. She had been represented by Joel Mandel. She was also to some degree represented by Jake Bloom. So therefore, there was an obvious, great, huge conflict of interest, which I lived with for a little while and thought, no, it's not a good idea. Now, my question to you is, do you
No
agree
problem, Nathan.
with Mr. Depp's characterization that you only expressed that he was a difficult client to work for after he fired you?
Absolutely not.
Do you agree that you had conflicts of interest all over the place in representing Mr. Depp, as he states here?
No.
Do you agree that you had been represented by Joel Mandel?
Nope, never.
Was Mr. Depp a difficult client to represent?
He wasn't initially, and it became far more complicated in the last 10 years of my representing him.
And how did it become far more complicated in the last 10 years you represented him?
His unprofessional behavior.
Anything else?
I think that covers a multitude of things.
And that's going to be my next question. What do you mean by Mr. Depp's unprofessional behavior
Yeah,
in the last 10 years?
that's what I'd like to know.
Showing up late to set consistently on virtually every movie. I would get yelled at. I never said to him, "You're a difficult client." I never used those words, but I was very honest with him and said, "You've got to stop doing this. This is hurting you." And it did. And yeah.
Did, even with your speaking to Mr. Depp about him consistently showing up late for set, did he correct that behavior during that last 10 years?
No.
And what types of difficulties did that cause for Mr. Depp?
Well, initially, crews loved him because he was always so great with the crew, but crews don't love sitting around for hours and hours and hours waiting for the star of the movie to show up. And
That's true.
it also got around town. I mean, people talk. It's a small community. And it made people reluctant to use him toward the end.
And when you say toward the
Okay.
end, was that toward the end of your representation of Mr.
Yeah.
Depp?
Yes.
Do you recall difficulties that Mr. Depp had during Pirates 5?
Yes.
Did you have just one conversation with Sean Bailey, or did you have more than one conversation with Sean Bailey about Mr. Depp and Pirates 5?
More than one, I'm sure. I don't recall.
Okay. Do you have a recollection of the production of Pirates 5 having to suspend for several weeks while Mr. Depp had surgery on his finger?
Yes.
Did you go to Australia at any point during the filming of Pirates 5?
Twice.
Yes. Was there something that caused you to determine that that was the time you should get on the plane and fly to Australia?
Yes.
What do you recall that being?
The complaints about what I stated earlier about the lateness, not showing up to talk to him about it.
When you were talking earlier about there being a change in Mr. Depp's behavior over the last 10 years of your representation and it becoming more unprofessional, was part of the unprofessional behavior his increased use of alcohol and drugs?
Yes.
Was part of the unprofessional behavior that you witnessed increasing over the last 10 years of your representation of Mr. Depp, his increasing anger and tendency towards violence?
No.
Do you know who referred Dr. Kipper to Mr. Depp?
I did.
And why did you refer Dr. Kipper to Mr. Depp?
He has had a lot of experience with high-profile people and really helping them seriously get and stay sober.
Did you observe in your dealings with Mr. Depp as his representative that he romanticized the entire drug culture?
Yes.
I'm asking for your observations based on your dealings with Mr. Depp. Was it your observation that Mr. Depp had fundamental issues with anger?
Yes.
And in your observation of Mr. Depp having fundamental issues with anger, did that worsen over the time of your representation, or was it relatively the same?
Yes, it worsened over time.
Did you observe Mr. Depp lacking patience when he didn't get his needs met?
Yes, but yes.
Do you recall a time while you were representing Mr. Depp that he started having earpieces so people could feed him his lines during filming?
Yes.
Recall that became a regular thing for Mr. Depp, that he needed to use earpieces for lines being fed to him during films.
Yes.
Do you have a recollection of issues associated with London Fields?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at deposition exhibit number 8. Ms. Jacobs, I'll take you to the second page first so you can just read the frame. And there's really some part there. And then here's where I'm going to direct your attention. This is from Mr. Depp to you on Saturday, August 29, 2015. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Depp, when Mr. Depp would write to you in emails, would he regularly have parts of it all capitals and exclamation marks?
Yes.
Harley's, he says fucking Harley. What is he talking about?
I think he's referring to, I don't know. I think he might be referring to the daughter of a director friend of his, but I'm not sure.
So do you have an understanding of what he's talking about with the Matthew Cullen version?
Matthew Cullen was the director. I don't know about nudity, although clearly that was the case according to his understanding. And I guess he was trying to get me to kill it.
And then you responded to him, I'm already on it with lawyers and Marty Singer. I've spoken to Matthew Cullen twice this AM. He also wants it stopped. We are doing everything to shut this down. Was there another version of London?
Oh, I'm sorry. I have to correct myself. He made a typo here, which is why Harley, he means Hanley. They were the producers.
And as you sit here today, can you recall anyone at Disney committing in any way that Johnny Depp would be in Pilot 6?
No.
You testified at the beginning of this deposition that while you represented Mr. Depp, he was, I think, the biggest star in the world. Do you recall that testimony?
Never heard of London Fields until just now.
What would you say the reputation of Johnny
until
Depp
I just
is
looked
today?
it up, but I've
His
never heard of it.
lawsuits don't help.
What do you mean by that?
Damn, y'all. That hurt my ears.
I mean, it's endless, but I don't know because I'm not out there selling him anymore.
Come
Have
on.
you ever seen Mr.
Put your phone on vibrate.
Depp engage in angry behavior?
Yes.
Now, were you aware that Mr. Depp filed a lawsuit in the United Kingdom against the Sun newspapers and Dan Wooten, the editor, because they called him a wife beater?
Yes.
Have you ever seen Mr. Depp hit a woman?
Objection.
Have you ever seen Mr. Depp throw anything at a woman?
No.
Have you ever seen Mr. Depp kick a woman?
No.
Okay.
Other than Amber Heard,
So he was possessive.
do you know of any other woman
Territorial.
who ever accused Mr. Depp of physical abuse?
But did he hurt anybody?
No.
Have you ever seen in person any marks on Amber Heard?
No.
Ms. Jacobs, you testified, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that in the last 10 years of your representation of Mr. Depp, there was more unprofessional behavior by Mr. Depp. Is that correct?
Yes.
Because of drugs.
During that period of time, the last 10 years you represented him, was he ever fired from a movie?
No.
Have you ever seen this document before?
I don't recall this exact document, but I know there were conversations going on.
What were you referring to when you said at the top of this document, Depp Exhibit 5, this is good news?
That we were able to help him out when he was in financial desperation.
When you say help him out, who is him?
Johnny Depp.
And what particularly was good news?
That we were able to secure a loan for him through Bank of America when Ed White couldn't get him any money. And it was very helpful to him.
What was the final deal for Murder on the Orient Express?
$5 million for 4 consecutive weeks, plus a great back end, which he has received significant money on subsequently.
What was Mr. Depp's upfront compensation
Alone.
for Pirates 5?
Yeah, he got paid $25 million with the back end.
Would it be fair to say that you cannot say one way or the other whether Mr. Depp has hit, punched, kicked, headbutted, or choked Amber Heard?
Yes.
Can you say one way or the other whether Mr. Depp has ever hit, punched, kicked, headbutted, or choked anyone else? Yes. Can you say one way or the other? Do you know?
No.
Would it be fair to say that you were continuing to bring in good, solid work for Mr. Depp right up to the time Mr. Depp terminated you?
Correct, yes.
Earlier you said that Mr. Depp's reputation, that he became the greatest actor in the world, right?
That's not what I said, but
Okay.
I said he became the biggest movie star in the world.
Movie star, thank you, forgive me. So as of the time that you were terminated by Mr. Depp in October 2016.
Good morning, Nur. How you doing, sweetheart?
Did you
Good morning.
still believe that Mr. Depp was the greatest movie star in the world?
No,
Why not?
because his star had dimmed due to it getting harder to get him jobs, given the reputation that he had acquired due to his lateness and other things.
And what were the other things?
Just, people were talking and the question was out there about his behavior.
And that behavior included,
I think I've described it several times.
would that behavior include alcohol and drug use?
Yes,
Mr. Chu asked you about City of Lies, and you indicated that you didn't believe it was released. Are you aware that Mr. Depp was accused of punching a local manager in the face during the filming of City of Lies?
I read that. I don't know.
Do you have any understanding of why Mr. Depp needed that loan in January of 2016?
Yes, he had said he had come in and met with us and he had asked for $20 million.
Hollywood 2000. Yes and no.
Did Mr. Depp
You know?
tell you when he met with you why he needed $20 million?
Not specifically, other than he just needed the money.
Was there any general discussion as to why he needed $20 million in January of 2016?
Not as to why. He just expected us to do it.
Kind
So he
of.
just,
Kind
so
of,
Mr.
Paul.
Depp came in and said, I want you to get $20 million for me?
I mean, I'm
Actually,
sure.
it was, I want you to give me $20 million. It was
Oh.
not discussed. The question was not asked as a loan.
Damn. There was no question of, can I borrow this?
What did you say in response?
I didn't. Jeremy Zimmer and Jim Burkus spoke directly to that point. I was just in the meeting.
Exactly, Rohit. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat.
And
Definitely, they're
in the
trying
meeting, do
to
you
angle
recall
this.
what Jeremy and Jim said to Mr. Depp when he asked them for $20 million.
Yes, they said we're not in a position to give our clients that kind of money.
It's a lot of quiche.
We're not a bank.
But they're trying to make it seem like he was already hard to work with. This is the reason why he was not rehirable for like Pirates 6 and all the other stuff is beyond the op-ed.
Yes.
That's what they're trying to show. Absolutely.
That it made a lot of money for us and that we should just do it because of how much money he had made over the duration of his being at UTA.
Mrs. Estrada, you're absolutely right. Doesn't mean that, no one saw him hit her thus far.
Client who's ever made that kind of a demand?
No.
And do you believe the Rolling Stones interview, the article, damaged Mr. Depp's reputation?
Yeah.
Are you aware of any significant role that Mr. Depp has starred in since you were terminated that you did not negotiate and get for him?
No.
Did Mr. Depp get the Invisible Man?
They didn't make it. They made it much lower budget with a woman, as it turns out, for Universal with Blumhouse.
You were asked about whether there was any option contract for Pirates 6.
That's pretty good too, by the way.
I just want to make sure I understand your answer. Were you involved in any kind of negotiation with Disney for any kind of option contract for Pirates 6 with Mr. Depp?
Not that I can recall. No.
She did say it damaged his career, the op-ed, right? I could have sworn she said it damaged her career, his career. So is this in person?
Yeah. Again, Ms. Bertha.
Jeez, Louise.
Your Honor, our next witness is Joel Mandel. He's also by deposition designation.
Good Lord.
And we start the questioning.
All right, thank you.
Hamburger. It's all videos. They've only brought one person in so far.
Can you please state your name and business address?
It's Joel Mandel.
Chihuahua.
That's Mandel. It's 8383 Wilshire Boulevard.
I'm getting more coffee. I'll be right back, guys.
Mr. Mandel,
back in a
you are
flash.
here under subpoena. Is that correct? Testifying under subpoena?
Correct.
Okay. Could you please describe a little bit about your educational background and work experience?
Damn, the rest of the video.
I graduated from Brown University in 1980. I graduated from the University of California Berkeley School of Law in 1983. I went to work for a law firm in Century City from 83 to 87, called Waldman, Boutzer, Rothman, Chico, and Silber. And I left in March of 87 to form this company with my brother.
Could you please describe a little bit about your experience in the field of the business management, the types of clients represented, your reputation in Hollywood, business field?
I'll cut to where we are today. You can ask me different questions. I mean, we're a full, what I would describe as a full service business management firm, which means that we provide a wide array of financial, administrative, advisory kinds of services. We pay bills and we do tax returns, and we assist people with purchases of cars and boats and art and planes, and we help people with outside professionals on estate planning matters, and we work with brokers on house purchases and with contractors on renovations. And so it's a wide range of financial, primarily financial services, but financial and personal services that we provide to our clients.
And what types of clients are those?
The business, our business is primarily entertainment. So I don't have a percentage. My guess is it's probably something like 80%. But that means people that work in the entertainment business, broadly speaking.
How long have you been a business manager in LA?
Since 1987.
When did you first meet Mr. Depp?
In, I believe, 1999.
So if you could take us to make this run a little more smoothly, start with what you provided in the earlier time, and if it changed over time, just kind of take me through if that's possible.
Let me do my best job. I would describe things initially as being the way I described our services generally. I mean, the broad range of things that we do for all of our folks, we did for Mr. Depp. What changed was that reasonably early on, so within the first few years, his life and career exploded in size. And so, as I said, our relationship started in 99. I think he did the first Pirates film in 2003. And so, it had already he was on a very successful trajectory. The success of the Pirates films obviously catapulted him to an entirely different level of success. And that was a career thing. It was also a financial thing. And so there was money made from the Pirates movies, and all of a sudden what he was going to now make moving forward was going to be significantly greater. His life changed. And so what did that translate? That translated into a variety of things. And I don't want to mix dates at the long stretch of time, but that meant a bigger life. It meant more employees. It meant buying additional real property. It meant buying additional personal property. It meant a bigger life and more expensive life.
Can you please describe for me the day-to-day logistics of communicating with Mr. Depp relating to your services?
Sure. So I'll explain this, but early on, Mr. Depp had made it clear that, just as my initial introduction to him had been through his sister, that his sister was acting in what I would call a gatekeeper-like role, and that she was going to play an instrumental part of his life in interfacing with people like me, like his agents, like his lawyers. And so there was interface on a constant basis with Christie in the role that he sort of placed her in. The conversations and communications were constant and daily. With Mr. Depp, they were when they needed to be. And so we talked often, we met often, but not with the same kinds of frequency, the daily kinds of frequency that I communicated with Christie.
Please describe the challenges presented in serving as the business manager for Mr. Depp.
Look, they changed over time. And so the challenges early on were the exciting challenges of somebody whose life and career were getting very big very quickly. And that's a professional challenge, but it's a lovely, wonderful professional challenge. That means someone's traveling a lot. They're, again, income and expense grown dramatically. There's more staff, there are more real properties, there's more. I mean, it exponentially grows the size of the job. But that's what I do for a living. So that's all changes and challenges, but good changes and good challenges. My sense of the challenge of this representation and my description of the challenge would change probably sometime around 2010. I say that because it was the time after he had shot the film Run Diaries, and he had come back from that picture, and what had always been slightly difficulty in arranging meetings became more difficulty. And what I had always experienced as someone who liked to enjoy his wine at the end of the day became consumption that seemed excessive. And the ability to coordinate and find times when he would meet became more difficult. And it became clear over time that there were issues with alcohol and drugs. And that translated into more erratic behavior, more stressful behavior, more times when it was difficult to engage in the kinds of conversations I needed to do my job. And so it became more of a challenge for a variety of those reasons after 2010. And quite frankly, the other thing that happened, and this is in 13, 14, his meteoric sort of career rise had started to, there were some pictures that were not well received. And for anybody in the business, whether you're an actor, director, if you're really judged by your last picture, and there were a number of pictures in a row that were not successful. And so there was a combination of events, what felt like professional pressures, what felt like some professional dissatisfactions, what I sensed was likely strains in his relationship with Amber, the use of alcohol and drugs, made my job more challenging.
You indicated that you were having more difficulty arranging meetings. What, if any, role did increased use of alcohol or drugs have on your ability to be able to arrange and engage in meetings with Mr. Depp?
There were stretches of time when it appeared clear to me that the use of alcohol and drugs was a daily event. And so there were obviously various times when I needed to communicate directly with Mr. Depp. And so some of my conversations with the people I've described involved finding good days and good parts of days when he and I could engage in conversations that he and I needed to engage in, where I knew he would be clear-minded and sober.
All right. So were there any periods that you can recall between 2010 and the end of your relationship with Mr. Depp that Mr. Depp had any periods of sobriety?
There were certainly stretches of time when he seemed better. There were days and weeks there were stretches of time when he was better, and I couldn't tell you dates, but there were stretches of time when he was better, and more often not.
As the business manager, you would have been responsible for paying Dr. Kipper's expenses. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you recall approximately how much per year Mr. Depp spent on Dr. Kipper and his staff?
I think the fee was around $100,000 a month.
Describe for me what you observed of Mr. Depp engaging in what you would call erratic behavior.
What I mean are a variety of ways in which responses to things seem disproportionate to the things. And so, there were times when he would be upset about something, and he would be very, very, very upset about something, seemingly to me disproportionate to that something. Again, erratic is a funny word. I felt like things were less predictable. I felt like it, I was, I guess, professionally in a place where I never knew day to day what to expect.
You said that Mr. Depp was sometimes his responses seem to be disproportionate and that he would be very, very upset. What, if any, observations did you make about Mr. Depp expressing anger?
When he was angry at someone, he would let them know. Did that was that sent in my direction? Very rarely, but at times, certainly on a handful of occasions in 2015. But if he was upset at a contractor, he would vent. If he was upset with a security person, he would vent. He would, he seemed to become increasingly less filtered and increasingly
temperamental. More temperamental.
The notion of I want to answer you accurately. People moderate their behavior. They may moderate their behavior in public because things are, inappropriate in a particular setting. People may be upset with an employee, but they're constrained in how the employee is chastised. My experience was that Mr. Depp became increasingly less constrained, less concerned with whether he was going to upset someone's feelings, or just increasingly comfortable venting in an aggressive way when he was upset or disappointed about something.
And did that increase over time, beginning, I think you said around 2010?
It began to change in about 2010, and it increased over time, and increased to the point where our relationship began to be impacted in 2015 and was eventually obviously severed in 2016.
When Mr. Depp would express his anger and upset, did he use profanity?
Sure.
Did you observe any increase in Mr. Depp's expressions of anger and upset associated with any increase in financial difficulties or having to discuss financial difficulties?
Yes. His financial circumstances in 2015 had reached a point where I was extremely concerned and was on a very, very regular basis expressing that concern. And it seemed as I increased my level of expressing that concern, there was anger directed in my direction. And so my warnings in 2015 that we were in very dire financial circumstances were not met very favorably.
So did there come a time that you observed as Mr. Depp's business manager that his spending habits became more increased, perhaps excessive, extravagant?
Yes.
And when did you observe that? When did that begin? Again,
in the time frame I've described in that 2010 and on time frame, as I recall, income was very significant. Spending was very significant. And the spending levels had grown very, very, very large, and required that level of incredibly high income to be maintained. And when it dropped off, the disconnect became untenable.
And what, if anything, did you say or do to try to assist Mr. Depp in curbing that spending?
Those conversations were constant.
And were Nathan Holmes, Kevin Murphy, and Stephen Duders part of the $300,000 a month full-time staff?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know roughly how much each of them were paid?
It's been a long time. If I had to guess, Kevin Murphy was probably paid about $250,000 a year, and Stephen and Nathan probably about $125,000 a year.
Do you know how much Jerry Judge was being paid by Mr. Depp as a security guard?
We paid Jerry by the day. I think Jerry made something like $10,000 a day.
Woo!
Did Mr. Depp spend any money on charities?
Some, not very much.
And approximately how much?
No specific recollection.
Less than 50,000?
I don't recall writing large charity checks. It was more his style to show up at an event or sort of lend his name to something rather than write checks.
Mr. Mandel, did Mr. Depp ever acknowledge that he needed to change his spending patterns and improve the situation?
Yes.
$10,000 a day.
At various times when we would have these conversations, he would acknowledge that he understood what was being communicated and would make expressions of a commitment to sort of work with me to do what was necessary.
And were there occasions that Mr. Depp would apologize and say he was going to do better?
That happened on occasion, yes.
And what, if any, observations did you make about whether Mr. Depp ultimately did improve and work with you to try to get his spending under control?
That never seemed to happen. And so there would be, at times, expressions of appreciation, expressions of an understanding, expressions of a willingness to do what was necessary. But there never seemed to be any follow through when the things would be, teed up that had to happen to make those, words real. There was no follow.
Now, let's talk about the tax returns for a moment. Did you and TMJ file tax returns on Mr. Depp and his company's behalves while you were his business manager?
Yes.
Are you aware that Mr. Depp testified under oath that you did not file his tax returns for 17 years?
I'm aware that you're telling me.
Is it true that you did not file his tax returns or those on behalf of his company for 17 years?
No, that's not true.
Were there times that you were unable to pay some or all of Mr. Depp's taxes on time? What is your understanding of what or his numerous other vices meant?
The use of alcohol and drugs.
Do you know how much Mr. Depp spent on prescription drugs during the time that you were his business manager?
There were periods of time when prescription spending was, from just my experience, very high, thousands of dollars a month, but I can't tell you the time periods.
Do you have a recollection of whether TMG had to pay for property damage at other rental properties or hotel properties that Mr. Depp used because of damage to the property?
Specifics, no, but did we pay damages at various times over the years? Absolutely, yes.
And do you recall that Mr. Depp from time to time did commit property damage in the rentals that he was in or hotels? And you recall that there were times you did have to pay for damage to Mr. Depp's rentals, is that correct, or hotels?
There were times.
Okay. Now, you had testified a little bit earlier about needing $25 million by the end of the year. Are you aware of whether Mr. Depp was able to sign on for any movies and obtain $25 million by the end of the year without the assistance of a lending entity? So the first time that you as the business manager were unable to pay Mr. Depp's taxes by October 15 was October 15, 2015. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mayor Poe.
Correct.
And you consider that to be an increasingly difficult and alarming situation that we're trying to resolve into late January 2016. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I showed you earlier exhibit number 8, which was the video clip of Mr. Depp slamming doors and pouring wine, etc., in the kitchen. Do you recall that video?
I recall the video, yes.
Okay.
Everyone recalls that
video. Do you have a recollection of giving Mr. Depp very bad news the morning of February 10, 2016?
I don't recall a specific meeting with a specific date. As I've indicated, there were a variety of meetings in groups and conversations alone and in groups regarding how these very dire financial circumstances were going to be addressed. And as I've indicated, the tone of these conversations became more tense as time went on, and these issues were not being addressed.
And is it fair to say in the first half of February of 2016, the conversations that you have just described were taking place?
Probably even more specifically, Mr. Depp and I began having conversations that took on a more heated turn in July of 15, when it became clear that he was not willing to sell the property in the south of France. And the tone of those conversations became more heated and more contentious as time went on because the circumstances were more dire.
And would it be fair to say that your perception was that the circumstances continued to become more dire between July 2015 up through the time of your termination in March 2016?
They did.
How did you learn of TMG's termination?
Edward White had a colleague, an employee, a CPA, someone in his office came to our office physically and hand-delivered a letter.
And who was the letter from?
I think they hand-delivered like one letter on the 15th and one on the 16th. So there was a letter signed by Mr. Depp indicating that our services had been terminated. And then there was a letter from Edward White's office, I recall, saying that they were the new people and we should coordinate a transition.
Did you have any familiarity with Edward White as of the time of the termination?
I had not heard of him.
And did Mr. White accept your offers of assistance?
For the most part, no.
Now, approximately how much did Mr. Depp earn during the period of time you represented him?
I recall the amount being reported to be something like $600 million, and believe that amount was probably, close to that.
Did you still $650 million from Mr. Depp?
No.
Thank you, Mortal.
Did you steal anything from Mr. Depp?
No.
Check out the merch page.
Mr.
Why
Mandel,
not?
did TMG or you take any money other than the fees that you were entitled to from Mr. Depp?
No.
Mr. Mandel, were you ever found adjudicated by any court, any kind of legal entity, any agency to have committed malpractice, malfeasance, or embezzlement?
No.
All right, well, we'll go ahead and take our morning recess at this point. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's take our morning recess. Do not discuss the case and don't do any outside research, okay? Thank you. Again, court is still in session, if we could. Court is still in session. Thank you.
Shut the hell up.
Thank you.
Basically means shut the hell up. Don't say nothing. Okay, so that was interesting. I'm still wondering.
All right, we'll go ahead and take a recess then until 11:15. Is that all right? Thank you. Recess.
Okay, 11:15. All right, guys. Was that even necessary? Okay. The way I'm breaking it down, was it necessary? See you soon, Johnny and Amber. We'll see you both very, very soon. In about 15 minutes. But I'm still wondering. I mean, literally, I'm going through this in my mind, and I'm wondering, was any of that relevant? Was that any of that necessary for the trial? Because even his agent, we got to go back a little bit. His agent came out and said, yeah, this is this is why he was doing all these things. And I know what they were trying to do. They were trying to do everything they can to make it seem like Johnny Depp is the reason why he's not hireable is because of his excessive use of drugs and alcohol, right? But then they asked the question. Now, I want to make sure that I'm not losing my mind, because I thought somebody else heard it as well. I even posted it on the screen from the chat. But they did ask about the op-ed with the agent, right? The agent said, do you think that his career, or, he was having hard times getting booked, getting more work because of the op-ed? And his ex-agent, his former agent, said, yes. So in my mind, I'm going, what does this have to do with anything? With anything that's going on in this trial? The whole trial is about the op-ed. We got to go back down to the source here. And the reason why we're in this room, the reason why we're looking at $100 million lawsuit or defamation lawsuit right now, is because of the op-ed. It all revolves around the op-ed and only the op-ed. So yes, you can sit there and paint, destroy his character, make it seem like he does drugs. Here it is, y'all. We already know he does drugs. We've been known that. We already know that he has a drug issue. We already know that he has an alcohol issue. We already know all that. So they go throughout this entire thing saying, oh, he's very difficult on the set, not showing up on time. He's doing this, that, and the third. But then when they ask the main question, well, some of the main questions, which is, have you ever seen him hit anybody? Have you ever seen him strike anybody? Have you ever seen him hit or strike Amber Heard? They all said, no. Then when it came to the op-ed, guess what they said? Hey, do you think that the op-ed had anything to do with him not being able to book more gigs? They say yes. And it doesn't matter. Like, okay, I get it. Like, he's maybe desperate for money. He's trying to make, get that $20 million because he's tacked on more security. He's tacked on more people to work for him. He also has other people who are living rent-free in a gang of his other properties. So God forbid, or God only knows what he's doing over there. He's probably taking care of those spaces as well, maybe doubling up, quadrupling up the housekeepers and all that stuff that are possibly going in and cleaning those penthouses. Maybe. You also got to remember power, gas, whatever might be in those bills that need to be paid for as well. So the bills are just piling up for him as well. So I don't understand the relevance of them bringing up these stories about him scrambling for money, because he wasn't able to work. And yet he thickened up his security. He thickened up the staff that work for him. He had a wife. His wife brought in family, which had nothing to do, only one sister and a gang of friends, freeloading friends that came in, and he was taking care of an entire little village of people. I'm dead ass. So why would they bring these depositions up and use them in court when none of them so far sound like they are leaning towards Amber Heard? Now, the friend, the very beginning, the best friend, I was like, oh, this might not be good. Here it is. Sure, Johnny Depp was possessive. Oh, well, actually, it's on the It's on the agent, and it's on the best friend, rocker friend, you know what I mean? Just getting high, man. Just getting high. The watered down poor man's version of Al Pacino. He kind of looked like David Lynch meets Al Pacino smashed into one. It was very weird. But anyway, if they had a child, But anyway, just getting high, man. Just getting high. But anyway, you had him over here saying, okay, we were best friends, blah, blah, blah. And, it was kind of cute. At the end, he's like, oh, I could try to reach out to him. Just didn't hear anything. Obviously, there was some bromance there for sure. That became, love lost, right? But he sits there and he says, yeah, Johnny Depp was possessive. Johnny Depp was, he had a jealous streak. He's like, I always knew about that from day one. He was always a jealous guy, so on and so forth. Okay. So does that mean he puts paws on people? Does that mean he hurts people? Here's another thing too, on the friend side, real quick. Then we're going to go over to the agent. But on the friend side, really quick. The friend said he saw bruises on Amber Heard's shoulders or like arms. And he said it was like almost like someone was holding her there in a way. Okay. Let me just say this. I'm just saying this really, really quick because we need to talk about that logically really, really quick. Okay. If you have someone attacking you, let's just say you're a man and there's a woman attacking you and they're coming at you and you're trying to get them to stop hitting you in the face or stop attacking you. What's the first thing that you do? You put your hands up. You hold their hands down. You grab them by the shoulders or in the arms to try to stop them from doing what they're doing. I mean, it's just a defense thing that you do. So if she did have a bruise on her arm, who's to say if he was just trying to protect himself? Putting his hands up like, stop, 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 kind of thing. Now, I'm not trying to justify anything. I'm just trying to talk about what the possibilities are. He could have literally grabbed her and shook her out of nowhere. That could be the possibility as well. But if we know what we know so far and what we have gathered, at least from me, it sounds like she's always the one who starts ish. And he has to either retreat or protect. And I think this is from protecting. But that's just me. That's just me. Okay? So I find that very, very interesting. Going over to the agent. Okay. So she gets some emails from him basically saying, hey, get these effers. You know what I mean? Like, that there's nudity in there. There wasn't supposed to be nudity in there, so on and so forth. Okay. You are married to Amber Heard. You are married to a woman who clearly wants to be extremely successful, who only cares about fame, who is willing to do anything to get the part. That's the vibe I'm getting right now. And clearly, she had done some other things behind Johnny Depp's back that he knew that he didn't know anything of until later. Sorry, but he married a woman for the streets, Amber for the streets, and he didn't really realize that until much later. And of course, he's trying to control. I'm not sitting here saying control is the right way, but that still does not mean he put his hands on Amber Heard. So far, everyone so far, except for one person, has said that they have seen a fight in person. But that fight happened where both of them were fighting each other. Both of them. I just want to say that again. So while they're sitting here going, oh, he's so difficult, so on and so forth on set, blah, 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 that still does not prove anything about that op-ed. It's just saying they're just trying to make it seem like, oh, he was having issues with money and he was losing gigs way before the op-ed came out. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. I think he started to go down a downward spiral because he was in a toxic relationship. He was upset. There was no love in the relationship, obviously. She was going around smashing other dudes. behind his back, and she was attacking him and emasculating him verbally, being verbally abusive as well. So he dove deeper and deeper into his addictions. And then, yes, it affected his work. What else is new? What else is new about that? But that still does not prove that he hurt or put his hands on this woman. We got some super chats. Rohit, the JD team needs to isolate that clip and present it. Also, Miss Mandel's interview. What's the gist of it? Mandel, well, with Mandel, hold on, I'm trying to find the other super chat. To me, it's just useless. I don't know. All of them have been useless. I just feel like they were a waste of time. Real talk. Okay. Yes. Nessa, $2 super chat. Thank you so much. You're losing your mind. It's irrelevant details. Yeah, it's irrelevant. All of it is irrelevant. They're just filling up time for the sake of filling up time. You know, that's what I mean. And which one was Mandel? I don't remember. I don't remember their names. Which one was Mandel? Now I'm trying to remember which. Somebody tell me who Mandel is, please help me. Because I don't know their names. You know, they said their names and it went one in one ear and out the other. But like I said, none of it is relevant. None of it. Oh, okay. I was thinking that was the old friend. Yeah. When it comes to the Mandel, it's kind of like a scorned best friend. You know, he'd known him for a very, very long time. And then I think what happened is, Mandel's the financial guy. Thank you. Okay. The financial advisor. Thank you. Thank you for the correction. Okay. Mandel, another nothing burger. I'm just going to say it. It was nothing. He just said, yeah, he was in dire straits. He was trying to figure out monies. He's scrambling for money. He's doing this, that, and the third. He's diving deeper and deeper into his addictions, but he's still trying to get more money. I don't know. And then, of course, the back taxes and all that, millions and millions of back taxes that he apparently didn't know that he hadn't paid. You see what I'm saying? Very, very interesting stuff. And I keep wondering, why didn't Mandel, who is also his financial advisor, why wouldn't his financial advisor know about any of this ish? Like, real talk. You got a guy that works. You got a guy who's an actor, okay? He's not a financial advisor. He's not some CPA. He's not out here crossing, he's not out here, carrying the one, so on and so forth. You got a guy who goes out there, does his job, and secures a bag. He pays these other guys, like his financial advisor, to make sure that his monies are on point. Why would you miss out on or not realize that 17 some odd years of back taxes or something like that haven't been paid for? This is the other thing too. Maybe the reason why Johnny was so desperate to get $20 million is because all his money was tied up in paying off these back taxes, but he still had his security, his properties, all these things that he had to pay for. But they're trying to turn it around like they're trying to spin it to make it seem like he wasn't booking anything because he was so hard to work with. Therefore, he was so desperate for $20 million. I just need you to give me the $20 million. Maybe he was like, yo, I've helped you create the career that you have. You have created a career off my back. So give me $20 million. I'll give it right back or something like that. Just give me 20 mil. Y'all have built your careers off of me. I can see that. I can see somebody saying that. And he's like, I need some money. Damn. I'm practically broke. Everything's tied up in taxes now. Son of a bee. So I don't blame him. As someone just said, or a bunch of y'all said, that Johnny was suing Mandel. Absolutely, I would too. I would too. Thank you. Absolutely. Why didn't you do that? You done mucked that all up. So then you got a guy who is sitting there finding out he owes millions of dollars, bags upon bags, to the government. Man, I'd start drinking too. Shoot. You see what I'm saying? All that hard work that he's been building for so long. And then suddenly somebody does it. I feel bad for Johnny. Hence the reason why I don't blame him kind of cutting people off, distancing himself from people, because I feel like he suddenly hit kind of like a wall. Like he's like, F it, I can't trust anybody. No one's got my back. Even my wife doesn't even have my back. My wife isn't even here trying to console me and be the shoulder to lean on. She's just making my life a living hell too. So I could see him going even deeper into darkness, deeper into his addictions because of all that. But none of this, by the way, helps, in my personal opinion, none of this helps Amber Heard's narrative. Not at all. I'm still waiting to see what she gonna do. Real talk. I'm still waiting to see if she coming in with something, because I don't see nothing from it. I don't see nothing at all. All right? Nothing. So it's frustrating. It's very, very frustrating. But looks like we're going to be getting back to it here. I'm sure they're waiting on some people and all that. Rohit, hold on. Let me make sure I get that. It slipped away from me. Thank you so very much for becoming a member. Hey, thank you so much. Again, every little bit helps. Thank you guys so much. Hit that join button down below. It's a small, very small monthly payment to help support this channel. Hit that join button down below. I also have my Patreon down below. All right. Patreon.com/the Pascal Show. And of course, I have my Cash App as well. Shameless plug, but hey, got to keep the lights on, right? But yes, as you can see, I feel like nothing happened. None of that was relevant. And I wish that they would just bring in some people, like some actual people, humans, like actual human beings to the stand. Because it's like, are we just watching a whole bunch of YouTube videos? Like, I really don't want to do that. I want to see people on the stand, relevant people on the stand. And that judge is getting bored. I guarantee you the judge is getting bored. But again, waste of time. None of that shows there's no relevance to this whole thing, except them trying to say Johnny Depp has been drinking and doing a lot of drugs. Duh. We've been known that. We knew that before Pirates of the Caribbean. Okay. We knew that when he was outside of his own bar holding River Phoenix as he passed away because he did some bad drugs. I mean, come on. I'm just saying. Exactly, Frederick. I agree with that too. Shara, I believe they will have live witnesses today. Well, dag nabbit, they better, because this is going to be a slow day if it's going to be like this for the rest of the day. I'll be straight funky. All right. All those people came in on behalf of Amber, and none of it is working. None of it. Do you know that? None of it worked. I was hoping like, oh, snap. Like as soon as the first guy, the rocker guy, poor man's Al Pacino, I was expecting him to be like, as soon as he said, oh, he's jealous and he's a jealous guy, blah, blah, blah. I was expecting, oh, bro. I was like, yo, oh, he about to say some stuff. And he's like, nope, never saw anything. I showed up to places when they asked me to show up to places, but I never saw anything. I'm like, then why are you here? Why are you here? Okay, he's a jealous guy. He's got a wife that is impossible. Do you know the synopsis of London Fields? Let me tell you the synopsis of London Fields. Clairvoyant femme fatale Nicola 6 has been living in with a dark premonition of her impending death by murder. Jury is going to be coming in. She begins a tangled love affair, get this, with 3 uniquely different men, one of whom she knows will be her murderer. Okay. I'm just letting you know. An erotic thriller. Just saying. And you got a girl who out here running these streets. And you know she's going to be on this set. And you're not there to watch what she's doing. She can do whatever the hell she wants. You already know she out here cheating. You already know she's out here on these streets, man. I don't blame him for being like, his mind just being overwrought with jealousy and concern. That's his wife. I get it. But that still does not mean he put his hands on her. Love makes you do crazy things. Maybe send out an email in all caps saying, hey, they said there was not going to be nudity and there's nudity in this. What the hell? Just saying. Thank you, Berenice. Hit that like button.
Split that with me and we'll be questioning next. And then it will be Mr. Depp's counsel.
All right, thank you.
Morning. My name is Elaine Brettahoff, and together with Ben Rottenborn, we represent Amber Laura Heard. Will you please state your name and address?
Sure. It's Adam Robert Waldman, Washington, D.C.
And what is your current occupation?
Attorney. I'm also involved with a skincare company in a variety of capacities.
How long have you been an attorney?
I think since 1995.
Do you currently represent John C. Depp II, who I will be referring to in this deposition as Mr. Depp or Depp?
I do.
And is this representation an attorney-client representation?
It is.
Does it include any other type of representation of Mr. Depp other than as an attorney-client?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question on the grounds of attorney-client privilege and attorney work product. You can't answer that question without disclosing communications between himself and his client, Mr. Depp. As you're aware, Ms. Brettahoff, the court has ruled that Mr. Depp has not waived attorney-client privilege and will not be waiving attorney-client privilege. So you're aware of that.
You crazy, James.
So, Mr. Chu, I'm not sure that you heard my question. I was actually asking him if he had any other type of representation relationship with Mr. Depp other than as an attorney-client.
I think he can answer that yes or no, but I would instruct the witness on behalf of Johnny Depp not to disclose any communications you've had with your client.
No.
So just so we're clear, since we had a little bit of record back and forth, the only way in which you represent Mr. Depp is as an attorney-client representation. Is that correct? I'm sorry, Mr. Waldman?
I believe that's true.
Okay. And you are here today providing this deposition under a subpoena and then subsequent notice, correct?
Yes.
And when did you first become Mr. Depp's counsel?
I think that it was around October 2016.
And what is your role in this case as counsel for Mr. Depp?
Objection. I would instruct the witness not to answer that question.
Okay, I'll follow the instruction.
When did you first meet Mr. Depp as opposed to first start representing him?
I first met him in October of 2016.
How is it that you came to meet Mr. Depp?
The general counsel that I referenced a moment ago asked me to go and have a meeting with him, with Mr. Depp, and to talk about a financial problem that he was having.
Did you enter into a written representation agreement with Mr. Depp when you began your representation?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question. That calls for attorney-client privilege.
Okay, I follow the instruction.
Have you entered into more than one representation agreement with Mr. Depp during the course of your representation?
Same instruction not to answer. You can't answer that without disclosing attorney-client communications and attorney work product.
Mr. Waldman, when did you consider your attorney-client relationship with Mr. Depp to have begun?
I believe it began the night I met him, actually.
Sometime in October 2016?
Yes, ma'am.
Has the attorney-client relationship between you and Mr. Depp been severed at any point between October 2016 and the present?
Would instruct the witness not to answer that question on the grounds that you can't answer that question without disclosing attorney-client communications.
Good point.
Okay, I accept the instruction.
Guess what? I found Waldo.
As Mr. Depp's attorney, you have provided him with advice. Is that fair to say?
Looks like he upped his game.
That's correct.
And got a real job instead of hiding out.
You have charged Mr. Depp for your advice, correct?
Good for you,
I would
Waldo.
instruct the witness not to answer that question. You can't answer that without disclosing attorney-client communications, and the fee arrangement in any event is irrelevant. But I'm instructing him not to answer on the grounds of privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Mr. Waldman, when you provide legal services in an attorney-client relationship, your understanding of that is that you provide advice and your client in turn compensates you in some manner. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, as a general matter, that's how I understand an attorney-client relationship. Yes.
And has Mr. Depp paid you for advice?
I would instruct, I do instruct the witness not to answer on the grounds of attorney-client privilege. You can't answer that question without disclosing your communications with Mr. Depp.
I accept the instruction.
Well, let's go general again and see if maybe we can work at it from that perspective. So in your relationship with your clients, you provide advice and it's up to the client to determine whether to follow that advice. Would that be fair to say?
As a general matter, I do agree with that statement, yes.
All right. And by the same token, it would be up to the client to determine whether to reject your advice in whole or part, correct?
You're still speaking in general.
Correct.
In general, yes.
Okay. Now, did your relationship with Mr. Depp, and I'm talking about your attorney-client relationship, deviate from those general principles that in some way Mr. Depp is not permitted to follow or reject your advice?
Would instruct the witness not to answer the question based on attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Now, Mr. Depp has the right to terminate your representation at any time. Is that correct?
But yes, I think it's true.
I think we need to
Would be free to terminate at any time.
my apologies, Mr. Waldman, I didn't realize you were still talking. Did you finish?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Now, has Mr. Depp terminated your representation of him at any time between October 2016 and the present?
That's the same question that I instructed Mr. Waldman not to answer before, just stated in a slightly different way. So I would instruct the witness not to answer that question.
I accept the instruction.
Now, and Mr. Depp, as the client in your relationship, is in the position to make the final decision regardless of your advice. Would you agree?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question. I don't know that I know he can't answer that question without disclosing communications with Mr. Depp. So I instruct the witness not to answer.
I accept the instruction.
Mr. Waldman, if you were advising a client in an attorney-client relationship and you were in settlement negotiations, would it be you or the client who has the ultimate decision-making ability?
But to speculate about the question, yes, generally the client would be responsible for deciding, the ultimate outcome of a settlement. Yes.
Now, you met Mr. Depp after he and Amber Heard had split up. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you met Mr. Depp after he and Amber Heard had reached a settlement in their divorce. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
So you have no personal knowledge of anything that went on during their marriage. Is that fair to say?
Well, it depends what you mean by personal knowledge. I wasn't there, if that's what you mean. Correct.
You
Why are
never
you here?
witnessed any interaction between Mr. Depp and Amber Heard prior to October 2016. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you have no personal knowledge of any conduct by either of them against the other prior to October 2016. Is that correct?
Again, if you're asking me, do I have any knowledge of their conduct? I think I have knowledge of their conduct. I think maybe you're asking me, did I witness conduct?
I'm asking personal knowledge, which would mean you would have had to have witnessed it.
If you're asking whether I've witnessed it, the answer is no.
Ted, I'm chilling, man. I'm just wondering why
No.
he's here.
Your initial knowledge
A lawyer.
of the relationship between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard was based on your interviews with Mr. Depp. Would that be fair to say?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question because he can't even answer yes or no without disclosing the substance of communications with his client, Mr. Depp.
Why are you here? Why did they bring him on?
Once you
If he can't
came
talk.
into Mr. Depp's life and became his counsel, Mr. Depp filed with your assistance a number of lawsuits. Would you agree?
Yes,
Did Mr. Depp terminate Tracy Jacobs as his agent before or after you became Mr. Depp's counsel?
Mr. Waldman, I would instruct you not to answer that question if doing so would require you to disclose any communications you had with Mr. Depp.
it would.
How long had Tracy Jacobs been Mr. Depp's agent at the time Mr. Depp terminated Tracy Jacobs?
And again, Adam, same instruction to the extent that that answering the question requires you to disclose communications that you had with Mr. Depp. I would instruct you not to answer the question.
This
It
is
would.
this is not
Was it
relevant.
Mr. Depp's decision to terminate Tracy Jacobs?
Again, I would instruct you not to answer that question because that could only have come from Mr. Depp in the
I instruct
communication
you
with
not
you.
to do this because this is
I
a
accept
waste
the
of.
instruction.
After you began representing Mr. Depp filed a lawsuit against Joel Mandel, Mr. Depp's former business manager, correct?
Son of a gun.
That's correct.
And you represented Mr. Depp in that lawsuit against Joel Mandel and his company, did you not?
I did.
But it was Mr. Depp's decision on whether to file the lawsuit against Mr. Mandel and his company. Would you agree?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question because it would require disclosure of communications between Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman as to who was advising who as to filing the case against TMG and the Mandel brothers. So I would instruct you not to answer.
I'm one of the same thing, Team ABBC.
I accept the instruction.
Did Mr. Depp have the ultimate decision-making ability with respect to the lawsuit against Mr. Mandel and his company?
And again, I would instruct you not to answer to the extent it requires you to disclose attorney.
Why are you here? Why are you here?
After you began representing Mr. Depp filed a lawsuit against Jake Bloom, Mr. Depp's former attorney, correct?
This is weak.
That's correct.
And you represented Mr. Depp in that lawsuit against Jake Bloom and his law firm,
have
did you not?
mercy.
I did.
But it was Mr. Depp's decision on whether to file the lawsuit against Mr. Bloom and his law firm. Is that correct?
Again, I would instruct the witness not to answer to the extent it requires him to disclose attorney-client communications.
It would.
And Mr. Depp, though, was the ultimate decision maker in connection with any decisions made in the litigation against Mr. Bloom and his law firm. Would you agree?
Same instruction not to answer. It's basically the same question, gussied up a bit. So same instruction not to answer.
I accept the instruction.
So nothing.
After you began representing Mr. Depp filed a lawsuit against the Sun newspaper and its editor-in-chief, Dan Wooten, correct?
Correct.
For purposes of this deposition, I may refer to the lawsuit against the Sun and its editor, Dan Wooten, as the UK lawsuit or the UK litigation. Will you understand those references to mean this?
I will.
What was your role in the UK litigation?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question because it necessarily
Why are they showing
requires
this?
him or would require him to disclose his communications with his client, Johnny Depp.
Can't you cut through all this BS? I thought you edited all this crap. Cut through
You
all
represented
this.
Mr. Depp throughout the UK litigation.
Give us the
correct?
just give us the bullet points. Come on.
Again, I would.
And Mr. Depp
Thank
alleged
you.
in the UK litigation that the Sun and Dan Wooten had committed libel by accusing Mr. Depp of being a, quote, wife beater, end of quote, and committing domestic violence against Amber Heard, correct?
That's true.
It was Mr. Depp's decision on whether to bring the UK lawsuit against the Sun and Dan Wooten, correct?
And again, I would instruct the witness not to answer I would instruct him not to answer because it perforce would require him to disclose attorney-client communications as to the thought process that went into filing that particular lawsuit.
Brilliant.
I accept the instruction.
After you began representing Mr. Depp filed suit against Amber Heard, his former wife, correct?
That's correct.
And you represented Mr. Depp in the lawsuit against Amber Heard from March 1, 2019 up until October of 2020. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it was Mr. Depp's decision on whether to file the lawsuit against Amber Heard. Is that correct?
Would instruct the witness not to answer that question based on attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
And Mr. Depp is alleging in this lawsuit that Amber Heard defamed him by suggesting that he had committed domestic abuse against her, correct?
Yes.
As part of your representation of Mr. Depp, you contacted potential witnesses. Is that correct?
Again, I would, that is attorney work product and that is protected in Virginia. So I would object on that basis, but you can answer that question, yes or no.
Yes.
You also spoke with the press on Mr. Depp's behalf, did you not?
And I would instruct the witness not to answer to the extent that it requires disclosure of any communications between yourself and Mr. Depp.
Exactly, fatal. But why do we have to watch this crap? This is
and
boring.
therefore,
Oh my
Therefore, I
God.
accept the instruction.
Elaine.
how frequently did you communicate with the press on Mr. Depp's behalf?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question because impossible to do so without disclosing attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Why did you communicate with the press?
Same instruction not to answer on the same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
What were you hoping to gain?
Same instruction not to answer the question.
I accept the instruction.
You remain Mr. Depp's primary counsel for all of his affairs. Isn't that correct?
I'm going to instruct the witness not to answer that because I don't think you can answer that without disclosing your communications with Mr. Depp. And we have to be consistent.
Like, I'm sorry, guys. This is.
Mr. Waldman, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as exhibit number 3. Did there come a time in 2018 that you contacted Rolling Stone about writing an article about Mr. Depp?
And to the extent that you cannot answer it without disclosing communications with Mr. Depp, I would instruct you not to answer.
Somebody needs to make that a song.
I think it would implicate discussions with Mr. Depp. So
Somebody out there.
The author of this article, which was published on June 21, 2018, is Stephen Roderick. Were you present when Mr. Roderick interviewed Mr. Depp?
You may answer that question yes or no.
It's not yes or no. I was there for some of it.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Fascinating. What did you eat?
Was the Rolling Stone interview before or after Mr. Depp filed suit against the Sun and Dan Wooten?
I'm not sure.
Do you recall whether the publication of this Rolling Stone article was before or after Mr. Depp filed the lawsuit against the Sun and Dan Wooten?
I don't.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at page 10. And it says on page 10, it was Adam Waldman who first contacted Rolling Stone about writing a story about the injustice being done to Depp's reputation and bottom line. You see that? Well, before you go there, Mr. Waldman, I asked you a question. I just read that and said, do you see that? Would that,
Oh my God.
can you answer that question?
I thought I answered yes, but yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. And is that an accurate statement?
No.
What is inaccurate about it?
It says it was Adam Waldman who first contacted Rolling Stone. That's incorrect.
What is correct?
What is correct is that I was not the first to contact Rolling Stone.
Who first contacted Rolling Stone?
Mr. Depp.
I'm going to ask the question, notwithstanding, why did Mr. Depp contact Rolling Stone?
I would instruct you not to answer that question.
I accept the instruction.
Did Mr. Depp authorize you to have communications with Rolling Stone to set up this interview?
Instruct you not to answer that question on the grounds of attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
And this is what's so crazy.
Did you
Why?
assist Mr. Depp with publicity?
Why would they bring him on if
Mr.
there's
Depp's
attorney-client privilege?
I would instruct
All this-
you not to answer on the grounds of
I would
attorney-client
instruct you
communications.
not to, on the grounds of attorney-client privilege.
In your view, does assisting Mr. Depp with publicity constitute legal work?
This is some bull.
The witness
some
has already
boo-ish.
testified he had one engagement for Mr. Depp, and that was a legal engagement. So I'm going to instruct him not to answer any questions about his communications with Mr. Depp.
Why would you bring on his lawyer
Participating
if
in the
he
interview
has,
with the Rolling
if there's
Stones,
attorney-client
were you
privilege?
speaking
Why
on
would
Mr.
you bring him
Depp's
on?
behalf?
Why,
And
Elaine?
I'm going to instruct not to
This is
answer
BS.
Again,
I don't care
think
anymore.
you can
I don't
answer
even
that
care.
question
I don't
without
even care. I don't care
disclosing your
anymore.
communications,
I don't care.
with
Attorney-client
Mr. Depp
privilege.
about authority. So I'm instructing you not to answer.
We
the
already
question.
know about this ish. Like he said it so many
It
times.
was Mr. Depp's choice whether you said anything to the press relating to Mr. Depp. Would you agree?
I instruct the witness not to answer.
At some point, he should just say, "I said what I said." Objection.
You
I just said
reached
it.
out to a number of
That's
other
it.
publications to speak on Mr. Depp's behalf. Do you recall?
Again, I would instruct not to answer to the extent it requires you to disclose communications that you had with Mr. Depp.
It would, and I accept.
There should be I need a counter. I should have put a counter.
Publications did you communicate?
I don't have a
with
counter
on
ability to
behalf
do that.
of Mr. Depp.
And
Same instruction
there
not
you go.
to answer based on attorney-client privilege and attorney work product.
Why,
I accept the
Elaine?
instruction.
Why, Elaine, would you bring
many
this mother
publications
lover
did you
on
reach
if he's
out
still
to on
his
Mr. Depp's
lawyer?
behalf relating to the
Questions,
Perjury
please
case?
answer,
Same
Elaine.
instruction not to answer on the same grounds.
Oh,
I
Elaine.
accept the instruction.
Oh, Fatal, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. I'm going to talk over this because it doesn't even matter anymore. Doesn't
Same
even matter.
instruction on the same grounds.
Yeah, because it's all going to be same-ish,
Same-ish,
just same-ish. I'm so
How many
tired of this.
publications did you reach
Dominic,
out
thank you
to
so much for the
concerning
$2 super chat.
allegations that Mr.
This
Depp
is
had
AH
used?
presenting her
Same
counterclaim.
instruction, same
Yep.
grounds.
What is
I
this
accept
crap?
the instruction.
He can't answer nothing.
Mr.
Not the dumb
Waldman, you
thing.
had a Twitter account, did you not?
You have a Twitter account?
When did you begin that Twitter account?
I'm not sure of the date.
Dear Lord.
Approximately when?
Are you really
I'm
asking
not
about
even sure of the
twits?
year.
Was it prior to 2005?
Are you really asking about his Twitter
Do you want me to
page?
speculate?
I want you to give
Oh,
me your
yeah,
best
go ahead.
estimate. Okay.
I'm really not sure of the year. I couldn't put a
Oh
specific
my
date on it.
God.
Do you
Please.
If you
recall?
want to give me ranges, I can
Where's
try.
Johnny's knife? I just want to
Do you recall how many years you had the Twitter account?
Not precisely.
just end
no.
it. Just end it for me.
Was it more than a year?
Just end it for me.
I think so.
Was it more than 3
Just
years?
end it for me.
I don't think so.
Elaine!
You had your Twitter account suspended, correct?
Yes, that's true. My Twitter account was suspended.
Okay, where's the
Do you
relevance
recall
of
when
this?
that was?
Did you say something about the vid? You say
Not
something
with
about the poke?
specificity, no.
That's what I'd like to know.
Do you recall why?
Son of a Gretchen, thank you so much.
Well, I wrote several letters to Twitter to ask why I was suspended for life.
Why doesn't
from
he
their
just
platform.
instruct him not
And
to justify
the
it,
response
testify
that I
at all?
received was multiple violations of their policy. So I asked, could they name one example of those multiple violations? And they responded by saying now they were appealing, without my asking them to do so, my suspension. And that's when they sent me another note that I was suspended for life.
Wow. What did you
So
say?
just so the record's clear, so.
Did you say something about
have been
January
suspended
6th?
For life by Twitter?
You talk about
Yes.
January 6th?
Okay. Do you have a Twitter account now?
Well, Elon has it now, so
No.
still no.
Do you
Okay,
still
surprise,
communicate
surprise.
with the press relating to Mr. Depp?
And I
Where's that
would
other
instruct the witness not to answer the question to the extent that it requires you to disclose communications between
Tanya.
you and Johnny.
Tanya, thank you so much for the $2
It would,
Canadian
so I accept
dollars.
the instruction.
Thank you, thank you.
Do you still communicate with the press on Mr. Depp's behalf?
Same instruction,
What is this?
same grounds.
Why did she ask about the
I accept
twits,
the
though?
instruction.
What does that have anything
Has
to
Mr. Depp
do?
ever
Oh
asked
my
you
God.
not to speak to the press?
Same instruction, same grounds. That clear on its face, it would require Mr. Waldman to disclose his communications with Mr. Depp, which
Why do you
he
keep
will not
asking these freaking
It
questions,
would, and I accept
Elaine?
the instruction.
Come on, man.
Would you
Dang.
have followed Mr. Depp's direction if he had asked you not to speak?
She's
to
just
the
going to
press?
ask the same
I will
question.
instruct the witness not to answer because it's an end around the attorney-client privilege. Clever, but I'm going to instruct the witness not to answer.
Isn't Elaine a
I
lawyer?
accept the instruction.
Don't she know about
Has
the
Mr.
ground
Depp ever
rules
asked
of
you not to
attorney-client
speak to the
privilege?
press about issues involving
Have
Amber Heard?
mercy.
Instruct the witness not to answer
Oh
the
my-
question on attorney-client privilege.
I mean, it's like
I accept the instruction.
it's like a broken record.
Would you have followed Mr. Depp's direction if he had asked you not to speak with the press about issues involving he and Amber Heard?
And I will instruct not to answer on the grounds of attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Jesus.
Has Mr. Depp ever asked you to correct or retract any statements you made to the press relating to Mr. Depp or Mr. Heard or Amber Heard?
Would instruct the witness not
Dory,
to answer on the grounds of
let me just say this.
attorney-client privilege.
I'd like to know why too.
I accept the instruction.
I'm trying to. Thank you so much
Would
for
you
your
have
support.
followed Mr. Depp's direction if he had asked you to correct or retract any statements you made to the press relating to Mr. Depp or Amber Heard?
Same instruction, same grounds.
Appreciate the $5 super chat.
Instruction.
By the way, Dory, thank you.
Have you ever asked
Yes,
the
absolutely,
press
absolutely,
to
Sarah.
correct or retract
They should not have brought this
any
man in
statements you have
or
made to
submitted
the
this
press relating
to this
Mr.
trial.
Depp or Amber Heard?
I want to make sure I understand the instruction. Are you saying you instruct not to answer in the event it implicates privileged conversations with Mr. Depp?
Yeah, I think I'm going to instruct not to answer.
Okay, thank you. I understand.
I'm thinking I'm just going to do that.
Mr. Waldman, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as.
This is his
Exhibit
lawyer.
number
Oh my
4.
God. Come on,
I'm going
guys.
to try to blow it up.
This is idiotic.
It's kind of hard to read.
Oh my Lord.
Um,
Oh my
and
Lord.
It's an article from July 3, 2020 from Mail Online. This is Daily Mail Online. Do you see that?
I do.
No.
Good
Actually,
point, Amy.
If I'm just going to go to
Good point.
page 8.
This is not
I'm going to
helping
ask you to
Amber
take
Heard's
a look
side, like at all.
Following, it says, Adam Waldman, Depp's lawyer, said afterwards, quote, Amber Heard and her friends in the media used fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and a shield, depending on their needs. They have selected
Thank you for
some
that
of her
correction.
sexual violence hoax facts, quote facts, end of quote, as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. Do you see that?
I do.
Did you make that statement?
Thank you, Joanna. You guys
I
make the
believe I
show
did.
amazing. You guys make the show amazing. So thank you, Joanna.
Did you make that statement on behalf of Mr. Depp?
Instruct the witness not to answer that question on attorney-client privilege grounds.
Yeah, he can't answer nothing.
I accept the instruction.
He can't answer nothing.
Why did you make the statement?
Same instruction, same rationale. You can't answer the why question without disclosing attorney-client privilege. So I'm
Yeah, well,
instructing
he
not
did
to
say
answer.
Amber Heard and her friends in the media
Were you
used
representing
fake
Mr. Depp at
SV
the time you
allegations
made this statement?
as both
And that- and in
a
any event,
sword-
I'm going to instruct the witness not to answer
as
that
both a
question.
sword and a shield, depending on their needs. They have
apologize.
selected
Actually,
some of their
didn't hear the question.
some of her
I didn't hear the
SA
instructions
hoax
are public.
facts as a sword,
Fair enough.
inflicting them
Amy,
on
did
the
you
public
read that?
and Mr. Depp. That's the reason why he is here. Okay,
One
that's the
moment.
reason why he's here, because of these statements that he made. And I'm
Were you
sure.
representing Mr. Depp at the time you made this statement?
I would instruct the witness not to answer on attorney-client privilege grounds.
Now, new voice.
Thank you. I accept the instruction. Sorry for that.
But that's one of the reasons why he was kicked off of Twitter,
Discuss this statement with Mr. Depp before making the statement.
because he thinks these
Same
are all
grounds.
lies too.
Instruction.
Did you
So there you go.
discuss the statement with Mr. Depp after making the statement?
Same instruction, same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
I need to like.
Was Mr. Depp aware either before or after that you were making this statement?
Same instruction, same grounds.
Yep. He said, "I say what I
accept the
said."
instruction.
Did you make this statement with Mr. Depp's authorization or agreement?
Same instruction, same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
Was Mr. Depp aware that you were speaking with the press?
Right there.
Same instruction, same grounds.
Immortal. Thank you.
I accept the instruction.
Immortal said what I needed to say. You know what
Did
I'm saying?
Mr. Depp ever ask you to retract or correct this statement?
Same instruction, same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
If Mr. Depp had asked you to retract or correct this statement, would you have retracted or corrected it?
Same instruction, same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
If Mr. Depp had told you that the statement was not correct, would you have corrected or retracted it?
Same instruction, same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
Did you rely upon any statements or evidence from Mr. Depp in making this statement?
Same instruction, same grounds.
Yes, I accept the instruction.
And if you could bring up exhibit number 5. Mr. Waldman, I'm going to be asking you a question about a specific statement in this one. If you would like to read the article first, you are certainly at liberty to, and you could take control now and do that.
Thank you, I will.
It says, this is, I guess, I didn't set the stage here. This was the Daily Mail published on July 3rd, 2020. And I'm going to now direct your attention to page 9. Depp's lawyer, Adam Waldman, said the various discrepancies prove that nothing heard and her friends said about the events of May 21, 2016 could be considered credible. Do you see that?
Hearsay.
Damn.
Then I'm going to direct your attention, Mr. Waldman, to the next statement. Quote, quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and a publicist, and then placed a second call to 911.
But do you blame him? Do you blame him for thinking that?
Did you make those statements?
There are two parts to what you've shown me. The first part didn't have quotation marks around it.
And I'm not asking about that. I'm sorry.
Where it said nothing could be considered credible, that's not quoting me. The part with the quote marks, I believe I said that, yes.
So starting from quite simply through (911), you stated all that. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Did you make these statements on Mr. Depp's behalf?
Instruct the witness not to answer on the grounds of attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Why did you make these statements?
Same instruction, same reason.
I accept the instruction.
What were you trying to convey to the press in making these statements?
Same instruction, same reason.
I accept the instruction.
Did you discuss this statement with Mr. Depp before making these statements?
Same instruction, same reason.
I accept the instruction.
Did you discuss these statements with Mr. Depp following making these statements?
Same instruction, same rationale.
Yes, I accept the instruction.
Was Mr. Depp aware either before or after that you were making these statements?
Same instruction, same reason.
I accept the instruction.
Did you make these statements with Mr. Depp's authorization or agreement?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Was Mr. Depp aware you were speaking with the press?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Did Mr. Depp ever ask you to retract or correct these statements?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
If Mr. Depp had asked you to retract or correct these statements, would you have retracted or corrected them?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
If Mr. Depp had told you these statements were not correct, would you have corrected or retracted them?
Same instruction, same basis.
Accept the instruction.
Did you rely upon any statements or evidence from Mr. Depp in making these statements?
Same instruction, same basis.
Accept the instruction.
Mr. Waldman, I'm going to ask you to take a look at exhibit number 6. This was another Daily Mail online, July 3, 2020. And if you would like to go ahead and read the article, this would be a good time to do it.
Thank you.
Mr. Waldman, we were looking at Waldman exhibit number 6, and it's the Daily Mail from July, just lost her there, but July 3rd, 2020, and you were going to scroll through it, and I think we had some technical difficulties, so we took a break. Have you had an opportunity to review it, or do you need to now?
No, Ms. Bredoff, I just saw the screen for the first time, so may I read it now?
Absolutely. I'm going to ask you to turn to what is the 11th page, the last page you just finished reading. And I'm going to direct your attention to some specific words that are attributed to you. Do you see that it says Depp's attorney, Adam Waldman, said? Thank you. Okay. You see Depp's attorney, Adam Waldman, said. Do you see that there, Mr. Waldman?
I do.
Okay. And then I'm going to direct your attention to specifically the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. Do you see that?
I do.
Did you speak the words, quote, the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp?
I'm not sure. It appears as I look at this that there are quote marks around the statement, and that suggests that I did. I don't remember saying these particular words, but
what does that?
It appears so.
What does that have?
Do you have any reason to believe that you did not say the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Ms. Johnny Depp?
No, I have no reason to doubt that.
Were you representing Mr. Depp at the time you made this statement? I'm going to refer to it as a statement. I'm taking specific words, Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. Were you representing Mr. Depp at the time you made the statement that included Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp?
Instruct the witness not to answer based on attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Why did you make this statement?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
What were you trying to convey to the press in making this statement?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Did you make the statement on Mr. Depp's behalf?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Did you discuss this
Yes,
statement
Rick.
with Mr. Depp before making the statement?
Same instruction, same basis.
And you're very welcome. But yes, I'd
I
rather
accept the instruction.
I'd
Did
rather
you
watch
discuss
Boo
this
take a
statement
dump
with Mr. Depp following making the statement?
than watch
Same
this
instruction, same basis.
this
I
testimony.
accept the instruction.
Was Mr. Depp aware either before or after that you were making this statement?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Did you make this statement with Mr. Depp's authorization or agreement?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Was Mr. Depp aware you were speaking with the press?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Did Mr. Depp ever ask you to retract or correct this statement?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
If Mr. Depp had asked you to retract or correct this statement, would you have done so?
Same instruction, same basis.
Same instruction,
I accept
same
the instruction.
basis. Hey,
Mr. Waldman, I'm going to ask you to take a look
I'm
at what's
done.
been marked as deposition exhibit
I'm
number 11. And if you
done.
want to take a moment, I'm going to try to make
I'm
it.
done.
Mr. Waldman, I'm just going to ask you.
Make it stop.
Kind of 2.5 pages.
Amber
Go
better
ahead
call
and take
Saul.
a moment
Hell
to
yeah. Yeah,
review it,
Latif.
And then I'll ask you some questions.
I'm just saying. I'm done. Have mercy. Is it over yet? Are we done? Elaine's smiling. Are you that proud of this this deposition? This is trash. It's not helping you at all. I think Elaine is done with Amber too, so she's just like, F you. We're just going to do what it do. I'm going to secure this bag. I'm going to take the L and secure the bag and walk and kick rocks.
Okay, thank you. I've read it.
Okay. So directing your attention to exhibit number 11. So because there's a number of these, so maybe we can just clear it up right from the start. So we have conversations. You look at the top, conversation, 6 messages, 3 parties over 209 minutes. And it has this first one, it has a date and a time, and it has a telephone number. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay.
The public against.
And then it has
against Amber Heard. We
Some
all sue her.
email messages,
$1
they're
each.
text messages. It looks like it starts with Keith Bishop. Do you know who Keith Bishop is?
I do.
And who is he?
Keith Bishop is
That's a good question, Holly.
a publicist who lives in
Check
London.
that out.
And for what publication?
Oh no, he's a publicist. He's an advisor on media.
I see. Did you, at any time, did you or Mr. Depp ever employ Keith Bishop in any kind of public relations role?
Mr. Waldman, I would instruct you not to answer any, I would instruct you not to answer the question to the extent that it would require you to disclose any communications you had with Johnny, either receiving or giving.
I would not be able to answer without doing so. So I accept the instruction.
Okay, and then Mr. Bishop says, and this is on 1/28/2020, Adam, I can confirm a meeting with the Mail Online for Monday, 17th February at 10 a.m. You see that?
I do.
So did you in fact have a meeting with the Mail Online on 17th February?
I couldn't say sitting here now definitively that we met on Monday, the 17th of February, no. But I see this and it wouldn't surprise me if we had.
And was Mr. Depp with you when you had the meeting?
I believe Mr. Depp was with me when we had this meeting.
And you were representing Mr. Depp at the time, correct?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question based on attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
When did you obtain the audio tape that you're referencing in this text message?
And I would instruct you not to answer the question to the extent it would require you to disclose any communications you had with Mr. Depp, your client.
It would, and so I won't be able to answer the question.
Yeah, I'm trying to find out what the list
tape
is.
Did you provide to the Mail Online, the Daily Mail?
In this, are you asking, forgive me, in this instance relating to this text?
Yes.
My recollection is that I gave a pair of audio tapes actually to them. Whether that occurred sequentially or at the same time, I don't remember, but I provided them 2 tapes.
What training have you had in domestic violence?
None.
Have you ever represented any clients who have either been accused of domestic violence
Apparently, yes. Ellen
or
Barkin.
had domestic violence committed on them other than Mr. Depp?
No.
Allegedly, she's supposed to be going on today, but it's all video.
You never saw any.
It's another video.
Say element or elements of things that Ms. Heard claimed, right?
Allegedly, she's going
I
to be
never
on.
saw any element or elements of things she claimed.
Sanguine, thank you so much
You
for the
mean,
$5.
did I ever see evidence
Amateur
with my own
herders
eyes that something she was
are
saying
pulling out
was false?
straws and putting.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes, to some extent I have seen evidence of things that
Literally.
show her statements to be false.
This is all one big ass
Before we
distraction.
get there,
This is a one big.
as best you can recall today, who are the eyewitnesses?
Ellen Barkin
that
should be
you,
up after the lunch, probably.
the 29 or so that you referred to in the text to Christian Carino that you believe disprove Ms. Heard's claims of abuse by Johnny Depp.
I mean, allegedly, James Franco and Paul
It's also
Bettany,
probably
but I don't know if
easier
that's.
to answer by taking a particular incident rather than just thinking of names of people. So
No.
Maybe this is a good illustration that is a helpful answer. On May 21st, 2016,
No,
and
not James
I always
Franco.
view this as one of her central claims. It was the one she put on the cover of People magazine. It's the one she led with when she went to get her temporary restraining order. The phone to the face incident on May 21st, 2016. That's her claim, and that she was further beaten by some appendage of Mr. Depp in the face, and her hair was pulled. And she showed up on the 27th in court with a lot of bruises on her face. So there are 2 police officers, one domestic violence trained female police officer, who testified over and over and over that there was no damage to the penthouse, which Ms. Heard claimed was destroyed. That's a direct quote, destroyed. There are, what I can think of, 9 other witnesses, the majority of whom are either neutral or actually, well, Ms. Heard's own witnesses, who have testified in various forums, various times, that there were no injuries to her face whatsoever between the 21st and the 27th, when suddenly there were bruises.
Who are those 9?
Let's see. Laura Divineer, Melanie Inglesi, Amber's own primary makeup artist. Laura Divineer was Ms. Heard's assistant and decorator, and now works for Elon Musk. Hilda Vargas, Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's at the time housekeeper. Samantha McMillan, who was Ms. Heard and Mr.
Stylist.
Depp's stylist, a good friend of Ms. Heard. Isaac Baruch, Ms. Heard's and Mr. Depp's friend, close friend, and Ms. Heard's neighbor in the penthouses. Okay, so continuing on, the witnesses, a list of some witnesses to the 21st, to her claims of violence and damage to the apartment. Trinity Esparza, who was the head of the concierge desk at the Eastern Columbia building, and a friend of Ms. Heard's also. Cornelius Harrell, who I think also worked for the concierge desk, or in any event worked for the Eastern Columbia building, and met with Ms. Heard on the 22nd of May, which meeting was captured on CCTV also. Alejandro Romero, who I believe is head of security at the Eastern Columbia building. And I think Brandon Patterson also testified about the absence of bruises. And I should even distinguish, because we're talking about the notion of a hoax, I should distinguish these people specifically have given testimony that she was uninjured between the 21st of May up into perhaps the 25th or 26th of May. And then of course she appeared bruised again on the 27th. Some of them have testified that even after the 27th, they were with her and she appeared and that she appeared bruised.
Thank you.
During that period between the 21st and the 27th, I'm not sure if I've listed 9 plus the 2 police officers, but I think that's an illustration of what I was referring to when I in the question you asked me about.
Can you please pull
Waldo
up
doing math? Baby Waldo
labeled ARW 660
doing math.
Sorry, but you do believe that the pictures and videos Marilyn Manson sent you helped disprove Ms. Heard's allegations, correct?
Pictures and videos.
As to that incident, Thanksgiving, perhaps 2013, I think those videos and photographs, yes, demolished her claim.
Have you communicated with other social media?
What videos and pictures, baby?
Users about this case, other than public messaging platforms? Let me ask that differently. Have you communicated privately with other social media users about this case?
Mrs. Buddha, I have no idea. I don't know how this helps her at all.
Social media, I want to make sure I'm precise. Other social media users?
Yes.
that group would include almost everybody on earth.
That's what I'm
Have
saying.
you provided
LJ.
information about this case to other social media
Marilyn Manson coming
personalities
through
who
in the
then
clutch.
post that information?
I've provided information episodically to what I would call internet journalists, and I'll define that as journalists who are not affiliated with, you mentioned, I think, NBC a moment ago, or a mainstream media outlet.
Have you communicated with a social media user who goes by the name That Umbrella Guy?
I've had several
That umbrella
phone
guy.
calls
Wow.
with the person who goes by the name That Umbrella Guy. I don't actually know his real name.
Wow. Shout out to That Umbrella Guy. He's in
Have
the
you communicated with him other than through phone calls?
he must be so honored right now.
I don't remember doing so, no.
Bruh, that's amazing.
What are other?
That's
well,
amazing.
Let me ask you this: have you communicated in a similar fashion with someone on social media who goes by the name That Brian Fella?
Yes.
Wow.
What about someone who goes by the name The Real Laura B?
Yes.
Wow.
And have you communicated to those
Any of those
individuals
YouTubers.
listed
That's
evidence
funny.
that you believe suggests that Miss Heard's allegations are hoaxes?
I would say I communicate with the internet journalists because we put them in a category calling them that. I've done that.
That's hilarious.
Exactly the same way I would communicate with mainstream media.
Yeah, Tug, man.
If they have questions about evidence or the
Damn.
facts, I'll inform them.
And have you, when you communicate with them, do you do so? You testified some by phone, correct?
Yes.
Do you do so by text or messenger platform?
Largely, I think by phone, but if I communicated in writing, it would be probably by signal.
Can you please pull up the exhibits ALH 17001 to 2, please?
On the screen,
LOL.
exhibit 24.
No, my question, well, my first question
Probably not
is,
Rohit.
is that in that box where it says first on the record statement from me regarding the body cam to RTL, Adam Waldman, Johnny Depp's attorney, is that a statement that you made to a German media outlet called RTL?
Yes.
And in that statement, you say that LAPD have now opened up a criminal investigation into perjury of Miss Heard, correct?
Yes.
Did you make a correction to RTL when you learned that the LAPD wasn't in fact investigating Miss Heard for perjury?
Well, the way you've characterized it is not exactly what I would agree with. The LAPD told me that they were investigating the perjury claim at that time. Then sequentially came the statement. Then came notification from the LAPD that it was actually the LA Sheriff's Department that was investigating it, and that was the last I heard about it.
And who notified you from the LAPD that it was allegedly the Sheriff's Department who was investigating it?
The same desk officer at Foothill. And when I say he's the desk officer, I don't know if that's not necessarily the job title.
How did you find his, do you have his contact information?
I don't think I do. I don't know, but I don't, well, I'm not sure.
And I'm sorry if I asked you this. How did you come into contact with this desk officer?
I brought a binder of information, including the statements that had been made and the evidence showing that those statements were false.
In your view? So you took a binder to the LAPD and spoke to this desk officer?
Correct.
And Was that the only time that you spoke to this person?
The 2 times.
That certain
Were they both in person?
Starlet.
Oh, maybe it's 2 or 3 times. No, no, 2
Yeah.
times we're on the phone.
Crazy times.
Was the
Crazy
first
times
meeting
indeed.
in person when you brought this binder?
No, the first was on the telephone.
So the investigation was opened up at your request after you brought this binder to the desk officer? Is that
No,
right?
I didn't ask him to open an investigation. I filed a claim with the LAPD regarding these perjurious statements that Ms. Hurd and her best friend Rocky Pennington had made to a court.
Was that claim that you filed in writing?
Yes.
Do you know whether that claim was produced as part of your document production in this case? Because I certainly haven't seen it.
I don't know that I ever received a copy of it. It was filed in writing with the LAPD. But I don't recall that I ever received a copy of it.
Did you draft it?
No.
So you were talking to the desk officer and he was taking down notes, and is that the writing you're referring to?
Yes.
Did you ever see this alleged written claim?
I'll check that here in a second for sure.
Did you sign it?
I don't recall if I did.
Did you ever speak to anyone other than your client about this alleged perjury investigation, other than your client and the desk officer?
Well, I think this quote that you've shown me to the media would constitute speaking about it.
Did you ever hear anything more about this perjury investigation to the extent it existed?
Signatures are still
from
at
anyone,
4.2.
any other third party who claimed that they had spoken to anyone in LAPD or the LA Sheriff's Office?
No, I don't think so.
Mr. Waldman, do you have a professional license?
I do.
Do you have your own law firm?
I do.
What is the name of your law firm?
Endeavor Law Firm.
When was Endeavor Law Firm formed?
I think it was in 2005.
And who was it who formed your law firm?
It was I who did it.
And who owns your law firm?
I do.
What is your title at the Endeavor Law Firm?
Managing member, I believe.
And it's none of our business who your clients are, but does the Endeavor Law Firm have other clients other than Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Does Johnny Depp issue you a Form W-2?
I don't think so, no.
Do you receive legal training from Johnny Depp or any of your other clients?
I suppose the practice of law in general is legal training, but if I understand your question correctly, no.
Fair point. Have you ever listed Johnny Depp as your employer on any filings with the IRS?
No.
But you offer legal services to clients, correct?
Yes.
All right, I'll say, do you offer legal services to the general public?
Probably not to the general public, but I offer legal services. I think that's your question.
Okay.
All right. Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, our next one would be Detective Sandanaga, Sandanaga. It's about 20 minutes.
All right, let's go ahead and have that witness. Is that, and go ahead.
We start the questioning.
All right, thank you.
Sandanaga.
Get your name and business address for the record, please.
Marie Sadanaga, Marie, Sadanaga, Sadanaga. And my business address is 100 West 1st Street, Los Angeles, California.
Why does she look like
And
a
what is your current
AI?
occupation?
I am a detective with the Los Angeles Police Department,
Okay.
and I am the department's domestic violence coordinator.
Word.
What does it mean to be the domestic violence coordinator for the department?
So I am recognized as the person most knowledgeable in domestic violence. I oversee how our department as a whole responds to domestic violence. So I don't investigate cases right now myself. I just make sure that officers and detectives are responding to domestic violence how California State Penal Code wants us to.
She said
How long have
penal.
you been with the LAPD?
17 years.
What, if any, policies, procedures, and protocols are in place at the LAPD for domestic violence cases separate from other types?
So once we determine there is domestic violence, we have to determine whether there is a crime.
She's quite
Every
chipper
time
about
we respond
DV.
to a domestic violence call, per state law, we need to document whether it's a crime or just an incident, which would be when there is not a crime, but there's still paperwork done. So that is part of the officer's investigation.
Now, I had asked a little earlier about when the victim is reluctant to press charges. If the patrol officers saw property damage or marks on the face of the victim, even if the victim was not cooperating and did not want to press charges, what would the patrol officers' obligations be back in May 2016 on a domestic violence call?
If officers determined that there was domestic violence, even if a victim is reluctant, our policy is they still make that arrest if a suspect is there or take a report.
So if there are, when the patrol officers arrive at the scene, and this is May 2016, and there are 4 people that are present at the scene, how many of those individuals are the patrol officers obligated to interview? So I'm going to show you the incident call here, and it goes down and it has domestic dispute. And then it says, met with victim, looks like check location, verified husband left, victim advised verbal dispute, and refused to give any further information, issued business card. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. In May of 2016, was the language victim advised verbal dispute language that patrol officers were trained to provide when they were not going to document anything from the scene?
It can vary, but officers would commonly use the phrase verbal dispute or to document when a report was not taken.
Good point, Rohit.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 8. It's dated November 24, 2014. And it's subject domestic violence supplemental report. And it says the domestic violence supplemental report form 15.40.02 has been revised to provide a more concise picture of the history and needs of the victim for the purpose of investigating the crime of domestic violence. Do you see that?
Yes.
What is your understanding of why the LAPD decided that they needed to create a supplemental report form that would give a more concise picture of the history and needs of the victim for the purpose of investigating the crime of domestic violence?
Right. The supplemental includes a lot of questions that are required by California state law. So we included that on it. And the original supplemental was actually created a lot earlier, I believe in 1999. This revision of it added some specific questions to help us look at kind of to do a risk assessment. I'm not sure if the supplemental is attached to this form, but on the supplemental, there's a section where I believe there's like 7 yes or no questions. That is what was added during this revision.
Detective Sadanaga, I'm going to show you what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 9. And do you recognize this supplemental report?
Yes.
Is this the supplemental form that was referred to in exhibit number 8?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if we look at this and we start out on the left-hand column, and it has a number of different observations to make of the victim. And it includes shaking, unresponsive, crying, scared, angry, fearful, calm, agitated, nervous, threatening, apologetic, under the influence of alcohol, under the influence of drugs, or other observations. And it says document in narrative. All right, are these typically characteristics of victims of domestic violence?
Yes.
I'm going to turn your direction to the crime scene now. And the same question, there's a number of different items on here, including location, vandalized, ransacked, and personal property damage, furniture disarray, broken. What is your understanding of why these are included on this list?
My understanding is that these are things that are typically at a crime scene or can occur. So things that we want officers to look for and mark when they take the crime report.
And as with the questions I had on the characteristics that are on the list for the victims, are these items that are also discussed with the police officers in their training to look for in even making the determination whether a crime has taken place?
Yes, they are.
Is there a scenario under which the patrol officers decide that there's no crime, but they see property damage and injury and take photographs?
I mean, every situation is different. I believe, well, one way, if we have a situation like that occurred, then there should be a domestic violence incident report. So there is a place to document your observations and statements from people and a reason to have those photographs.
Even if ultimately the officers determined that it wasn't a crime.
And yes, that's why domestic violence incident reports are reports where there are no crime. And that is why we have them, so we can document and have a history of calls and see, in case there is another call in the future, that there is prior history of any type of domestic call, even if it was not ultimately ruled a crime.
Hey, Ed, how you doing?
Would that incident report include if there were interviews with witnesses and if there were any photographs or notes taken?
Yes, there is still a narrative that is written where everything, the officer's investigation and observations and any photographs are listed.
And was there an incident report in place in May of 2016 for patrol officers to use in domestic violence calls?
Yes.
Could you please describe the purpose of an incident report as of May 2016 and what was included typically in an incident report?
So the purpose of domestic violence incident reports were to record when officers responded to a call of domestic violence that did not result in a crime. They are actually required by state law for us to document every domestic violence incident that we respond to. And in that report, it's the same I keep calling it a face sheet. That's not the official term, but the same as a crime report that we would take it on, but you fill out the information. You just do not list a suspect because we have no crime. It's the victim who was in fear that the other party may cause some type of danger to them. And that other party is then listed as a witness. And then there is a narrative that is included, the same type of narrative that would be in a crime report, where you would write down your source of activity. The officers would put their source of activity and then document their investigation. The statements that anyone made, as we ask on domestic violence calls, what type of relationship it is, how long they've been together, any prior incidents of domestic violence. All that would be included in the narrative of an incident report.
And would any photographs or other notes also be included in the incident report?
Yes, they can be. If there was anything that they saw that officers believe needed to be documented in there.
And where would an incident report, and I'm again back in May 2016, where would that be filed or stored once the patrol officers were done with their shift for the day?
The officers would turn in their reports, including any incident reports, to the watch commander, who would read over it and sign it off. And if it is approved, it would go to our records unit at that division to create a report number on it. And then it does get assigned to a detective, just so that we have it on file in case there's any future incidents.
Do officers at some point have to make a determination as to whether domestic violence has occurred?
Yes, they do.
Okay. What criteria do officers use to make that evaluation?
They use the interviews with the parties that are there, what they observe at the scene, even what they observe, like the demeanor of the victims and the suspects. Every situation is different, but it's really like taking in the whole 360 of where you are and what's occurred, so they can get all information to make that educated determination if a crime has occurred.
Can you just generally describe for me the circumstances under which a domestic incident report is used?
Oh, we take a incident report when we determine there is no crime, but that one of the parties is in fear that either their life was in danger or they could be a victim of some type of serious bodily injury. So the third incidents you would have, or where we don't take the incident report, is where both parties state it was an argument, there was no physical injury, both parties say we weren't afraid that the other was going to do any type of harm to me.
Okay. And so in that case, in that third case that you just described, would there be any documentation required typically?
On that third one, when we don't have the fear, so it makes it no incident report, it's only documented on that daily field activity report.
It's about how I asked a line of questions earlier on in the deposition about victims of domestic violence being reluctant to come forward and speak up. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Is that a significant problem in dealing with domestic violence calls?
Yes.
Is that a problem that you have personally experienced on your own calls?
Yes.
Okay. When confronted with a person who's unwilling to make a statement. Is there much that a police officer can really do if you have somebody who just refuses to make a statement and refuses to indicate that they have suffered violent abuse?
It's not too much. Usually we teach them to talk about the cycle of violence and power and control and see if we can, start a rapport with the victim and get them to discuss. But if they really don't want to tell us what happened, we can't force them.
If a potential victim has visible injuries, or that there are indications at the scene that there has been some sort of violent episode, does the fact that the potential victim declines to make a statement mean that the officers can't go forward?
Good question.
No, not necessarily, because they would need to investigate more, but you do have the visible injury and, evidence of some type of struggle. So they would need to try to get that probable cause to determine that it was a crime that created that injury.
There were a number of questions asked
Just a few
about
more minutes here.
if observed injury, if observed property damage, back and forth. And both of us have asked you a lot of questions about this. And so I just want to make sure that it's very clear. If a police officer responding to a domestic violence call sees injury, regardless of whether the victim cooperates, what is the police officer's obligation? This is as of May 2016.
To do an investigation to determine if that injury was a result of a crime.
And that investigation would include what?
It would include interviewing anyone that is at scene, seeing if there's any type of physical evidence of altercation, or depending on the story that was given, if there's corroboration of that, seeing if there's any witnesses. Kind of depends. Each one's different, but just doing a thorough investigation.
Doing their
If
job.
one of the other witnesses took the officers through the entire premises and showed broken glass, spilled wine, and a number of areas of disturbance and vandalism, what would the officers' obligations be then?
The officers would still need to determine if there was enough evidence there from these witness statements and the things that they're seeing to determine if this injury is a result of a crime.
What discretion do the police officers have when they see an injury on the victim when they reported to a domestic violence call? And this is as of May 2016.
The officers still need to do an investigation if there is a visible injury, because they have to determine if it was a crime.
So one of your roles, if I understand it, is to make a determination of that the police, the LAPD as a whole, how you're overseeing how they respond to domestic violence calls, correct?
Leading.
Yes.
And let me ask it just a little bit differently. In making the determination of whether to create an incident report, what, if any, factors can the officer consider if the victim does not want to press charges, but the officer still believes that an incident report is appropriate under the circumstances?
It would, if an officer determines that there was not a crime, yet there was enough there. And I guess what I'm trying to say, I mean, the purpose we have to think about, that we tell the officers the purpose of domestic violence incident report is for documentation of incidents, because we know with domestic violence, there's usually a series of incidents that happen, and not all of those are crimes. So for us as officers, we document those. So in the future, if there is a crime, we can go back and say there have been all these other incidents. So as officers, we kind of take that into our analysis of the scene. And if we can't determine whether a crime has happened, we have to think about, do we need to document this so maybe sometime in the future people know that this happened?
All right, thank you.
Lunch
Ladies
break.
and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our lunch break at this time. Again, do not do any outside research and do not discuss the case with anybody, okay? We'll see you back in an hour.
All righty then. All righty then. Well, as you guys can see, they brought in a detective of basically a detective, or sorry, not a detective, an officer of DV and all that, which I thought was a very good.
1:45. Is your next witness on a deposition, or it's gonna be live? All right, so we'll take care of
Oh,
the
it's
TV.
going to be
All right,
live.
so at 1:45.
Thank you, baby Jesus. Have mercy. It's been taking forever. Been taking freaking forever. Anyway, let me get this out of here and get my brother Ed Herman.
Hello.
Crouppen, how you doing, my brother?
I'm doing good. What's been happening today?
Well, they brought in a whole gang of different people today. A lot of it I don't think was relevant at all. But then they brought one of Johnny Depp's lawyers on, and that lawyer who was basically saying a lot of things on, like he was doing interviews and stuff outside of, before any court, any lawsuits happened. He was basically just kind of putting in his 2 cents about things, and basically saying like this is all a hoax and it's all a setup and so on and so forth. And of course, Elaine on Team Heard's side was trying to basically get him to talk, like trying to make it seem like Johnny Depp was speaking through his lawyer and having his lawyer say these salacious things to the press. But it was constantly getting objected because it was attorney-client privilege. It was violating attorney-client privilege. So for a good 40 minutes of their deposition, it was just objection over and over and over and over again. But now we're at this, and there were a couple other ones in the beginning as well that I just didn't think that were relevant. His agent came on and spoke about how he was on sets during this dark time between, obviously he was with Amber Heard and all that. His financial advisor, the same financial advisor that overlooked the fact that there were 17 years of back taxes that he owed the IRS millions and millions of dollars. I'm forgetting the first person. I don't know why I'm forgetting the first person. But anyway, all those people were just completely irrelevant. All of it. To me, it was like, and this is all coming from Team Heard. So now we go to this part, which I think is the most important part, which is an officer that is in the DV or domestic violence department. She said a lot of very revealing and important things here, but does that still support or help Amber Heard's narrative?
Well, get specific. What were some of the things you heard her say that you thought to yourself, that's interesting. That's a new fact.
Well, one of them. One of the main things. Let's start off with one of them. It was basically saying, "Hey, when one of the lawyers said, hey, when you see broken glass, things in disarray, do you would you kind of set those things up? Would you at least put those in report or write those things down just in case somebody wants to file?" Or report it later on. She said, yes, we would do that just in case. There were other parts. If you saw moments of things that seemed a little strange to you, would you or any other officer do whatever they need to do to maybe investigate a little bit more into this without having the victim say, give you a thumbs up, allowing the victim to authorize?
Did you believe her? Did you believe her? I mean, let me tell you, my experience, and not just with domestic violence stuff, but
Sure.
crimes like assault in general. In fact, we just had this with what happened with Will Smith and Chris Rock. How often do you hear them say the victim didn't want to press charges? Usually, once the victim says they don't want to press charges, the police just drop it. They don't really do much with it. And a lot of people looked at the Will Smith thing and they said, whoa, who cares if the victim wants to press charges? We all just witnessed it with our own eyes. We saw exactly what happened. There's never been a crime committed that has had a larger audience than that slap, than that assault. And yet, despite the fact that we all saw it, the police still didn't pursue the matter. And they used as their excuse, the victim doesn't want to press charges. Well, that happens in domestic cases all the time. What they'll say, are you willing to go on record? Are you looking to press charges? And if the victim says no, are the police supposed to continue investigating? Are they supposed to have notes and files and records? I imagine they're supposed to, but I also imagine that once a victim says they're not going to press charges, my guess is that most departments just sort of let that go. And they probably rationalize it saying, you know what, we don't want to escalate the drama going on in that household. And so if we start investigating and getting warrants and all that, we might be putting the person in even greater jeopardy. I'm not saying that's accurate, Pascal. I'm saying that may be how they rationalize it in their own mind, that they don't do more record keeping and follow up. So, I don't know exactly what point they were trying to prove in all of that there should be a record of these things somewhere, and that record doesn't seem to exist. Like, I assume that's what Johnny Depp's lawyers were trying to point out in that cross-examination.
That's the vibe I was getting, that they were like, hey, would you go further on? Would you at least hold on to that information? Would you investigate more into it, so on and so forth, if you walk into a place that is, as Amber Heard said, destroyed? If you see a place that looks that way, wouldn't you report it? Wouldn't you say that there is some sort of DV? So I'm just saying that I found those responses to be fairly interesting, because if you see
interesting. Well, let's see. I mean, it only becomes interesting if we see, okay, so from what you're telling us, there should be reports. There should be notes somewhere from what the officers saw whenever they showed up here. Where are those notes? I mean, if those notes exist and we could actually see what was written down, I mean, that might help flesh out the overall picture.
Right.
But honestly, my guess is that those notes don't exist. And Depp's team is trying to make the point that, there's a reason those notes don't exist. And they're going to say, you heard their expert. If they had seen evidence of this, this, and this, they would have written it up, kept a record, even if Amber wasn't pressing charges. And yet they have no such record. Therefore, it didn't happen. It didn't exist. This is all going toward their argument that he himself is not guilty of the type of abuse that she has accused him of in her op-ed.
I think it's just, I guess I find it a bit strange, because they had cops that were there during some of these different incidents saying that they walked in, they saw no signs of anything. Now, I guess, I know you're not a cop, but I'm just going to ask it to you anyway, as if you are. But if you go into a place and you're a cop and you see a place that's in disarray, let's just say it is in disarray. You see a person red-faced, so on and so forth, saying that there was an altercation inside of their home, broken glass, things are thrown all about. Wouldn't you automatically think that there is some sort of domestic dispute actually going on? Why would the cops just walk away? Is that just plumb laziness, or did something not actually happen? in that space.
And we don't know. I guess that's where the existence of notes will, show that, now that she is established that no, the officers would still keep a record. They would still record the facts, even if the victim wasn't pressing charges. So now the next question, of course, becomes, okay, do you have any such notes from any of these visits to the Depp Heard house?
Mm-hmm.
And of course, there won't be any notes, Pascal. Who are we kidding? She can say that because she's not the officer that's expected to do the work. I don't mean to, it could be that the officers were incredibly caring and incredibly thorough. And if so, there should be notes. But it wouldn't surprise me that on a lot of domestic calls, they get a lot of domestic calls. I mean, that's most of what officers are responding to are domestic calls.
Yeah.
So I don't think most police departments have the time or the resources to fully investigate every single call unless there's enough evidence upon their visit to substantiate it. And generally, if the victim doesn't want the matter pursued, and in the officer's mind, the victim is the one that was affected here, and if they're not going to, get on board and push this thing, then they really can't dedicate a lot of their resources to that matter. I mean, I'm not saying that's the way it should be. I'm just saying that I believe that
Right.
that's the way it is.
Right. No doubt. Real quick, I just wanted to say, Omu, hopefully I'm saying that right. No, I was just saying that hypothetically. Yes, the officers that came in actually said that they saw absolutely nothing. But then there's photos of things thrown around, broken glass, so on and so forth. So of course, it raises questions. Now, the question, the next part I have here is this, and it's kind of the same thing I said yesterday with you, Ed. First off, thank you so much for being here. But what I find very weird is, what is this? All this that we've been watching so far today has done nothing for the Amber Heard narrative, for the Amber Heard side, for their argument. I don't see why they're bringing all these witnesses in where a lot of it is a nothing burger to me. And I'm wondering, as a lawyer, why would they bring these useless people to come in and fill up time?
Well, I think that they were, they're hoping to, first of all, there's a lot of different elements of the case. And, let's not gloss over the fact that the damages are a big element. It's possible that they thought, you know what, if we could raise some other issues that might account for the fact that why Johnny Depp has not been getting certain projects that go beyond just this. Remember, one of the things Depp has to prove is these statements were made, they were a lie, and they are the reason I lost out on this money. So I guess that part of what, like, for example, talking about how he is on the set, having somebody talk about that kind of stuff, she may be trying to develop a narrative that says, whoa, don't jump to the conclusion that these studios didn't want to hire Johnny Depp because of my op-ed. There are plenty of other reasons why they wouldn't want to hire him. His behavior on the set, the drama that comes along with him, his age. He doesn't look exactly like he did when he started this out. He used to be a heartthrob, and now he's getting a little scarier in his appearance. And that's why even like the drug stuff, why that becomes so relevant. Because at a certain point, the defense attorney wants to say, listen, Depp has not been able to establish. You didn't hear any witness say, we were going to offer him this job for X number of dollars. We read the op-ed. We thought, we don't want to be in business with this guy. So we threw him off the picture, and they're going to point to that because what they're trying to do is, even if the jury concludes that her op-ed contained false statements, he still has to prove that those false statements are what caused him to lose that money. So she may be trying to poke some holes in that aspect as well. As far as this last witness and whether or not there would have been a report or not, I think that, and I didn't see the direct examination, but my guess is what they were trying to establish is the idea that, that these incidents happen. And the reason there's no records is because Amber didn't want to make it public and she didn't want to press charges. That's why in the cross-examination, the attorney was like, even if the person didn't want to press charges, if you saw something, you'd have a record of it. And of course, on the plaintiff side, they're trying to show the reason you don't have a record of it is because they didn't see anything when they got there that aroused suspicion. They realized that there didn't appear to be anything to investigate, and that's why there's no notes. Jeez, we got some weather coming through here now.
Yeah, we got some serious storms coming through right now. Yeah, so this might get a little sticky here. I have you know how it is. It's the internet. You know, storms like to mess with everything on the internet. But yes, but that's the thing. That's the problem I have. If you don't have the evidence, at least for the side of them trying to, let's just say, dismantle his persona, his character, who he is as a person, who he is as a employee. Let's just be real, because he gets hired to do these jobs. If you don't have the actual proof of those things, then why present something that doesn't have any backup?
You know, for the same reason, I mean, remember, a person's direct testimony is evidence. It doesn't have to be corroborated. You hope that it can be. You hope you can back it up. But don't say that a person's testimony requires additional evidence. The testimony itself is evidence. You know, it is a firsthand account, whether coming from a victim or a perpetrator or an eyewitness. Those are firsthand accounts. Testimony is evidence. It is sworn testimony. Now, what's not evidence is anything that the attorneys say. The opening statements are not evidence. The closing arguments are not evidence. Only that which is presented during the body of the trial. Only exhibits that have been put into evidence count as evidence. Only exhibits that have been published to the jury can be seen by the jury and requested by the jury. But don't get under the impression that a person made a statement with no evidence to support it. Their statement in and of itself is evidence. Now, you may want more. You may want corroborating evidence, but that to me explains why people would go on and testify to something, even though they may not have any way to back it up. You know, it may be that their only way of proving it is, I lived it, I saw it, and I'm going to tell you what I lived. I'm going to tell you what I saw.
Gotcha. Okay. And that's fair. That's totally fair. I mean, I feel like a lot of this was in the very beginning, up until this DV officer, head of the Department of DV or something like that. Outside of that, it was a lot of character witnesses, right? A lot of witnesses that were there to break down who Johnny Depp is. I forgot. The first guy, correction, the very first guy was one of his best friends of 40 some odd years, something crazy like that. So, and he just talked about how he's like, you know, naturally a jealous guy, so on and so forth. But none of them said anything about ever seeing him put his hands on Amber Heard, ever. They heard stories, or they would show up to places after a fight, so on and so forth, but they never actually saw him.
Does that surprise you, Pascal? I mean,
no.
Isn't that how most families are? This kind of stuff goes down behind closed doors.
Absolutely.
Saying that you didn't personally witness the domestic violence is to me the same as saying you didn't witness what went on in their bedroom. No, because those things are private. These things happen behind closed doors. Most incidences of domestic violence do not take place in front of any witnesses. They take place privately, and that's why they're often reduced to he said, she said, unless there's other physical evidence, to support the allegation. And then you still have to prove what caused that physical evidence. So even if she had a black eye, although it's compelling to see that, you still are kind of taking her word for how that happened. But does that really surprise you that there are no eyewitnesses to the actual physical abuse? There almost never are. This isn't like a mugging on the corner of a street. This is behind closed doors, potentially domestic violence.
So what do you think is the next move for Team Heard? What is the next, let me just say this. What's the next productive move for Team Heard here?
I really think that since Amber has come off so unlikable, I know this sounds crazy. I almost think they have to embrace that. I've said it to you before that, they can win this case if they can convince the jury that the relationship was so intense, so chaotic, that it's not a stretch to think that somebody would hit her. I mean, you could use her unlikability to your advantage. You can have people saying to themselves, even though most people hopefully do not commit acts of domestic violence, but if you get people on the jury saying to yourself, you know what, if she were doing that stuff to me, I'd have hit her too. But here's the thing, that argument and that belief helps her case, not his, because all she has to prove is that what she wrote in the op-ed most likely was her truth. It doesn't have to be the all-encompassing truth. It doesn't have to be objective. She's not a reporter. It's an op-ed. An op-ed, by definition, is an opinion piece. So it doesn't have to be even-handed. She doesn't have to give it context, but it has to be truthful. So that's why I say, if I'm her defense team and you see how unlikable she's come across to the public, you have to assume the jury's seeing it the same way. You almost have to embrace that and say, listen, you've heard everything about this relationship from both sides. It was not healthy. It was a disaster. Mutually so. Mutually so. Own your piece of it. They both laid hands on each other. They did. This isn't a stretch for us to believe. He's just a man. He's not a superhero. We all lose control. But they laid hands on each other. They did horrible things to each other. They brought out the worst in each other. They both triggered each other. And when she wrote the op-ed, what she wrote was her truthful experience from her perspective. The proper response from Johnny Depp shouldn't have been this lawsuit. It should have been an opposing op-ed saying, you know what, you heard her half of the story. Now it's time to hear mine. And for him to win, he has to prove that what she wrote was false. Not that it was incomplete, not that it was out of context, but that it was false. And then, of course, so the defense has to hit hard on that. Think what you will about her, but the more you dislike her, the more it becomes believable that he probably hit her. The more triggering you find her, the more grating you find her, the more it becomes believable that he took hands against her. And so, I hate to, but I would appeal to the human side of people, the side that says, you know what, listen, she may have triggered him, but if he pulled the trigger, just like, look, Chris Rock obviously triggered Will Smith.
Right.
But what Chris Rock did was not illegal, and what Will Smith did was. She may have triggered him. She may have been a gigantic bee. But if he lays hands on her, he's the one there that technically crossed the line. And that's what she wrote about in her op-ed. And then, of course, the second thing the defense has to do is really try to show that the damages here can't be pinned on the op-ed. It can't be. And to that end, they can say things. Listen, this guy has a long history, of drug abuse, of wrecking hotel rooms. I don't know if that's come up or not, but I remember that back in the day. He's got a temper. How many hotel rooms did he trash? And we read articles about the enormous bills of the damage left behind. If he has that side of him that gets violent when he's been drinking or using coke, again, all of those facts helps her in two ways. Makes it more likely that her version of what happened is true. And it also gives her stuff to point to say, listen, these are the reasons why the studio just didn't want to deal with them anymore. You can't say it was one op-ed and that was it. You want to try to point to other things that could have turned the studio against Johnny Depp.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
And I see what you're saying. I guess my question also too, though, is, well, I'm gonna segue. I'm gonna move to another subject matter here really quick, and it has to do with Amber Heard. I don't think I've asked you this. I've asked you this a while back, but now that there's been more information, her sister was on the stand, all that. They've had two opposing stories. Of course, she's sworn under oath, all that. There's been stories of her committing perjury. We're talking about Amber Heard here.
Yeah.
Now, what further? What could be in store for her if they find out? Because we've seen in Technicolor, it's hard to avoid the the things that she has retracted or has changed the truth on while she was on the stand. So that's something I wanted to talk to you
You're
about.
not going to see anything happen to her beyond this. This, whatever the outcome here, again, I think it's going to be, it's a punishment for both of them having to air all their dirty laundry to the entire world. Generally, you don't see actions for perjury. It's there as a threat. But you know, listen, if she loses the case regardless, then they're certainly not going to do anything, because whatever lie she might have told did not help her win the case. So if she loses the case, there definitely won't be any further action. Now, if she wins the case, and if the plaintiffs were able to prove that you know, her lie, you know, her perjury directly hit one of the elements of the case, it may help them on a potential appeal, but I don't think that there'll be any repercussions for either one of them beyond what the jury decides. They're going to decide the claims. They're going to decide the counterclaims. They're going to decide if either side gets any money. I think that, you know, we like that as an overall system. We prefer that. We prefer that juries listen to all the facts, weigh them, and come to conclusions. We don't really like to see procedural technicalities or procedural crimes, stuff that's just directly, you know, with the government, you know. So my feeling is, once the jury rules on this, for all intents and purposes, the matter is over, except for the possibility that the losing party will file an appeal, which you can expect.
Yeah, I see. Okay. Okay. Now,
if she wins, there won't be an appeal. I don't think Johnny Depp will waste any more time or money with it, because his overall goal of winning back the public opinion has already been accomplished. If he wins and she loses, she will absolutely appeal, because she doesn't have the kind of money that he could potentially win here. And that's going to put her in a very desperate situation where she has no choice but to continue the fight in the hopes that she can get overturned or knocked down considerably if the jury awards a large sum of money.
Gotcha. Well, the question is too now. So Amber Heard got off the stand. Obviously, in my personal opinion, she got off the stand a little too early, in my personal opinion. I think that Johnny Depp's Team Depp had plenty of opportunities to go in on her and expose more truths here, okay? But outside of that, is there still a possibility of her being called back on to the stand?
For sure. There always is an opportunity for her to be brought back up. I would be surprised, but not completely. I mean, sometimes if a bunch of witnesses come out and they say stuff that she needs to explain, like, you know, the lawyer can sense, shoot, you know, all these things came out during cross-examination of our defense witnesses, and the only person who can really put those things in context or answer those questions correctly is Amber herself. And so you have the possibility they would bring her back. But if they brought her back, normally it would just be to further explain some of the negative information that came out after she, you know, was questioned in the first place.
Gotcha. AF, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. He says, or they say, there are consequences for conspiracy and collusion. Amber and her friends hoaxed JD in the evilest way possible. Now, I feel like a little bit more on that side, a little bit, that there was an opportunity for him to leave. He left after maybe an altercation or a fight, whatever it may be, and they created a narrative. That's what a lot of people are speculating right now. What are your thoughts?
Those are criminal charges, though. You know, that's not really that wouldn't have given rise necessarily to him having a civil claim against them. Those are criminal charges that, again, the prosecutor, upon hearing the stuff, has every right option to pursue if they want to. But I don't think that they will. I think that once this case is heard and decided upon, I think everybody is going to move on with their very, very busy lives and busy schedules. There are other criminals out there with violent crimes that require the attention, the resources to prosecute them. And my thinking is, a bunch of people setting up a lie to go after Johnny Depp, they're not going to occupy themselves with that type of criminal conspiracy. It's just not, in the grand scheme, it's not a big deal. It's only a big deal because it may have cost them a bunch of money. But whenever you're talking about money, you're talking about a civil claim. Okay. Whenever you're talking about punishment, like jail, you're talking about a criminal claim. And the fact that there may be big civil damages aren't going to necessarily make a prosecutor's office push on a criminal activity that they would otherwise not push on. Again, if he wins the case, Johnny, he will have gotten his justice in everybody's eyes. He will have proven his case, been awarded money. And again, once people have gotten their justice like that, other agencies, they don't feel compelled to pursue additional matters. They just don't feel it. In an extremely serious crime, you will see it from time to time. If in a murder case, like the fellow who killed murdered George Floyd,
Mm-hmm.
he had state charges, and then there were also federal charges. And a lot of times you won't see that. A lot of times once you've gotten convictions on the state side, you don't see the federal side still pursuing their claims. In a serious matter like that, you do see it. And there are other matters of that magnitude. But on something like this, I don't see it. I think that this case will be the final dispositive matter that we hear, and that it's not going to be worth anybody's time and resources to start looking for additional claims here.
I see. Okay, we got another one. Res Q. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. He said, or she says, sorry, he didn't lay hands on her, ergo, not an abuser. Ergo, op-ed defamatory. Big difference between wrecking hotels and abusing women. Remember the 80s? And absolutely, I do remember.
Absolutely true. Now, bear in mind, I think when you say abuser here, you mean a physical abuser. I don't think that not laying hands on her doesn't mean he's not an abuser, but we are talking here physical abuse. And if he never laid his hands on her and he can prove that, then that's absolutely defamation, no matter what he did to hotel rooms. If he can establish that what she said was a lie, she said physical abuse, and he can prove no physical abuse, he absolutely deserves to win if that's the case. I think he's going to have a hard time convincing the jury that there was no physical abuse. I think that there was physical abuse on both sides here. I think that they had the most messed up relationship that I think has ever been, put on display on an international level like this. I want to believe him. I definitely feel like everybody else does that he's come across much better in this situation that she has. But can I say definitively that he's proven to me that he never laid hands on her? I don't know. I can't say that.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like that's the hardest part. Because it's he said, she said, or she said, he said right now.
Proving a negative is, it's like the hardest thing in the world.
And
how do you prove you didn't do something? How do you prove you didn't say something? I mean, it's really hard.
Yes. And I mean, that's the biggest problem I'm having right now as well, because clearly both two very volatile human beings, very toxic human beings, got together and had a very toxic relationship. So for me, I'm kind of going, okay, I would sit here and say maybe he didn't put his hands on her as an aggressor, but maybe hands on her to protect himself. That could very well be it too. Or the language of violence was brought into their relationship earlier on, and they just, when they would lash out on each other, they would just lash out. And that's just how it was. But I do think it was a mutual thing, most definitely.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Ed.
that's the challenge. That's the challenge.
Most definitely. Yeah, I mean, obviously, as this trial starts to continue, right now, I'm just not seeing anything from Team Heard, in my personal opinion, that is coming in as something that's solid, that is just like bang. I feel like right now, more than ever, Amber Heard's testimony, and then when she was cross-examined, man, it was devastating. It was devastating for her entire side, personally. Now, there's possibilities things can swing back around. Apparently actress Ellen Barkin is supposed to be doing a video deposition later on today. Allegedly, she's supposed to be on. They have somebody coming up.
What is she going to be talking about?
Allegedly talking about Johnny Depp on the set of Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, but I don't know. She was part of the deposition in UK when when Johnny Depp was trying to sue the Sun, which he lost, of course. But Ellen Barkin was one of those key witnesses that came in and spoke on behalf of Amber Heard. So she's coming, or they're using some video deposition again for this trial as well. But then we do have a live person, finally somebody live coming into court to sit down. We don't know who that is, or I don't know who that is, but hopefully it'll be somebody crucial, at least to save her argument or to demolish her argument even more, because her lies keep on getting exposed one after the other. It's very, very interesting. So hopefully they come in with stronger witnesses than the ones that we've seen as of late, to be really, really honest. But Ed, because it's about that lunchtime and there's a little bit of time, I'm going to go and grab some lunch myself. But thank you so much for being here. I really do appreciate you taking the time. Oh, thank you, AF. Thank you for the $20. Thank you. Yeah, got married. I'm very excited about it. Thank you so very much. But Ed, can you tell everybody where you can they can find you and check your stuff out?
Sure, absolutely. Of course, I'm with the law firm Brown and Crouppen. If you have a legal matter or legal question, you can visit us online at getbc.com. Or you can call our office in the St. Louis area. It's all 2s. In the Kansas City area, it's all 7s. And if you want to see our entertainment videos, you can go to bctv.com. Watch all your favorite episodes of Ed Versus, Three Lawyers Eating Sandwiches.
Yes.
And, we are better at law than we are sandwiches, and we're pretty good at sandwiches.
Yes. Oh, yeah. And I've been on one of their shows before. It was a really, really great time. Yeah. They keep everything very entertaining, and they're damn good lawyers as well. So please go check them out. But Ed, of course, you'll be seeing Ed, a lot more of Ed on this channel, for sure. So again, I appreciate you coming on. Many thank yous, and enjoy your lunch, my brother. I'll talk to you here soon.
Enjoy yours. Take care.
Thank you, man. Peace. So guys, it is about that lunchtime. So even myself, I'm gonna go and grab some lunch really quick before this, or grab the lunch so I can sit here and watch with you guys. It looks like they're gonna be getting back up and running in about 20 minutes. I mean, I'm gonna keep this stream going, because there's no point of me cutting this off and starting all over again, because it's only a few minutes away from now. So I just wanted to give you guys a heads up. This is the time to go grab some lunch. Okay. And go grab some lunch. Come on back. We're going to watch the rest of this ish. Okay. Oh, Beverly, his YouTube channel is bctv.com, like Brown and Crouppen, bctv.com. And also on YouTube, just go to BCTV. You'll find it. Boom. Okay. They got some really great content over there. Like he said, there is he's got Three Lawyers Eating Sandwiches, which is a really great show. He's got his show called Ed Versus, which is just extremely well thought out, very well produced, very well written. And then and a gang of other shows on there as well. So go check it out, bctv.com, and hit that subscribe button over there. Okay. And also, please, before we go into our intermission and whatnot, hit that like button down below. Send it past 1K real quick. I see over 1,000 people, 1,000 souls. We've been fluctuating between 11 to 1,300 people. So when you come back in, hit that like button down below. Do not forget to do that. And please hit that subscribe button, okay? Be great to have you a part of the Pascal Show family. All right, guys, I will be right back. It is time to get some food. I am starving. I'll see you guys in a couple minutes. Peace.
Are we ready for the jury? Sure. Sure.
I'm still waiting on my lunch, but I am here with all y'all. Looks like things are going to get popping again here very soon. If you haven't done it yet, hit that like button down below. And we'll be getting this thing on and popping. I wonder who's next. They said it's an in-person testimony, so I'm really curious as to who's next. So I'll just be sharing my lunch with you guys because I had to order something because I don't have time to cook anything right now. So I'm going to eat like a fat kid. Enjoying some Cheez-Its.
So,
Best things in the world.
Okay.
Jury's coming back in. Sweet Indigo, anytime, no problem. It's my pleasure. Next week might be a little hairy, but I'm going to see what I can do to move some things around. I ordered a pizza, Sandy.
Next witness?
I ordered a pizza.
We call Ron Schnell.
Very St. Louis of me. Emos
SCHNELL.
all day.
Thank you, sir. All right.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
I'm Ron Schnell.
And what is your current job title, Mr. Schnell?
I'm a director at Berkeley Research Group.
And could you briefly describe your educational background since high school?
I have a master's degree in computer science.
Do you have an undergraduate degree?
I do not.
And
Right
can you
on,
explain to
Mystic.
the jury why not?
When I was a kid, there was a lot of publicity about me because I was a professor at NYU. When I was 14, NYU actually offered me to go into their freshman class when I was 14, but I decided that I wanted to experience the social aspect of high school. So I turned them down, but by the time I got to college, they skipped me from undergraduate to graduate.
So when did
Wow.
you receive your master's degree from Syracuse University?
It wasn't until 2008, actually.
And why wasn't it until 2008?
So because of my previous background while I was at Syracuse, including I did work at MIT in the artificial intelligence lab for the two founders of artificial intelligence, Patrick Winston and Marvin Minsky. I was immediately lured to industry even while I was in graduate school, and eventually they offer you enough money where you
Very
have to take
funny.
them up on it.
So when you were lured away from Syracuse University, what did you do?
I worked at Bell Labs on something called the Unix operating system. Unix is an operating system, which is the core of the computer, what makes everything work. Microsoft Windows is an operating system. Mac OS is an operating system. You may have heard of Linux, which is, Unix was the predecessor to Linux. So I worked on the kernel of the Unix operating system at Bell Labs.
And when was that approximately? What year?
1986.
And how long did you work at Bell Labs?
A couple of years.
And what did you do after Bell Labs?
After that, I was lured away to IBM. So I worked at IBM on their version of the Unix operating system, which was called AIX, also working on the kernel and managing other programmers working on the kernel.
And can you just briefly explain what the kernel is?
Right, the kernel is the center of the operating system, so it actually controls the piece of software that controls the whole computer. So it gets down to the bit level where it's actually really everything that goes on in the computer has to go through the kernel.
And what did you do after IBM?
After IBM, I founded a startup company.
What was the name of that startup company?
It was called Secure Online Systems.
And what did Secure Online Systems
STL all
do?
day.
It was a company that wrote software for mainframe computers running the various versions of the Unix operating system.
And were there any other investors in Secure Online Systems, Inc.?
Yeah, my business partner in that was Sylvester Stallone.
And what eventually happened to Secure Online Systems?
Well, it was, as I said, a software product that ran on mainframe computers running Unix. And we actually completed the product and it ran very well, but mainframes running Unix kind of ceased to exist back then, so we had to shut it down.
So what did you do after the company shut down?
Then I went to work at Sun Microsystems, working on their version of Unix, which is called Solaris, also working on the kernel.
And approximately how long were you there at Sun?
Approximately 5 years.
And did you also work for Drivers Aces, Inc.?
Right. Coincident with that, I also founded another startup called Driver Aces, and we wrote what are called device drivers to run on the Unix operating systems. A device driver actually teaches the computer how to talk to hardware devices, so it also runs within the kernel.
Have you founded any other startups?
Yes.
And what was the other startup? What was at least one of the other startups?
So the last startup I founded was called mailcall.com, MAIL. And that was a startup that allowed you to read and manage your email on your cellular phone before there were smartphones. So a computerized voice would read you your email and you could speak a reply into the phone or send it to a fax machine, basically let you manage your email on the road.
And what happened to mailcall.com?
He's wicked smart.
I sold that to a public company in 2000.
And what'd you do after that?
After that, I ended up working at Equifax, one of the 3 credit bureaus in the United States, running software development for their internet marketing division.
And how long were you in that position?
Until 2005.
And what happened in 2005?
In 2005, I was asked to run what's called a monitorship for the DC District Court for two cases, US versus Microsoft and New York et al. Versus Microsoft, the two largest antitrust cases in US history. So I was responsible for running that organization. I hired 93 people over 6.5 years to perform that monitorship.
And what type of work were you doing in that monitorship?
Highly technical work, looking at all of Microsoft's documents and source code and things like that. I can't talk too much about it because of a protective order, but I had special master powers in those matters.
And you said you were in that position for 6.5 years?
Correct.
So that takes us to about 2013, is that right?
It was 11.
2011, okay. And what did you do? What did you do in 2011?
In 2011, I didn't do much until 2013 when I took the role as a director at Berkeley Research Group.
He's here on behalf of Amber Heard.
Correct.
And what are your responsibilities?
I think he's going to talk about the
so I
metadata,
do all sorts of things
on the photos and stuff.
Generally, I consult. I do software projects and manage software projects and architect them. But I also do things like this, where I'm consulting in litigation and sometimes testifying in litigation.
Have you taught any courses?
Yes, I'm an adjunct professor at Nova Southeastern University.
And what classes do you teach there?
I teach computer security and the Unix operating system environment, although since COVID, I haven't been doing that.
And have you published any scholarly articles?
Yes, I have 2 published articles, one related to computer security and another relating to antitrust enforcement using technology.
And what experience do you have in statistical or forensic analysis of social media?
A bunch of the consulting work I've done involves analyzing data from social media. Most of them have been consulting for litigation. Some of them are consulting for non-litigation. Yeah.
And is that work both in civil and criminal matters?
Yes.
And could you describe the work just a bit more in terms of what you've performed regarding statistical or forensic analysis of social media?
I can't talk about the specific cases because I haven't testified on them, and some of them are awaiting indictment, most likely. But in general, it's really the same sort of stuff I've been doing here, analyzing data from the social networks.
That's a good question too. I wonder how much
And what social media platforms have you performed forensic analysis?
All of the major ones.
What are the major ones?
Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, Reddit.
How much of your expert work is for plaintiffs versus work for defendants?
Well, I don't consider myself working for either plaintiff or defendant. I take my role as an independent expert extremely seriously.
Okay.
But looking at whose counsel has hired me over the 9 or so years I've been doing this, it's almost exactly equal.
And how many times have you been a consulting expert?
Including litigation and non-litigation, hundreds.
How many times have you been qualified in court, arbitration, or in sworn court testimony to provide expert testimony?
8 times.
Have you ever been disqualified as an expert by a court?
No.
Do you believe that your testimony will be helpful in assisting the jury understand the facts of this case?
I do.
Your Honor, at this time, I tender Mr. Schnell as an expert in the fields of statistical and forensic analysis of social media.
Any objection?
Your Honor, can we be heard?
Do you want to voir dire?
Yes, I do.
Okay, you can voir dire.
Thanks. Sir, my name's Wayne Dennison. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You made here an analysis of certain tweets and hashtags, right?
Right.
And you made no effort to connect those tweets and hashtags to the statements being made by Adam Waldman.
I'll sustain the objection. The voir dire is just for his qualifications as an expert.
Can we be heard, Your Honor?
If you want to come forward, that's fine.
Interesting. I wonder what they're doing. I wonder what's going on. Do they not think that this guy's credible? Like, I'm wondering what's going on. I mean, from what he's saying, he sounds like he's wicked, wicked smart. So pack the car and have it yacht. So have it. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I don't know what's going on here. Do they not think that he's good enough? I don't know. That's weird. It's about the tweets. So it's about the tweets. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why Team Depp said no, negatory to this. Yeah, I'm confused too, Debbie. I'm still trying to find out what's going on too. What does this all mean? What does this all mean, man? I guess we're going to find out. Okay. Are we back?
All right. So, Mr. Dennison, do you have any objection to him moving in as an expert?
No.
All right. Then I'll move him in as an expert in statistical and forensic analysis of social media. Okay. Yes, sir. Your question.
Mr. Schnell, what were you asked to do in this matter?
So I was asked to do several things. I used the official Twitter APIs to bring in data over several different time spans. Initially, it was April of 2020 to January of 2021, and analyzed various hashtags and things like that.
And what is significant about April 2020?
I understand that April 2020 is related to the alleged defamatory statements by Mr. Waldman.
And you talked about APIs. What does that mean?
So API stands for Application Programming Interface. That is a service that's provided by companies like Twitter so that professionals
I'll be right
can
back.
write programs to query Twitter to ask for various things. In this case, I use two of their APIs. One of them is called the Search API, and that allows you to give search terms, and it will return all the tweets containing those search terms through a certain date range. The other one is called Accounts API, and I use that, again, through a certain date range to return any tweet that contained that hashtag.
And
I should add that it may not be obvious why you need to do this, but if you just do a search on Twitter itself, it's not going to return everything. It's going to return a subset of what is out there. But using these APIs, which you pay a lot of money for, they sort of guarantee that you'll almost guarantee that you'll get everything.
And you mentioned hashtags. I know a lot of people know what those are, but for those who don't, what's a hashtag?
Well, hashtags are a function of Twitter. They're really just part of the text of a tweet or a profile, and it's convenient to put things in hashtags so that when somebody searches, they can search for a particular hashtag and it'll come up.
And did you choose particular hashtags to search for?
I did.
And how did you choose which hashtags to use?
Well, initially I was looking at tweets that would be negative towards Ms. Heard. So I looked through tweets that were negative towards Ms. Heard, and I found that a super majority of them were using one of four different hashtags.
And so overall, what did your analysis find regarding negative hashtags about Ms. Heard from April 2020 until the end of January 2021?
Well, there were over 1,243,000 and change uses of those hashtags during that time frame you just mentioned.
And did you perform an analysis of the negative hashtags from April 2020 until January 2022?
Yes, I did.
And what was the result of that?
There were over another million, so 2.38 million, I think.
And how did you determine that the tweets were negative about Ms. Heard?
Well, I hadn't been asked that until later on in this, but I didn't think that would be in controversy. I mean, some of these hashtags are pretty rude, and it would really surprise me that anyone would think that they wouldn't be negative towards Ms. Heard. But when I was asked about it later, I actually took a random sampling and looked at them and could not find any that were not negative towards Ms. Heard.
And what was the random sampling that you used?
I did two of them. They were 1,000 each.
And how did you determine which 1,000 tweets to use to review in each search?
I wrote a program that
truly selected them at random.
And in your experience, is 2,000 tweets a meaningful sample?
If they're chosen at random in this universe, yes.
Okay. In addition to the 4 hashtags for Ms. Heard, did you review any other? Did you look at any other hashtags?
I did.
And what type of hashtags did you look for?
I looked at what I found to be 6 hashtags that would be negative towards Mr. Depp.
Okay, but Michelle, could you put up demonstrative 1, which is on the 5th page of attachment 4 of Mr. Schnell's expert designation. Mr. Schnell, did you create this chart?
I did.
And what data is this chart based on?
So this is based on the search API from Twitter, and it rolls up the number of tweets with the various hashtags by month of these 2 years. 3 years.
Your Honor, I'd like to make this a demonstrative Schnell demonstrative 1, or do you want it to be a?
If I could get it one of the numbers since it's really part of the record, just.
Okay, can we call it Schnell demonstrative 1, and then I will give you a number?
Well, the last number I have is 1837. I don't know.
Do we know if that's the last?
Can
we make it? How about we make it 1900? That way it's not. Can we just make it 1900?
That's perfect.
Okay.
All right, 1900 it is. Any objections to demonstrative?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you can publish that.
And is this a chart you made, Mr. Schnell?
It is.
Okay. And at the top here, there are hashtags that are in yellow. You see that?
I do.
Okay. And if we go all the way to the right, well, first let's scroll over to the left here. I apologize. You see in 2020, there's the months of June and July.
I do.
Okay. And what are these columns? First, tell the jury what they represent.
So each of these is the number of tweets with the hashtags, with the corresponding hashtag during that month.
Okay. And if we look at the first one in yellow, you see that first hashtag, the 4th one over?
I wondered the same thing, LJ.
And are there any, what does it show from 2018, frankly, to July of 2020?
There were none.
And then what happens in August of 2020?
Well, there's a remarkable jump from July to August of 2020. It goes from 0 to 13,878.
And if we scroll to the right, the last 3 hashtags, which are highlighted, or shows the difference between June and July. What did your analysis show?
Well, you can see that June is about at its steady state. In July, there's also a remarkable jump.
And that's for all 3 of those hashtags?
That's correct.
Okay. And the hashtags, if the hashtags that are in blue are the ones related to Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Oh, by the way, what is your understanding of when the last alleged defamatory statement was made by Mr. Depp through Mr. Waldman?
My understanding is that it was the end of June of that year.
Of 2020?
Yes.
Now, looking at the hashtags that are highlighted in blue for Mr. Depp, for the months of November and December of 2018 and January of 2019, what does your analysis show?
Well, I see a remarkable jump in November of 2018. And then it starts to, well, it goes way down in December of 18 and January of 19.
And do you know when Ms. Heard wrote the op-ed in this matter?
My understanding is that it was December of 2018.
And if we go to November of 2020 for the hashtags related to Mr. Depp, if you see the difference between October of 2020 and November of 2020, what do you see there?
I also see a large jump from October to November of 2020.
Okay. And if we look at the last hashtag in blue that says Johnny Depp is a wife beater, what does that show what did your analysis find in terms of tweets with those hashtags?
It looks to me that also, I mean, there are none prior to, well, a little here and there. There are single digit ones, but prior to November of 2020, there are basically none. And then it jumps up to over 2,000.
And do you know what happened in November of 2020?
My understanding is that's when the UK trial ended.
Okay, so we can take this down. And can you put up demonstrative 2, which will make 1901, which will identify as 1901.
Very good question,
Fine,
Mrs.
1901.
Butter.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
It makes you work
1901
harder
can be
all
published.
day because you must be doing something right. If you got haters, you must be doing something right.
And Mr. Banya, what data is this chart based on? Oh, I did the same thing. Mr. Schnell, what data is this chart based on?
This chart is actually based on the data we just looked at, but out until January of 2022. And it's just another way of displaying the numbers in graphical form so that we can see peaks and valleys.
And what are the dotted lines?
So if you look at the top, you can see that the dashed lines are the negative hashtags towards Ms. Heard, and the solid ones are the negative hashtags towards Mr. Depp.
And what is being shown here? In your analysis, what is shown with the tweets related to Ms. Heard?
Well, you can see that there's a huge spike in February of 2020, which I believe Mr. Waldman just testified that that's when he leaked an audio tape of some kind. There's also a notable, remarkable spike in July of 2020, in November of 2020, and then in March of 2021.
And the spike in February 2020, that came before the alleged defamatory statements, correct?
Which one?
The spike in February 2020.
That is correct.
And even though that spike came in before the alleged defamatory statements, even taking account for that spike, what time period has more negative tweets about Ms. Heard, before or after April 2020?
Right. So even taking into account this really large spike in February of 2020, and you look at from the beginning of 2018 until the beginning of 2022, there are a majority of the negative tweets are between April of 2020 through the beginning of 2022.
This is crazy.
And
this whole thing's crazy.
Do you recall at your deposition being asked that a spike in negative hashtags occurring before April 8th, right before April 8th, 2020?
Objection, hearsay.
I would ask about his attorney.
Overruled. Good.
I remember questions regarding particular dates, yes.
And what's your understanding as to why there was more negative tweets in April 6th and April 7th than April 8th, 2020?
Objection, no foundation.
Was there more negative tweets on April 6th and April 7th than in April 8th, 2020 as it relates to Ms. Heard?
Right. If you look at the day-by-day counts, which I supplied to Mr. Depp, and you can see that there's a spike that begins on April 6th and goes for a few days. So April 6th is, to my understanding, before what people are calling the alleged defamatory statement.
And did you look at the tweets for April 6th and April 7th?
I did.
And what did you find?
I found that there are Waldman statements that are the same as on the 8th, on the 6th, and the 7th. The Daily Mail on the 6th and Vanity Fair on the 7th.
And what terms were being used?
Well, hoax is certainly used in each of them. I think abuse hoax is used in one of them. I don't have it in front of me, but generally speaking, in the 7th, I think it's the same exact terms that are used in the one on the 8th, but the 6th may be slightly different, but it has the word hoax.
Okay. If we can go to the second page of this demonstrative. What's being shown in the second page of this demonstrative?
So this is generally, it's the same data as the first one, but I've removed one hashtag, the Justice for Johnny Depp hashtag, because it kind of overwhelms all the others because there are so many of them. And by removing it, it sort of rescales the graph and you can see the others much better. And even though they looked really tiny in the previous page, you can see that they're big numbers, over 100,000 and stuff. So this shows, and if you look between the two, you can see that the curves are the same. So it shows like a mathematical correlation between all the hashtags.
So what do you mean by mathematical correlation?
Well, they're correlated. You can see the numbers go up and down at the same place.
So I'm understanding the hashtags are essentially all going up and down at the same times?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. And can we put up demonstrative exhibit 3?
Which will make 1902.
1902.
That's
Yes,
fine.
thank you.
All right, any objection to 1902?
None as a demonstrative.
Yes, okay. You can publish that.
Mr. Chanel, did you create this chart?
I did.
And what does this chart show?
So what I did was I took the data that I supplied to Mr. Depp, which was the original data from April of 2020 through January of 2021, and I searched it for certain key terms, specifically hoax, fake, and fraud. That's what it's representing. The top part, anyway.
And the top part, if you look at for hoax, fake, and fraud and this is within the negative hashtags or it's misheard?
Right. This is only searching through the ones that have one of these 4 hashtags in them.
Okay. And if you look at the total, oops, I'm putting that in black. Let's clear that. Well, you saw the line there. What's the total number of times it was used
Thank you,
in
DeCrevy,
the negative tweets
for the
either
20.
hoax, fake, or fraud?
81,121.
It's delicious.
And did you perform any other searches on the data?
Ireland.
Yes.
Thank you
And
so
what
much.
searches
All the
did you
way from
perform?
Ireland. Thank you so
I
much.
also looked in that same data for references to Waldman by itself, or Wald, and then followed by anything followed by Mignon or Minions, Minion, depending how you want to pronounce it. It's sort of a portmanteau of Waldman and filet mignon, I guess, or Minions.
He's geeking out.
And look for those in
Did
the
you
same
see him
data.
geek out there?
And in terms of the percentage of the amount
was amazing.
of times Waldman or Waldmignon was used in the negative hashtags from April
Yeah,
2020
crushing a pizza.
through, is it
Crushing
January 2021?
The percent?
Yeah, what's the percentage?
St. Louis style
Yeah,
pizza,
so
baby.
I found over 25% of
All
the
day.
negative hashtag tweets, or 1 out of every 4 on average, had either Waldman or Waldmignon.
And I see you ran searches for hoax, fake, fraud, rather than abuse hoax in quotes or sexual violence hoax in quotes. Why didn't you run those searches?
Objection compound.
Overruled.
So so if I put them in quotes like that, say abuse hoax in quotes, that would require that it show up in exactly that way with the same spacing and the
Wait,
same
boats
order.
and hose?
So if it said something like there was abuse and there was a hoax, it wouldn't get caught. So if I take the quotes out and search for them separately, search for things separately, that'll cover it and make sure that I catch everything.
And based on your analysis of these searches within the negative hashtags, what are the results of these searches mean?
Well, obviously I can't read what's in people's minds, but
You ain't wrong, Patricia.
when I
Thank
read
you for the 10.
The disclosure of Mr. Depp's expert, Mr. Banya, he stated that if these terms, particularly the Waldman term,
Objection hearsay.
He's an expert.
Overruled.
if these terms had shown up a lot of times in the negative hashtag tweets, then that could show that they were, paraphrasing the impetus of why people tweeted these. So I sort of adopted Mr. Banya's opinion on that and found this large number. So I agree with Mr. Depp's expert that this could show a substantial correlation.
And to what level of confidence do you hold the opinions you just provided to the jury?
to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty.
Thank you, Mr. Schnell. I have no further questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Samantha, Irwin, yeah, he's passed off. Amber's passed off. she's passed.
Sir, this is the first time that you've testified as an expert as in the field of statistical and forensic analysis of social media, isn't it?
I've consulted on litigation for it, but it never got to testimony. That's correct.
This is your first testimony.
Testimony, yes.
Right. And you've never been involved in a defamation case before.
Thank you, Immortal.
That's correct.
And with all the trolls out
you're
here
being
with fake
compensated
accounts
for
and
your
such,
time here today.
I don't understand how much this
Correct.
Berkeley
should be
Research Group is being
credible in a
compensated,
court case.
At
Yeah, I'm wondering
$600
too.
That's what they're
There's so
getting.
many bots
Right.
and fake things out here, Immortal. I
And
just
you're
don't know
aware that
how.
Mr.
I would say the same
Depp is
thing on
being
Johnny
sued
Depp's
based
side
on
too.
allegedly
When he had
defamatory
his little
What are the dates? of
egghead
those
guy, tech nerd on too.
My
How
understanding
much of
is
that
it's,
is credible?
There was something around April 8th, I believe April 27th and June 24th, somewhere in the end of June.
Okay. And where do you understand those statements to have resided?
In the public media.
In any particular article or?
I didn't consider that.
All right. So you're not offering an opinion on how widely the articles that contain those statements were read?
That's correct.
And you're not offering an opinion as to how many people actually saw the language that's been attributed to Mr. Waldman?
Only a minimum number of people who could have seen it based on the tweets that referenced him.
Okay. And you don't know even where those references appear in the articles?
I'm not sure what you mean.
There are statements by Mr. Waldman that appear in articles. Do you understand that?
I do.
Do you know in what portion of the articles the statements appear?
I've looked at the articles, and from that, I've seen where they appear.
And where, in general, do they appear? In the middle, the end? What's your sense?
That I'm not sure of. I mean, the ones I looked at on the 6th and 7th, I think they were
That's because you're beautiful, Lady J.
towards the top.
You're gorgeous.
So you testified that you reviewed a number of hashtags.
Don't ever
you
forget
deemed
that.
Were negative towards Ms. Her.
Mrs. Buddha, yes, I'm bored too.
That's right.
I don't care
Yes.
about this tech stuff
And
because
the four
when it comes to
you
all
picked,
this,
at
it doesn't
least
matter
the
to me.
negative ones.
But the only thing that they're trying to say
Justice for Johnny Depp.
is that this
That's from one of them, right?
That's right.
trying to show that this
Amber Heard is an
op-ed
abuser.
had nothing to do,
That's one of
or
them.
That is one of them.
on their side, they're trying to
We
make it
just
seem
don't
like
you, Amber.
they were
That's one of them.
already
That is one of them.
And the
talking
last one
trash
was
on
Amber
her
Turd, right?
because of this
That's-
op-ed
that
that
is
she
another
put
one.
out,
Okay.
because she stepped
And
forward.
these four hashtags
So they're trying to
you
show that
identified
her
and searched for,
Fame,
you have no,
reputation
you don't believe they have any
was already
connection,
tarnished
or you testified that you have no connection
on social
to these
media,
three Waldman statements.
which to me doesn't
The
matter.
hashtags aren't connected.
It doesn't
to
even
Waldman.
matter.
Well, I did an additional analysis that did show how many of those had Waldman connected to them, and I found that 1 out of 4 of them did.
Right. But when you were deposed, you were asked
truth, though.
whether these were related.
So keep smiling.
These particular hashtags were
Okay.
related to any of the Waldman statements.
Keep
and
smiling.
you said no at that time.
Keep
I
shining.
said more than that. I
knowing
did.
you can
I said I didn't
always
know,
count on me
and then I
for
said
sure.
I'm basing my.
That's what friends are for.
I'm looking at
See what I'm
Mr.
saying?
Banya's opinion,
You're
where
welcome.
he says they would be.
I've totally
if they were
lost my
in large
voice.
number, and I'm adopting his opinion and agreeing with him that they must be connected.
So you're adopting an opinion that hasn't been rendered in this case yet by anybody but you.
Well, I know that Mr. Banya.
Has testified.
Okay, what I'm saying is I know that Mr. Banya's disclosure says that he is expected to come to that opinion.
All right. But the only person who's ever expressed this opinion to date in this courtroom is you, correct?
I wouldn't know. I haven't watched everything. I've watched a bit.
So
but
you're adopting your own opinion.
No, I'm adopting the opinion that I read in Mr. Banya's disclosure.
All right. And that's not the opinion you had during your deposition.
I think I did make reference in my deposition to what Mr. Banya said, and that I agreed with it.
Court of public opinion, Susan.
And you
Yes, but with the jury,
indicated in deposition,
this is going to
you
help
didn't
them
take
make a
into account
decision whether or
statements
not
made in the media, correct?
whether or
Made in what? I
not
couldn't
she
just-
deserves
You
$100
said
million
you
or
did
not.
not take into account in your analysis.
I think it's
statements
trash.
made in the media.
But that's why they're bringing him
Um,
on.
Yes, in the analysis where I gathered data and decided which data to gather, I did not take into account statements in the media.
You do.
So you looked at data.
You do, Lady J.
You produced charts. You did analysis relating to the data. But you had no reason at the time you did this to consider any particular statements. Isn't that true?
That's true. I think that's an appropriate scientific methodology to not to first gather as much data as possible and then drill down on the data.
All right. And the Twitter data you collected shows that the 4 hashtags you identified were in existence before Mr. Waldman made the first statement in April 2020, right?
That's correct.
Sorry.
Right.
In very small number.
It's
But justice
Ellie?
for Johnny Depp
Thank you for
has
the
been
10.
around since 2013, correct?
That sounds correct.
And I'm wondering the same thing.
Amber Heard is an abuser, and Amber Turd first appeared in 2016, correct?
Amber
I
Turd.
don't recall, actually.
Right. Do you recall if there was any portion of Mr. Waldman's statement that made any reference to Amber Turd?
Not that I've seen.
Right.
They could have been Jamaican saying that, though.
People can form a negative
Amber
view of Ms.
Turd.
Heard without reading
You know what I mean?
Mr. Waldman's statement.
Just saying.
People can form a negative opinion of anyone without reading anything. That's correct.
And you didn't consider whether there was negative publicity around Ms. Heard other than the Waldman statements.
Well, what I did was to report on correlation with
Thank you,
with
Beth, for the
these
5.
hashtags and
Pray for
certain
Johnny.
search terms in particular.
Prayer is
I
powerful.
wasn't trying to read anyone's
Pray in
mind as
Jesus'
to
name for
why
those who are
use
able.
them.
Thanks, Pascal, for a chance to be a part of this. All of this.
You
Aussie
didn't form
girl.
any opinion.
Thank you from
that
down
of the
under.
million tweets.
Thank you,
million
Beth.
plus tweets that you
Thank you
looked
so
at,
much, Beth.
were
Means a lot.
connected
Thank
in
you.
some way to Mr. Waldman's statements.
I did eventually, yes.
You did eventually after you read somebody else's report relative to testimony that hasn't been given here.
Well, I did it before my deposition.
All right. You have a demonstrative that counsel played for you. Can we put up plaintiff's 1901 again? This is yours, right?
Correct.
The biggest spikes, by far the biggest spikes here, are attributable to what hashtag?
Justice for Johnny Depp hashtag.
And there are spikes
Really?
that existed considerably before Mr. Waldman's statement. You were asked about that by counsel.
One of them did. That was the date that Mr. Waldman leaked the audio tape.
The biggest spike was before the statements.
Right, the date he leaked the audio.
And then there were many statements that, or there are many hashtags, or uses of the hashtag that follow the statements.
You'll have to be more specific.
Well, so you looked at 1.2 million of these hashtags, right?
Right.
In your chart, didn't 980,000 of these plus belong to Justice for Johnny Depp?
Thank you,
That
Shannon
sounds about
again.
right. You'd have to show me, but I'll take your word for it.
But the vast majority of them were
Shenanigans.
Justice for Johnny Depp.
A majority of them were.
Well, it wasn't the majority so large that you had to draw another chart.
The reason for drawing another chart is because
Bomb o'clock.
the numbers were high at particular points, so you wouldn't be able to see the other hashtags.
Right. Literally, this is your chart, and all of the other activity at the bottom you can barely see in comparison to the hashtag Justice for Johnny Depp.
Right, as I testified, you can barely see them because of the spikes in the Justice for Johnny Depp hashtag, but when you look at the other chart, you can see that those others are still very large numbers.
So you're not offering any opinion as to what caused these spikes.
That's correct.
Right. So you're not opining as to why these spikes are there.
I'm only talking about correlation.
Right. You're talking about a mathematical connection.
That's right.
Right. And you don't purport to be in anybody's head such that you know why they did a particular post with a particular hashtag.
That's correct.
All right. There's a second spike that appears to be in July of 2020.
Yes, the pointer was pointing to a different one, but yes.
Yeah.
Where?
Oh,
all the way down there?
Were you aware there was a trial in the UK in 2020?
Wait.
I'm aware.
All the way down there?
You're saying
where?
Was in July?
No, but as of the time of that spike,
I gotta move
there
stuff
was
so I can see.
there was publicity around a trial, correct?
I don't know how much publicity there was. I
What?
know the trial was going on then.
All right.
Of course. He's just doing his job, baby.
There are a number of things called out in your chart relative to particular dates, December 17th, February 11th, February 14th. You see all those?
I do.
And your chart makes absolutely
Yeah, it's
no
all the way down
reference to and does not identify the dates of any of the Waldman statements, does it, sir?
No, it doesn't call those out if that's what you're asking.
It calls out a whole bunch of other dates, but nothing relative to the Waldman statements.
Correct.
The teeth.
All right.
I see you too,
All right.
Lateef.
At some point, you ran searches for additional search terms, hoax, fraud.
Amber
I
turd.
think you said fake.
Amber turd.
And then
I have no problem saying it.
you
Rolls
don't
off the
know
tongue.
why those terms appeared, do you?
I'm not sure what you mean by that question. Are you asking me?
You could not perform a scientific analysis of the reason why those terms appeared in the tweets you were looking at.
Right. I could only show mathematical correlation.
Right. You could show a correlation,
Fair enough.
but you don't have any idea why they're there.
I can't get into people's heads.
Right. And just because the tweet contains one of the terms does not mean the tweet was in some way prompted by Mr. Waldman, right?
Well, there are a few things I searched for. The ones you just mentioned, and then the Waldman and Waldman-Young terms. So, it's not that big a stretch to say that it's related to Mr. Waldman if it's his name and Waldman-Young or Minion.
Wait a minute, is the new standard, it's not that big a stretch?
No.
Or the
I'm trying to speak.
standard is
I'm
scientific
trying to.
certainty, right?
Yes.
All right. So you're not suggesting that you know why Mr. Waldman's name appeared in any of these tweets.
Not a big stretch
Well,
at all.
if you look at the tweets that have Waldman-Young, and I looked at a large sample of them.
Just a large sample was 2,000 out of 1,000,002.
No, I looked at more than that of these. But that's another thing that I wouldn't expect to be in controversy. When people are saying that they're part of the Wald-Minions or things like that, I would expect everybody to agree without arguing that it has to do with Mr. Waldman.
And nobody asked whether it had to do with Mr. Waldman. I'm wondering, how do you know that it had anything to do with Mr. Waldman's statements?
But I was under the impression, I was informed that nobody really knew who Mr. Waldman was before all of this. So I wouldn't expect it to be anything else. I didn't think it was in controversy.
It wasn't in controversy whether everyone knew who Mr. Waldman was. Is that your testimony?
No, I'm saying it wasn't in controversy that that if somebody was suddenly talking about him, that it had to do with this case.
All right, but again, it's not, did it have to do with this case? It's, did it have to do with the allegedly defamatory statements? You have no idea, do you, sir?
I can't get into anyone's mind. I can only talk about the science of it.
Right.
But the science
identified all of these
science, bitch,
hashtags as as negative towards Miss Heard.
Very good question, Mrs. Butter.
Right. Justice for Johnny Depp is not
Maybe
negative towards
They
Miss
might.
Heard, is it?
No, but the tweets that use that hashtag are.
No, but the hashtag itself, the hashtag that predominates through your analysis is not, in fact, negative towards Miss Heard.
I'm not opining on the hashtag itself. I'm talking about the tweets that contain that hashtag.
But the hashtag itself is not negative.
That's not part of my opinion, one way or the other.
But do you have an opinion as to whether justice for Johnny Depp is a good thing?
Uh-oh.
That's not part of my assignment.
Okay. But you'll agree with me, justice in general is a good thing?
Big fan of justice.
All right, me too. No further questions.
All right,
Flat
redirect.
out. They're going to redirect. Come on.
Okay,
You're going to
yes,
talk about the science. Science. Yeah, science, bitch. Science.
Mr. Schnell, you reviewed a large sampling of tweets of justice for Johnny Depp, correct?
I did.
And the tweets that had the hashtag justice for Johnny Depp, how many of them were negative toward Miss Heard?
All of them.
And what percentage of the tweets with negative hashtags between April 2020 and January 31st, 2021 contain the terms Waldman or Waldman-Yohn?
Over
Overruled.
over 25%. 1 out of 4.
And in your analysis, how far in time did the tweets containing the terms Waldman or Waldman-Yohn go? Like how far to now?
Well,
Beyond the scope of cross.
He was asking about.
Overruled.
So I think I disclosed at my deposition that I looked further into 2022 and found that it continued to go on. Didn't see any end to it at all.
Did you do a
And
cross-section
based on your analysis,
hashtag with negative
again, what period of time
Oh,
had more negative tweets against Miss Heard?
That's a good
before or
question,
after April
Rohit.
2020?
Thank you so much for the 5.
It was clearly
Damn good question.
double as many from April to 2021.
And that's even including the February 2020 spike, correct?
That's right. So and that happened before April, obviously. So even if you put that in there, it's still a lot more after April of 2020. And there are fewer months in that time period. I think there are 20 or 15 months in that time period and 27 months in the first part.
And based on your analysis, what, if any, end do you see to the negative tweets toward Miss Heard?
Objection, no foundation.
There will never be any
Based on his
end. Do you
analysis
understand that?
Up until the time.
There will be no end.
Did you see any, based on your analysis, did you, at the end of the time of your analysis, what was happening with the negative tweets toward Miss Heard?
To continue to go on.
Mr. Schnell, after your cross-examination, have any of your opinions in this matter changed?
No, they've not.
Thank you.
All right. All right. So you can have a seat in the courtroom or you're free to go. Okay, sir. Thank you. All right. Your next witness. Okay, sure.
Perfect timing. Right while I'm chewing. Okay. How do y'all think he did? Honestly. How do y'all think he did? I mean, it's kind of interesting that they're bringing in people who analyze social media just to say, oh, because of this hashtag, it's ruined this guy's career, or because of this hashtag, it's ruined Amber Heard's career. It doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter, y'all. To me, it don't even matter, man. It was. Yes, I agree. He did his job. He got paid to go and to analyze and do what he needed to do. He did his job. But the funny thing is when you see the graphs and you're looking for a hashtag, Amber Heard or Amber Turd or Amber Heard is the abuser, whatever you want to call it. You're looking down at that thing and it's like, yo, like you're looking all the way down at the bottom, the very, very bottom of the graph, because everything else is, justice for Johnny Depp, so on and so forth. So what do you expect? What do you expect? What was that proving? That her career was over because of Twitter? Because of the Waldminions, as he said? Or Waldminions? Because it's a play on for filet mignon. Okay. If you haven't seen Joanna Man, take some time and watch it, okay? You'll thank me later. Anyway, there's no relevance to it, in my personal opinion. There's no connection. So why? Why would you put the time in to bring any of them on both sides of the fence? Same thing with Johnny Depp. He brought in the people, that guy who came in to do the analyzing of all this stuff, properly vetted. He came in with the facts too. Clearly showed that, he had a greater amount of negativity, at least from what he analyzed. Same thing on this side. There's been more support for Johnny Depp in those hashtags, but that doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean anything. Then they're trying to make it seem, because of Waldman, this is the start of it all. Man, I don't know. I don't know about all that. I don't know about all that. Articles came out saying certain things about Johnny Depp, calling him a WB, and then the op-ed from Amber Turd. And the op-ed from the turd of Amber. So I don't know. Hashtag whatevers don't mean nothing to me, because people can create all kinds of fake ghost accounts and just keep typing out hashtag over and over and over again. So to me, this is nothing. I felt the same way with the other homeboy who came in on behalf of Johnny Depp. It's like, cool, yeah, thank you for the information, but it's not relevant at all. It's not going to change their pocketbooks. It's not going to change their movie roles, in my personal opinion. It's just Twitter. So I don't know. That's just my personal opinion. Berenice, thank you so much, Berenice, for the $5. Keep up the good work. Justice for JD. Yeah, see, still, no matter what, it's still getting people to be like, yo, it doesn't even matter. It doesn't. And people are starting to walk out, take their potty breaks. It's funny because there's a lot of people, as you see these guys, they're scanning this row of guys. Some of these dudes are just getting weak throughout the entire trial. I'm gonna have to show that to you guys sometime soon, but they were just getting weak. It was amazing. And shout out to everybody on Twitter that's been sending me clips and stuff. Follow me on Twitter, The Pascal Show, one word.
By deposition designation, and we start. Okay.
Another one. I would have listened to that for 3 more hours and watch another video deposition. No disrespect, but I'm on the struggle bus here with all this. Like, we're watching glorified YouTube videos. Just saying. Ricky Smith said something that had a good point. Let me see what Ricky Smith. Remember the Russian bots that interfered 2016. Yep. True.
ROONEY.
Very, very true, Ricky.
All right.
On Facebook. Thank you.
State your name and address for the record.
Michelle Mulrooney, Los Angeles, California, 90067.
Ms. Mulrooney, what is your occupation?
I'm a partner at Venable LLP, an attorney practice.
She's a lawyer too.
Could you just please
no.
describe give me a brief description of your educational background and work history?
Okay, while she's doing that.
Okay, I attended USC
wants to
and
make his
received
money.
my undergraduate degree in 1982. And then I again attended
Yeah.
USC and
No
received
kidding,
my
Nessa.
law degree in 1985. I then worked for Gibson, Dunn and Crutcher until 1991. And then I worked for an entertainment law firm that was originally called Armstrong Hirsch when I joined it, then later morphed into several names. And then in 2011, I joined Venable LLP as a partner.
Thank you. What are your areas of practice and expertise?
I'm head of the estate planning, the West Coast estate planning group for Venable.
And does that estate planning involve any aspect of marital estate planning, such as things like prenups and postnups, prenuptials, postnuptials?
Yes, we frequently do prenups, cohabitation, and postnup agreements for all time.
Would you please briefly describe what a prenuptial and a postnuptial is?
A prenuptial agreement is where spouses contract on the economics of their marriage before they are married, and they discuss things as the nature, and they contract the things as the nature of the property, community separate, etc., and also things like spousal support. And in a postnup, the clients do that after they're married. They contract on the same issues.
Do you regularly represent actors?
Yes.
I'm asking very narrowly, did there come a time when Amber Heard contacted you for representation respecting a prenup or a postnup agreement?
At some point, I was contacted about an Amber Heard prenup.
Ms. Mulroney, I'm going to show you what has been marked as exhibit number 3, and it's an email from you to a Dana Lowry. Do you know who Dana Lowry is?
Yes. Why is she looking over to the
Could you
side?
please tell us who Dana Lowry is?
She's a family law attorney practicing in Los Angeles.
Why is she looking over to the side?
And this is dated Monday, February 2, 2015.
Dated.
And says, I look forward to working with you. Please send me, this is from you, please send me the bullet points for the economics of the deal. When you are back in the office tomorrow, I will have Amber's business manager get her financial information to me ASAP. I also like to exchange 2 years of tax returns, but not attach them. Is this your general practice? Let me know. Think. Who did Dana Lowry represent?
Johnny Depp.
I take it Amber in the actual document is Amber Heard. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if I just direct your attention to the top of the email where it says February 2nd, get control. February 2, 2015. What, if anything, does this do to refresh your recollection on when approximately you were contacted about representing Amber Heard in connection with the prenup?
It makes the approximate date more clear to me.
Okay. And based on this, when approximately were you contacted to represent Amber Heard in connection with the prenup or postnup?
The early part of February, the late part of January, or the early part of February 2015.
Ms. Mulroney, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as exhibit number 4. And it is an email from you to Dana Lowry, which is Mr. Depp's counsel, correct?
During this time period, correct.
And it's dated Tuesday, February 3. And I'm going to scroll down first so we get the earliest part of it. And the first part of it is an email from Dana Lowry to you, dated February 3rd at 10:13, and says J/A deal points. Do you know what J/A means? I'm going to take you, first of all, to the bottom part, which is the J/deal points. Do you have an understanding of what J/A means?
I believe it means Johnny/Amber deal points.
Absent a prenuptial agreement or a postnuptial agreement, is California what we call a common law property state?
No,
What is it?
it's a community property state.
Okay, and what does that mean?
Generally means that all earnings after the date of marriage are owned 50, each party has an undivided 50% interest in those earnings. Yes.
What was your understanding of the purpose of the confidentiality agreement?
It's very standard when you're doing a prenuptial agreement or a postnuptial agreement when either party is disclosing their assets, that they ask for a confidentiality agreement.
You respond on February 17, Dana, I have forwarded to Amber. She is filming a movie, but hope to connect with her by the end of the week. I will keep trying to move forward. I'm asking you what you meant by I will keep trying to move forward.
I assume I meant that we're trying to get a postnuptial agreement signed between the parties, and that's what I was hired for.
To show you what has been marked as exhibit number 7. And I'm going to start again with going down to show you where the stream is here. And it says, on February 17, that's the same email we've seen a couple times now where she's attaching the confidentiality agreement, telling you she'll have a draft post-nup agreement, but she's getting the signed confidentiality agreement first. And then I'm going to direct your attention to the very top part, and that is Wednesday, February 18. And it's from you to Dana Lowry, and it says, Amber is sending the signed confidentiality agreement to me. I assume I will receive all the underlying financials and a list of anticipated future revenue streams and documentation pertaining thereto. What did you mean by underlying financials and a list of anticipated future revenue streams and documentation pertaining thereto?
I mean, this is typical for an actor. They have profit participations, back ends. I wanted to have a list of what his future revenue would be. He might have had movies booked that he would render services after marriage. I just wanted to see the pro forma.
What did you mean by back ends?
Back end is either profit participation or royalties. Sometimes it's box office bonuses. You just have to look at the underlying agreement on each movie,
That's crazy.
TV show, etc. to
Holly, this is crazy.
track what the revenue
If that's
will
true,
be from each project.
that'd be wild.
And why is that relevant?
Yeah.
I want to know what they're going to make during the marriage. I want to know the income during the marriage.
And
There's
those
been
are all components
theories
of what they make
of
during the marriage?
she wanted to put a hit out on him, all kinds of crazy stuff.
And then you said, I can't really comment
So
on
this
the
is true?
document until I get this information.
That's crazy. That would be
What
wild.
document were you referring to there?
The post-nup agreement that I anticipated she would send.
How much time expired between when you were sent the confidentiality agreement for Amber Heard to sign and when you indicated back to counsel for Mr. Depp that Amber is sending the signed confidentiality
Rick, I don't think he's coming in at all.
The next day.
What, if any, communication did you receive from Mr. Depp in connection with the post-nup agreement?
I received one telephone call.
Congrats, Latif.
And whom did you receive
Congrats.
that telephone call from?
Mr. Depp.
Please describe the telephone call from Mr. Depp.
No, they
My
were not.
recollection is that he was very mean. that he called me names and that he fired me on behalf of them.
When you say that he was very mean, what did you mean?
Well, my only exact recollection is he called me a bitch.
Mr. Depp called you a bitch on that telephone call?
Hearsay, leading.
What, if any, observations did you make during the telephone call from Mr. Depp, during which time he called you a bitch?
I thought he was under the influence.
Why did you think that?
He was slurring his words and his speech pattern was similar to my children's speech pattern when they were under influence. I was just extremely rattled by the call. I was on the phone for a very short time with him because he was represented by counsel, and I didn't want to be rude and hang up, but I told him I had to hang up. Like after 2 or 3 minutes after I realized what was happening, it took me very off guard, and that's all I remember is that it really shook me up.
After that phone call, did you perform any further services for Ms. Heard in connection with the postnuptial agreement?
No.
Do you recall ever seeing a postnuptial draft agreement?
No.
Okay.
Has either Ms. Heard or Mr. Depp contacted you at any time after the call with Mr. Depp respecting pursuing a postnuptial agreement?
We appreciate you too, Lateef.
No.
Who, if anyone, was paying your legal services?
I don't recall.
Was it your understanding that Mr. Depp had the authority to fire you?
No.
Did you tell him that?
I don't recall.
And isn't it true that he wouldn't have had the authority to fire you even if he were paying for your legal services? True?
True.
Facts,
What,
pumpkin.
if any, communications did you have with Dana Lowy about your conversation with Mr. Depp after the conversation with Mr. Depp?
I don't recall specifically.
What do you recall generally, if anything?
I do recall that I told her that I was no longer representing him. But I don't know if I did that in writing. Somehow she knew.
But and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you testified that Mr. Depp did not have the authority to fire you, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Mulrooney, when did your attorney-client relationship with Ms. Heard relating to a potential postnuptial agreement terminate?
Shortly after that phone call.
When you say shortly after that phone call, can you give us a time frame of how long it was after the phone call?
Within a few days, could be one.
He didn't have the power to fire you, correct?
Correct.
Do you have any recollection of ever receiving any more communications from Dana Lowry furthering the postnuptial agreement after Johnny Depp called you and told you he was firing you on behalf of Amber and called you names?
No substantive. I recall that there was no more substantive conversations.
Is there any question in your mind that it was Mr. Depp who called you?
No.
Bam. Yeah, she was not Team Depp at all.
All right. Yes,
But
ma'am, your next witness.
If he allegedly called and
Yes,
was
Your Honor,
drunk,
we'd like to call the Disney corporate representative.
here we go, Disney. I don't know what just happened, but that was weird. Disney representative, and then they didn't say the name. Wait, it's a video
Would
again?
you please state your name and your business address for the record?
Tina Newman, Walt Disney Studios Motion Picture Production, live action.
Here we go.
500 South Buena Vista Street.
This is
Burbank,
big.
California 91521.
This is a big deal.
And what is your current occupation?
I'm a production executive.
And what is your job title?
She doesn't look like Mickey Mouse.
That is my title, production executive. I work in the live action feature division for Disney.
Is it your understanding you're testifying on behalf of Walt Disney Motion Pictures Group?
Yes.
Were you involved in the gathering of the documents responsive to the documents subpoenaed to Disney?
Yes, I did provide some documentation to Alec and his group from our production group.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at what I've just highlighted under topic number. It's subpoena duces tecum, paragraph number 2. And it asks for documents relating to this case, in fact, and then it also says specifically, this specifically includes the op-ed by Ms. Heard and any impact it may have had on the above. And that includes, as it's defined above, including the business relationship with Mr. Depp, including considering Mr. Depp for any work with Disney or future Pirates of the Caribbean role, a lesser or greater role, a different role, or a different production. Do you recall seeing in any of the documents you reviewed, either being involved as the corporate designee or in preparing as the corporate designee, do you recall seeing an op-ed written by Ms. Heard?
No.
Do you recall in your preparation as the corporate designee of Disney and your review of the documents that were produced by Disney, any document that referred in any manner to the op-ed written by Ms. Heard?
I would say no.
Uh-oh.
Do you remember seeing in any of the documents you reviewed that were produced by Disney in response to the subpoena duces tecum, the word op-ed in any of those documents?
I don't recall that, no.
Did you have any discussions with anyone at Disney about any future Pirates of the Caribbean role, a lesser or greater role, a different role, or a different production?
No.
Did you have any discussions with anyone at Disney about the impact of the op-ed by Ms. Heard on the relationship between Disney and Mr. Depp, including considering Mr. Depp for any work with Disney, any future Pirates of the Caribbean role, a lesser or greater role, a different role, or a different production?
No.
Do you know whether Mr. Depp is being considered for a role in Pirates 6?
No.
Oh my God.
And when you say no, I think I have to probably ask clarification.
Why?
Does that mean you don't know one way or the other, or he is not being considered?
I don't know one way or the other.
Do you
Doesn't
know?
fall.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say that decision doesn't fall within my job responsibilities.
So maybe they brought in the wrong
Above my
person.
It's the best way to say it.
Above her
So
pay grade.
what is the knowledge you have about Pirates 6?
Like I said, I just know that it's a project that's possibly in development at the studio. That's it.
Skadoosh.
Do you know whether
Above her pay grade.
anyone at Disney
So she's not relevant at all.
has ever even read the op-ed written by Ms. Heard?
She ain't relevant.
No.
Are you aware of anyone else at Disney who has knowledge of the topic areas in the deposition notice, that's deposition exhibit number 2, that beyond what you know?
I can't honestly say. I can't speak for someone else. Like I explained earlier, my knowledge and what my job functionality is at the studio, at Plateaus, and there are people that I work under, and those particular persons may or may not have more knowledge, but I can't speak on behalf of them.
Blamo. Braca,
Is Disney aware that Mr. Depp has
Nothing burger.
testified under oath that he would not take another Pirates of the Caribbean franchise role for $300 million and 1 million alpacas?
No.
Excuse me?
Would Disney
Was that what did I just hear?
entertain paying Mr. Depp more than $300 million and provide him with more than 1 million alpacas to be able to obtain his services for any future Pirates of the Caribbean role?
Morgan Freeman, what?
No.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 52 to Alan Horn. Who's that?
Did I hear 1
He
million
was our
alpacas?
co-chairman.
Did I hear 1 million alpacas? Am I on crack?
Yes.
And Alan Bergman, who's he?
Same. He's the other co-chairman of Disney, or was at the time.
And then Sean Bailey, you indicated, was the president?
It's our president at production, correct.
Okay, and then Ricky Strauss, who's he?
I believe at the time he was the head of our marketing group.
And Paul Rader?
Paul Rader is the head of communications.
All right, and this is from Angela Shaw. And
That's
it's
hilarious.
dated 5/10/2017. Do you see that?
Yes.
And it says, subject HR, Johnny Depp, a star in crisis, and the insane story of his missing millions. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any understanding as to why Angela Shaw was sending this communication to this group, the two co-chairmen, the president, vice president of production, head of communications on this particular day?
I don't know what the intent of the email is, but obviously we have a relationship as a company with Johnny, so I assume that's why she may be bringing it to their attention.
All right, and just to take that a little bit further, given that Disney has a relationship with Johnny Depp, if there is publicity relating to Johnny Depp, whether it be positive or negative, that would be relevant to Disney, would it not?
Yeah, I mean, I can't say how it's relevant to Disney, but given that Angela is part of communications, it's her job to
Absolutely,
keep
Ellen.
the studio abreast, I guess, of anything concerning the company. So
They did a very bad job
That's about
at
as far as I
picking
can
their
read into it.
witnesses for sure.
Okay. And so that's your interpretation of why Angela Shaw sent this to that group of people, was to keep them apprised of this particular article on Johnny Depp.
Hello from Ireland as well,
Yeah,
Ellie.
that would
Thank
be
you
my
so much for
assumption.
taking the time to watch this
I'm
show.
going to ask you to take a look at what
But this is
labeled
pointless.
as, exhibit number 53, and it
You need the
is
higher ups of Disney.
114 through 137. And I'm going to ask you if you recognize this document.
well, it looks like an internal email. It may have been part of the disclosure documents.
This one's from Alan Horn, and I think we've identified Alan Horn before. Well, actually, it starts with, let's start down here. On June 21st, 2018, all right, and then it has a reply from Sean Bailey, sad. Do you see that?
Yes.
What was Mr. Bailey's position with Disney on June 21st, 2018?
I believe he was the president then.
Okay.
He may have been the
Okay.
EVP. I don't know.
Okay. And then we have an email at the top. It's to Sean Bailey, CC Janelle Tipton.
Hit that
And
like
then
button,
it has
guys.
some copies to some other people. It's from Alan Horn. I believe we said he was one
Hit
of the
that subscribe button as well.
co-directors. Is that correct?
Co-chairman.
Co-chairman. Okay. And Alan Bergman.
The other co-chairman.
Okay. And do you have any recollection of ever reading the Rolling Stones article about Johnny Depp back in this time frame?
I honestly don't remember if I ever read this document. I may have.
Do you have any understanding of why this would be sent from Alan Horn to these other individuals on the top?
Again, same as
Calvin.
Same as
No.
before, just because of the fact that we have
You
a
ain't missed nothing,
relationship with Johnny. So they may have determined it was important to bring it to their attention.
All right, Ms. Newman, I'm going to show you what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 54. And do you recognize this document?
Yes, it looks like a email.
Please describe it for me.
It's an email. Well, it started from Scott to myself. Scott Sellers is in Post Finance. And then I replied to Scott. So it looks like an email exchange between the two of us.
All right. And you said Scott Sellers is in Post Finance?
Correct.
What is that?
He handles all finances once film goes into post-production on any given picture. Also reporting for the studio, internal reporting, finances.
All right. And this is
Exactly.
July 14, 2018 that he's sending this to you, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall reading the story that was in the Rolling Stone, The Trouble with Johnny Depp?
I mean, to be honest, I don't really remember much about the story, but obviously I must have looked at it and commented.
Right. And
Let's see.
in fact, you commented depressing. Do you see
Yes.
that?
Yes.
Okay. And just to go back to refreshing your recollection on the template, do you see that it has importance and received on this when you sent it back?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Ms. Newman, I'm going to
Exactly,
ask you
Judy.
to take a look at what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 56. And it is a document also produced by Disney, and there's the date stamps, Disney 167 through 177. And I'm gonna ask you to take a look at the top there. This is to Alan Bergman from, and it has THR's Today and Entertainment. Do you understand what that is?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to turn down to 169.
Turn down for
It
what?
says Johnny Depp's legal team prepares for court hearing about Amber Heard abuse claims. The actor's camp is previewing the evidence that it will present in an upcoming court hearing in the UK this fall, tied to a defamation lawsuit against his son for an article that labeled the actor a, quote, wife beater, unquote. Katie Kaleni reports. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you have a recollection of learning about this and reading about the UK case in this time frame? We're talking October 2018.
I may have seen a headline come across my desk in the same manner as Alan received it, but that's probably as far as it went.
Ms. Newman, I'm going to show you what has been marked as deposition number 60. And it's dated November 5, 2020. And it says Disney reportedly scraps plans for Depp's POTC 6. I'm assuming that's Pirates of the Caribbean 6.
Mariana, I'm still trying to figure the same thing out.
You see that?
I do not know why
Did you see it?
they think this is helping Amber at all.
Yes, I see it.
As you sit here today, are you aware of any document in Disney's emails or in their IT system or anywhere that contains Amber Heard's op-ed from December of 2018?
I mean, no, not that I'm aware.
Okay. Are you aware of any decision maker within Disney who has ever said they are not casting Johnny Depp in Pirates 6 or any other role because of Amber Heard's op-ed?
No.
Are you aware of any decision maker outside of Disney? And by this, I'm including producers, directors, people of that ilk, who have ever said they were not considering Mr. Depp for Pirates 6 or any other movie because of Amber Heard's op-ed from December 2018?
No.
All right. Do we?
That was a waste of
How
time.
much time?
We have an 11-minute one.
Okay, that's fine. What's your next witness?
Ellen Barkin,
All right,
Barkin.
thank you.
Ellen Barkin is up now. Let's see what she has to say.
Good morning, Ms. Barkin.
Good morning.
I think the first thing that would be very short but very simple and clean for the record is if you could just describe kind of your career background. I know it's very lengthy, but just give a
Ellen Barkin is a movie
brief
star,
summary of kind of when you started working.
or she was at least, in the 80s and 90s.
I started acting professionally about 26 or 7. And I did theater, television, movies, lots of them. That's what I did for 40 years.
And in the course of your career acting in theater, television, movies, etc., did you come to meet a person by the name of Johnny Depp?
Yes.
Can you specify in time, Ms. Barkin, when you met him?
I would say 1990.
Yeah, I think they used to date, something like that.
Or after meeting him, did there come a time when you became friends?
Yes.
And can you describe how that happened?
We just developed a friendship over time that lasted, I guess, if we met in the 90s, maybe 10 years, or a little less.
And fair to say that Mr. Depp at the time was also an actor, a professional actor?
Yes.
Were you, did you act in any film, stage, or TV productions with Mr. Depp?
Yes, I was in Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas.
How often would you see Mr. Depp?
When I lived in New York, usually whenever I go to LA, if I were in LA, I'd see him once a week, maybe more. I mean, the friendship went up and down, living on different coasts.
And did there come a time when your friendship with Mr. Depp became more than that, became romantic in nature?
Yes.
And at what point in time did your relationship with Mr. Depp take a romantic turn?
After I had moved to Hollywood, and he, switched the buttons.
Recall what year you moved to Hollywood?
Yes.
That's them together.
1994.
When you say switch the buttons, can you tell me what you meant by that?
The friendship went from a purely platonic friendship
to clapping
to a
cheeks.
romantic
Gotcha.
one.
Knocking the boots. You know what I'm
At
saying?
that point in 1994, when the
Johnny.
relationship turned romantic,
Johnny, you dog.
to your
Can't change that to sexual.
Johnny.
to sexual.
Thank you.
For how long did your relationship with Mr. Depp remain sexual?
Several months. Anywhere between 3 and 5, 6.
And during that period, how often would you see Mr. Depp? That period when it was sexual?
So I'd see him 3 or 4 times a week.
And again, I'm not looking to pry into private details, but can you tell me like where you would see him? Just give me some sense of that.
Yeah, he would come to my house or I would go to his house.
And both houses in LA?
Yes.
What she used to look like right here.
10-minute drive apart from each other.
And at either when you were at his house, where you didn't stay the night, or were you at his house when you did stay the night, were there other people in the house who saw you there? Who would those people be?
He had an assistant. His sister.
Krevy. Okay. She's not credible.
That's all I can
interesting.
remember.
Lied on Bill O'Reilly.
I don't know his name. He was referred to as
Or
Pig.
on his presenter.
He was referred to by whom as Pig?
Johnny Depp.
At any point that you were either initially friends and then sexual with Mr. Depp, did you become aware that he drank to excess?
I was always aware.
Okay, and can you explain how you were aware of that?
He was drunk all the time, a lot of the time.
And that would apply both to when you were initially friends and then later when it became sexual?
Yeah.
And what was he drunk? What would you understand? What had he drunk to become drunk?
He was a red wine drinker.
Okay. In addition to alcohol, were you aware at that time that Mr. Depp was taking any prescription medication?
No.
Same question, Mr. Barkin, for illegal substances.
Yes.
Same question. And what illegal substances?
Hallucinogenics, cocaine, marijuana.
Hallucinogenics, can you say specifically what those were?
I don't really know. He called me and told me he was tripping.
With respect to any of that, hallucinogenics, cocaine, or marijuana, did he do any of that in your presence?
Yes.
More than once?
All the time.
This is her in Fear and Loathing.
When you say all the time, how many times, again, in the period that you were both first friends and sexual with Mr. Depp?
So this is her.
I couldn't even tell you.
Her in Fear and
I
Loathing.
just know he was always drinking or smoking a joint.
But would it be fair to say more than at least dozens of times?
Yeah. Over the full course, oh yeah.
Fascinating.
Now, did
She
you
seems
ever
angry.
observe, Ms. Barkin, Mr. Depp's behavior change when he drank more or used more drugs?
I did not.
So he was kind of the same all the time, fair to say?
It was not the same. He was high.
Did there come a time, Ms. Barkin, when Mr. Depp acted in a way that was out of control with you?
Yes. Mr. Depp threw a wine bottle across the room, the hotel room on one instance in Las Vegas while we were shooting Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas.
Was something about to happen?
A fight was going on.
Between you and Mr. Depp?
No.
Who was the fight between?
Between Johnny Depp and his friends in the room, the assistant. Honestly, I don't remember.
And the bottle do you remember sitting here today, Ms. Barkin, whether the bottle was full of wine or empty?
I don't.
Sitting here today, Ms. Barkin, do you remember whether the bottle hit you?
No, it did not.
Did the bottle hit anyone else?
No, it did not.
Approximately how far away from you was Mr. Depp when he threw the bottle?
Across the room, so maybe by that break in the table or a little further down. It was a toss.
And sitting here today, if the bottle had hit you, would it have injured you?
Sure.
Ms. Barkin, was it your understanding back then that he was throwing the bottle at you?
I don't know why he threw the bottle.
And when he threw it, was it in your direction?
Yes.
Was there other people standing around you?
Yes.
So he threw it in your direction at a group of people?
Yes.
Whose hotel room was it?
His, Johnny Depp's.
Who broke off?
He did.
How did it come about that Mr. Depp broke off your relationship?
I went to go home. There was a big goodbye, crying, a lot of jealous, and don't do this, don't do that. And I never heard from him again after that.
And did Mr. Depp not want you to go back to Los Angeles at the time?
Thank you,
yes,
Zoe.
He didn't want me to go. I was only supposed to be there for 2 days. I stayed for longer.
And you just referenced You just used the word jealous. How did that come up? What did he say that indicated to you that he was jealous?
He's just a jealous man, controlling. Where are you going? Who are you going with? What did you do last night? I had a scratch on my back once that got him very, very angry because he insisted it came from me having sex with a person who wasn't him.
During the time that you were in a sexual relationship with Mr. Depp, was it common for him to say things to you about being controlling, to use your words, or being jealous of you?
Yeah, very common.
And when, in these instances, when Mr. Depp became jealous or controlling, did he also become angry?
Yeah. And demanding.
All right.
Bam.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's go and take our afternoon recess. Please do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research, okay? I'll see you back in 15 minutes.
15 minutes. 15 minutes. Okay, guys. Woo! Okay. Oh, my God. Do we have a lot more video crap do we have to go through? Oh, my God. And here's the other question. Here's the ongoing question. Are they still going to stop at 5:30 or are they going to go till 6?
All right, we'll come back at 3:45. Does that give you time to?
I'm asking for a friend. You know what I mean? Anyway, here we go, guys. Oh, I don't know if that was a waste. I mean, Holly, it still shows another side of him that we haven't heard yet. I mean, we've heard about it in other in articles and stuff because I read this a couple days ago in a live because we were talking about the people that they're going to be bringing in to the for the testimony, and they were going to use these depositions again. So I already read this article about this, so we already knew that she was going to say these things. Now, yeah, he threw the bottle, okay, but it still shows a little bit of his characteristics, what kind of guy he is, so on and so forth. It still shows that he's, territorial, all that. It's still going with the narrative that they've already laid on the ground already. But I will say this. She sounds, I don't want to make it sound anything bad, but she does sound very bitter. She does sound very angry and very bitter. I don't know what it was. How they broke up must have been not so great. Must have been pretty damn volatile, but she makes it sound like they were talking and then suddenly they weren't talking no more. So I don't know what it is that makes her so angry. And you never know. It could be a multitude of different things, Dang, I'm trying to get the super chat. It could be a multitude of different things that's causing her to be so heated. But why does she sound so angry? Sweet Indigo, thank you so much for the 5. I don't know. She doesn't sound like she even wants to be there. But at the same time, she's there telling these stories. So something must have gone awry in their relationship that she's just been harboring these feelings for the past 30 some odd years. She looked like she didn't want to be there. She just looks pissed. I'm not trying to justify anything. I really am not. I'm really not trying to justify anything. Zoe, absolutely. Thank you so much, Zoe Zeppelin, for the 5. Absolutely correct. She's so bitter. She just to me seems so damn bitter, But real quick, let's go over to the we already talked about I was bored as hell about the tech guy. Okay, no disrespect to him. He just, for me, felt irrelevant. But the one that I was very interested about, as soon as they said that this person was going to come on, was the Disney executive. Let's just use that for layman, for lack of the terms, because I don't know what her title was exactly, but she was a suit. Let's keep it real. She was a suit for Disney. They bring her on. They start asking, oh, did you ever see or ever hear about the op-ed during the decisions of with, during that time? Did you ever hear anything about op-ed, read about op-ed, read the op-ed, any of those things? This woman says, no, on all accounts. And you saw me, I was like, this is going to be bad. This might change things. This might change the trajectory. This is the whole reason why we're here. All the other BS was just basically filler. All filler. But this one's important. But then as soon as she says this. Yeah, I don't know anything about that. Whoever makes those kind of decisions are above my pay grade. There's a plateau. There's people I work underneath. Those people above make the decisions. As soon as she said that, I'm like, that woman's not relevant. This witness is not relevant, not even remotely important to have a part of this trial. Why is she even bloody here? Real talk. I said, we officially have wasted our time. Because here it is. Why wouldn't the team Heard go out of their way to get the higher up, to get the super suit of Disney to sit down and go, yes, we saw the op-ed. No, yes or no, we made a decision solely on the op-ed, or the op-ed and all the negative press it was getting. We didn't want to be surrounded or be a part of that whole thing. The Me Too movement is still out here and going very, very strong even to this day. And we don't support that kind of stuff. And once he was accused with all these allegations, we can't stand by that. That would have been amazing. Or the opposite. No, we didn't read anything. We made a decision because of his poor professionalism, his lack of professionalism on the set. He would show up late. He was always high. He was always drunk. He was always everything. You name it, everything. These are the reasons why we decided not to bring him back again. Or they could have said, well, everyone's tired of Captain Jack Sparrow. We wanted to try a different route. We wanted to try we wanted to go a different route this time. And maybe, give the franchise a little bit more life and change it up a little bit. Because the Captain Jack Sparrow shtick, if you will, was getting a little dry, getting a little stale. They could have had somebody out here saying that stuff. Whole thing would have been a wrap. They would have been like, ding, 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 Team Amber. That would have been fine. But that didn't happen. They brought somebody on that has higher ups that make, as she says, quote unquote, make those kinds of decisions. So why would you have her on here? I said, why would you have this woman on here if she has no relevant reason for being there? Just saying. Let's get into some of these super chats. UPSer, thank you so much for the 5. None of this proves he's physically abusive. Yep. It just shows he gets angry when he uses drinks or drugs, when he drinks or uses drugs. Absolutely. But here's the thing, though. As we, and thank God we had Eddie Herman on to talk about this. We got to circle back and give you guys and remind y'all there's a reason why these people are coming in, especially with the Disney and all that. It all revolves around the op-ed. So we got to go down to the root of it all. Just because he did or did not raise his hand on her, whether or not he is or is not a jealous person has nothing to do with why we are here today. And the reason why we are here today is because of the op-ed. And it revolves around that, whether or not the op-ed destroyed this man's career. All this other stuff is just a whole bunch of, it's like fat around a really good piece of steak, even though fat makes the steak taste better. But you know what I'm saying? All that fat, instead of them trimming the fat, they just kept on throwing all the fat in there. And then now we're seeing, now we're getting the meat. We're getting to the meat and potatoes. Like Disney showing up. For me, social media doesn't really matter to me because there's so many different ways that people can use buy bots, buy user accounts, all that kind of stuff to do all kinds of crazy stuff. So for me, that's a little bit of a stretch. But when it comes to everything else, yes, they're trying to show, like, diminish and destroy his character, his integrity. But then on top of that, they're also saying, hey, okay, let's just sprinkle a little bit in there of facts or something that pertains to the actual case. Here's Disney. But even when they bring up Disney, it doesn't even matter, man. They got the wrong person, yo. Again, wasting our time. Mariana, thank you so much for the 20 all the way from Italy. I do appreciate that. There's a recording in Incredibly Average where AH tells JD that she could have spent the night elsewhere, and he replies, "You can do it if you want," or something like that. A possessive man does not say this to his woman. Actually, I will say this. God knows how many times she has maybe used that phrase to him, and I'm sure he has said, "Oh, please stay, babe. You know, it's all good. Don't leave." But you got to remember, the recording possibly was at a place where he was at a point of no return. He was past his breaking point. He said, "You know what? I'm tired of you hurting me. I'm tired of the fights. I'm tired of all the BS. If you want to go and sleep somewhere else, if you want to go sleep with another dude, if that's what you're trying to say, go and do that. I am done. Kick rocks. Don't let the door hit you where the Lord split you." You see what I'm saying? So I do agree with that. I hear you on that. I do hear you on that. But at the same time, I feel like someone who wants to, control or possess you, after some time, if you're getting smashed and beat up and fighting and scratched and all that stuff, at some point, you hit a breaking point. You go, you know what? The streets can have you, sweetheart. Honey, boo. Oh, boo. Boo. R.I.P. But you know what I'm saying, okay? At some point, you're gonna be like, "Yo, sweetheart, I don't give two damns if you're selling yourself on the street, or you shooting up in a heroin den somewhere down in the nastiest parts of Hollywood. I do not care. I just need you away from me because I do not want you hurting me no more. Bye-bye." So that audio could have been caught by him saying, "I'm done." And yes, Res Q, thank you so much for the 5. Absolutely. Of course they won't admit it. Of course Disney, and that's what I think you're pertaining to. Of course Disney's not going to get online and sit there and go, "Yes, the op-ed is the reason why such and such." Hell to the no. They ain't going to do that. They ain't got time for that. They have a image and a wholesome look to uphold. And right now, as the pendulum starts to swing back towards Johnny, they don't want to be on the short end of this stick. They want to be on Team Johnny. So of course they're going to sit there and go, "Oh no, Johnny, where you been, Johnny baby? Remember that part you were playing, Captain Jack Sparrow? Would love to have you come back and do it. Hey, in fact, baby, we're going to do this and throw in 1 million alpacas for you. Just for ish and giggles. We know you were joking, but at the same time, we'll give you the alpacas." Huh? And you get to work with superstar and gorgeous Margot Robbie. What do you say? They're going to do whatever they can to make sure everything's cool. Because everyone now is turning on Disney. Because they're like, "How dare you jump the gun and fire this dude? Shouldn't have done it, Disney." That's what people are saying right now. All the justice for Johnny Depp's out here. All of them that are hashtagging Amber Turd. They're all sitting here going, "Damn you," shaking their fist at Disney. Disney doesn't want that negativity. Hell no. Hell to the no. Nikki, oh my gosh, thank you so much for becoming a member. Hey, thank you. Or I think it's welcome back, But anyway, Nikki, thank you so much. It's always nice to see you. And thank you so much for your support. Again, guys, real quick before I continue, please hit that like button down below. Send it past 1K real quick. We're less than 30 likes away from that. So if you can, hit that like button down below. And don't forget to hit that subscribe button, okay? Working hard out here in these streets, y'all. So hit that subscribe button. All right. It's been a long day. Thank God it's Thursday and that there's not one tomorrow. I'm going to be talking about some fun stuff, or not fun stuff, but different things tomorrow morning for sure. So I'm really, really looking forward to talking about something that's not Amber Turdish. Okay. But let's continue. Let's continue here. Holly on Facebook says when they're fighting and she won't say goodbye and he's trying to see his daughter and tells her at the end, let me know if you go anywhere so I know. Even fighting, he wants to care for her and know where she's at. I think yes. And I also think that's also a possessive thing too. I'm sorry to say it. I know. A lot of us are Team Johnny right now, but let's keep it real. The stories that have been told right now is that he's very possessive. He is a very jealous and possessive dude. This is also, by the way, I will also point out that this is his wife. So, of course, he's going to sit there and go, let me know where you go. Because we already know she's been running around these streets behind his back. We already know about all this stuff. So I don't blame him for sitting there saying, let me know if you go anywhere so I know. That's her husband. Shouldn't he know where she goes? Is that possessive or not? Inquiring minds would like to know. Is that possessive or not? Regardless if you get in a fight or want to get away from your wife or your spouse, and you guys are going two separate ways, one's clearly going into his penthouse. Another one's going to the other penthouse. What you do from that moment on, if you just walk, you get out of the car, you go home, you're in the penthouse, suddenly you go, I'm going to go down to the local bar, or I'm going to go hang out with some guys because I'm upset and, F him kind of thing. That's your husband. You should tell him. Vice versa. Husband, angry, upset, wants to go to his, his den, his little spot, and says, F it, I'm going to go hang out with the boys or go hang out with some friends, and there's a mixed group of people, and you're not telling your wife where you're going. That ain't right. That ain't right. It's your wife. It's called respect. You should let them know where you're going. So some people might look at that as going, oh, that's possessive. I'm like, no, I don't know. That's not possessive. That's his wife. He wants to know where she is. I think that's okay. That's his wife. And she out here, though. She out here, y'all. We already seen. She's flirting with other dudes and all that stuff. You know for a fact she's probably already laid in the groundwork with all these other guys. The James Francos and the Elon Musks of the world, the Billy Bob Thorntons, allegedly, the Kevin Costners as well. She's already laying the groundwork. Just saying. You know for a fact if she said clearly, Exhibit A was beautiful, James Franco, all she had to do was send a text to him. This was days after they had already that they had separated. And she is banging James Franco in one of Johnny Depp's penthouses. Clearly, he's going to sit there and go, tell me where you're going to go. Just so I know. Just saying. Yeah, Lachelle, you're supposed to be a damn team. You need to let them know where you at. Period. Period. That is your spouse. You said it under God or however you said it. All right? That's your spouse. Like I said, they I mean, obviously we live, oh, maybe not ready yet. We obviously live in different times. And maybe, and this is why I'm like, I would, thank God I didn't, but that's why I always was reluctant about like dating actresses or dating actors. How much can you trust? Especially when you're both working actors and you're working on two completely different corners of the world. I mean, it's some sketchy stuff, y'all. And a lot of it's extremely easily obtainable. If you're like this hot up and coming Brad Pitt, Taye Diggs type of guy, or you are an Amber Heard if you find her attractive, you know what I'm saying? Or whatever female that's attractive that's out here, a Gal Gadot, if you will. Think about how easy it is to fall in love on set and have a whirlwind romance. You see what I'm saying? Have a whirlwind romance, and then that project's over, but you got to go back to your husband now. You know what I'm saying? That's messed up. That's messed up. Oh, Holly, you good. Well, you had a very good point there. You had a very good point there. But I think that when they say he's possessive, it's just like, I think the problem is he's dating actresses. He's dating nothing but actresses. They're all in the same game. And he already knows who he is, and he already knows how he is and how other dudes are on set and how other actresses are on set. So, of course, I feel like he's sleeping with one eye open, I feel. You know what I'm saying? Constantly thinking like, she's going to be out here smashing dudes. Because it's going to be that one night of that scene that just, they feel that connection for like 2 seconds. Next thing you know, they're going to go into the trailer and, raw dog it out behind my back while I'm in Australia playing Captain Jack Sparrow. You see what I'm saying? So I think that that's what's going on. And I think with his wife or his baby mama, I'm forgetting her name right now. Dagnabbit, starts with a V. But I feel like that was probably the realest woman that he dated, because I don't think she was an actress like that. He needs to stop dating actresses, period. If he starts being possessive like that, that's not going to solve. That just makes things worse. It's a sad thing, but it's true. That's why you've seen all these movies or all these tabloids and stories of, you'll see a Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie not Angelina, what's her name? What's her name? She was in Friends, her. Jennifer Aniston. They'll get together. Everyone's like, ooh, yay, they're married. Yay, can't wait. It's going to be awesome. And then they get divorced after 4 years because he's too busy smashing Angelina. It's just how it is. And if you're trying to find a lasting relationship, don't date somebody if in that field that you know how the field works. Just saying. Like, for example,
all right, thank you. Next witness.
For example, Hugh Jackman. How does he do that? How does he stay faithful?
Your Honor, we call
if he stays faithful.
Dr. Alan
Just
Blaustein.
saying.
All right.
Blaustein.
Just saying.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, and I'm asking questions first. I believe I may be the only one asking questions.
All right. All right, thank you.
And that's how we should all
your full name?
Be raised. Mr.
Alan Scott Blaustein. You're a doctor, correct?
Correct.
And you're a psychiatrist?
Psychiatrist.
Yes.
How long have you been a psychiatrist for?
Since 1987.
And you went to medical school?
Yes.
What medical school did you go to?
Northwestern University.
Johnny Depp was a patient of yours, correct?
Correct.
You understood that Mr. Depp had substance dependence issues, is that correct?
Yes.
Magnum
Do you recall
PI
what
up in this
substance
piece.
issues, what substances Mr. Depp had issues with?
Marijuana, alcohol, opiates, I believe.
Did you ever have an understanding that Mr. Depp had anxiety syndrome?
I knew Mr. Depp had anxiety.
And how did you come to be aware that Mr. Depp had anxiety?
He told me that.
Do you recall having any conversation that Mr. Depp was bipolar?
There was some question about bipolar disorder diagnosis, but I do not remember any specifics about the discussion.
Interesting.
Do you recall having a conversation with Mr. Depp about a bipolar diagnosis?
No.
What behaviors did Mr. Depp acknowledge that should be changed?
Certainly his drug use and his turning to drugs to help relieve a lot of the psychic pain that he was experiencing.
In working with Mr. Depp, would you agree that Mr. Depp had fundamental issues with anger?
I would say that he expressed having issues with anger.
Mr. Depp expressed having issues with anger?
Yes.
Did Mr. Depp express having issues of anger towards Amber?
He expressed having anger towards her. Yes.
Do you recall what reasons Mr. Depp told you as to why he was expressing anger towards Amber?
I can't, no, I'll have to say no.
In working with Mr. Depp, was he ever suspicious of Amber having affairs?
I can recall now he expressed feelings of jealousy. But I don't remember if it was about affairs.
Be right back. 2 seconds.
Do you recall any more detail about what Mr. Depp was feeling jealousy toward Amber about?
No.
In working with Mr. Depp, did you see that Mr. Depp had any issues with patience?
Yes, he was impatient.
What is your understanding about issues that Mr. Depp had with Amber?
It was a very chaotic relationship with a lot of fluctuations and ups and downs and lots of difficulty in emotional expressions and lots of anger in both places and high intensity affect and emotional expression. A lot of love, a lot of disappointment, a lot of fears.
Dr. Blaustein, I'm showing you what's been marked as Blaustein Exhibit 3. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What is it?
It's my invoice billing document.
This is from your files?
Correct.
You keep this document in the ordinary course of business?
Correct.
And this billing invoice is for Johnny Depp, correct?
Correct.
And so where it says 10/2/14 from your billing records, would this be is this your understanding the first time you met with Mr. Depp?
By phone, yes.
And in total, if we look at the number of sessions you either met or spoke to Mr. Depp that weren't canceled or he didn't show up, my count, it comes to 18 times you met with Mr. Depp. Does that sound about right?
Looks like 18 times.
Did you have any concerns about any of the amounts of medications that Mr. Depp was taking?
I had concerns about the Adderall that I would have expressed to him.
And what were the concerns about the Adderall?
I don't recall the specific conversations, but I would have been asking about how he was diagnosed to have ADHD, or under what circumstances he would take that, especially if he wasn't currently working.
Did you ever talk to Mr. Depp about what he did when Marilyn Manson would visit?
No.
When you were working with Mr. Depp, did you have any understanding whether Mr. Depp was still abusing drugs and alcohol or not?
Yes.
But you do recall that there were times in your working with Mr. Depp where he had breakthrough uses of drugs or alcohol?
Yeah, that his relative sobriety was not complete, yes.
And that's what you mean by breakthrough usage, that his sobriety, Mr. Depp's sobriety, was not complete?
Well, relative sobriety. Again, I said relative sobriety because he did continue to use marijuana throughout, almost entirely throughout the time that I knew him, with a short time exception, I think. So I called it relative sobriety. Then there'd be some breakthrough uses of other substances.
Okay. And when you say breakthrough usage, just so everyone understands, what do you mean by that?
He was trying to be sober. He was working on sobriety. And by breakthrough uses, I mean sobriety would mean the abstinence of using the substance. And so the breakthrough would be on a particular time he would have used the substance that he was trying to be sober of, abstinent of.
Okay. So in addition to marijuana, in the time that you saw Mr. Depp from October of 2014 through January of 2015, there were times where Mr. Depp broke his sobriety with drugs or alcohol in addition to marijuana, correct?
I believe so, yes.
How did you come to that understanding?
He would have told me.
Do you know why Mr. Depp stopped seeing you?
I know he was preparing to leave to Australia to go to work, and I assumed that was the reason.
But he hasn't returned to you since he went to Australia in 2015, correct?
Correct.
And did anyone inform you as to why he stopped seeing you?
No.
Last seen, Exhibit 9 are notes reflecting your care of Mr. Depp, correct?
Right.
And you kept these notes in the ordinary course of business, correct?
Correct.
And you kept these notes in a file for Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
And this is page 1 of those notes from October 2nd, 2014, correct?
Correct. Again, there will be plenty of places where I don't remember, I can't read what they say. They are for my current attention purposes only in these particular notes.
Okay.
And that's what makes them process notes.
In working with Mr. Depp, did he discuss any abuse he received as a child or an adolescent?
Yes.
And do you recall any difficulties that Mr. Depp was talking to you about in his relationship with his fiance?
No, not from this.
What does it say?
Such a pain in the ass.
Do you recall why he was saying Amber was a pain in the ass?
No.
Okay. And what's the next thing say?
Well, in boxes about his kid's mom.
Okay.
And again, I think I have the word destructive.
What was destructive referring to? Do you know?
I don't know. No, I don't. something relationship, 14 to 15 years, mother of my kids. Out about officially. He didn't want to be his dad. Thinking I'm not abandoning like his dad. And then below kids, it says clear, better. She needed me to be all this. Needed me to be all this week or all this work. I don't know.
If we turn to the next page, it says page 2.
Yep, got it.
And then what's the next line say?
There's this violence, rage that we've had over a couple of years.
Okay, and so what is Mr. Depp referring to there?
I don't recall.
So do you recall that in working with Mr. Depp that he spoke about violence and rage in other relationships in addition to his relationship with Amber?
Or rage and chaos. I don't remember violence, but I can remember rage and chaos. Now, again, the context of this is I had met him at this point. So this is an initial telephone consultation. So to see whether or not he was going to start therapy with me.
But in your working with Mr. Depp, was he talking about rage and chaos with relationships in addition to his relationship with Amber, correct?
Yes, yes.
What other relationships was he talking about rage and chaos?
Again, I don't have the specific recollection, but I think it included the mother of his children and arguments about not child custody, child care or visitation or access to the children. On the left, it says raise 2 kids, 15 and 12. And then below that, she tried to protect me. She tried to protect me too.
You know what that's referring to?
My association now is his sister, but I don't think that's true. I don't have a specific recollection, no. Wouldn't take fear, wake up to fight devil. Wait up to fight devil.
You know what that's referring to? Wait up to fight devil?
I think he referred to a devil as some version of internal depression and chaos that he felt. Something like an everyday phenomenon. He felt he was struggling. And he, I think, would label it as a devil.
So Mr. Depp labeled it's something that was internal to him as the devil?
As a representation of something horrible inside of himself, what I would say.
So the devil was something horrible inside of himself, correct? That's what Mr.
Again, I don't think he ever said that, so I'm going to be careful here. The devil was the representation of the battle that he had many days when he woke up with the depression and anxiety and fears that he had.
Did Mr. Depp ever refer to himself as a monster?
Remember the word monster in my office, but I don't know if it's referring to himself or not. Maybe that'll be more revealed as we go forward.
Now, turning to Blaustein 12, which is page 4 of this exhibit, and there's a 3 at the top, correct?
Yeah.
And then to the right, that says Amber fiance, correct?
Correct.
And then there's
work through anger just below that.
And where it's saying work through anger, is that referring to his anger towards Amber?
I think what he was saying then is that part of his goal of therapy was to work through anger that he and his fiance had towards each other. Then going back to the left, better with girl about it. Self-destructive, hard to not put in front of me.
Do you know what self-destructive, hard not to put in front of me means? It's referring to?
I think the self-destructive was his drug use. That's what I think referring to at this time.
I'm now looking at Blaustein 13, page, which has a page 4. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And at the top it says Johnny/Debbie, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then the date, it says 10/what?
I think that's 10/7.
And so it says JD 10/21/14, correct?
Correct. A lot of things, work, intense work, fatigue. Need a minute. Here I can say with certainty, his words, shit with my girl.
And what's that referring to?
Difficulty he was having with Amber.
Do you recall what he was talking about, what difficulty he was having with, Mr. Depp was having with Amber?
No.
The next line looks like it says she refuses to accept.
Correct.
Do you know what Amber refuses to accept? What Mr. Depp was referring to?
Nope.
And to the right, it says Amber what?
Amber wedding.
Were you talking at this point about potentially Mr. Depp and Amber marrying?
Yes, he was talking about that. Yes.
Okay. And then what does it say under she refuses to accept?
Wedding February.
And then what's next?
May not want to go to marriage, 51 years old.
Were there any discussions that you had with Mr. Depp where he had concerns about the age difference between him and Amber?
I don't think so. No.
Okay. But what does it say under 51 years old?
A lot of life experiences. You're being my mother and psychotic sister.
What did you understand Mr. Depp was referring to where you wrote you're being my mother and psychotic sister?
I think that's something that he said to, he told me, he said to her. That
Mr. Depp said to Amber, you're being my mother and psychotic sister?
That's what I would think, yes.
Okay. Then the next line.
High tolerance for marijuana.
Who has a high tolerance for marijuana?
He did.
All right, turning to the next page, which is Blaustein 15, and where I have a number 5 on the top there. What is it? Something?
Self-destructive very early.
And was Mr. Depp talking about himself being self-destructive very early?
Yes.
Okay. How is Mr. Depp describing that he was self-destructive?
I think, I don't recall, but let's continue and maybe something's there.
So he was trying to be sober from booze and pills, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then was it you who said reward?
Yeah, asking him about where can he get rewards elsewhere? Where did he get reward? I maybe asked him, where did he get rewards elsewhere? And there he said, in the past, MDMA, ecstasy, cocaine.
So what did you understand where you wrote MDMA, ecstasy, cocaine?
I'm not quite sure, but those are things that he had used in the past. There's always another possibility that I had asked him specifically about that, but I don't think so. I think it's more likely that those are things he had used in the past.
Do you know what pills Mr. Depp was referring to? to be sober from?
I know oxycodone was the main thrust of that time.
And then it says, back to the left, it says left off.
Yeah, and that's probably a note to myself to try to get back to a reward loop mechanism, and it's parallel to a relationship. What kinds of rewards could come back to him that could be healthy? What kinds of rewards that could come from the relationship that could be healthy? And then talk about biology changes. So I made a note to myself there to talk about how the brain changes in the face of many of these drugs over time.
Did you talk with Mr. Depp at all that his brain can change as he continues to take these drugs?
Yes, I did.
And then it says 10/27/14.
That's what I'd like to know too.
Issues, being accused, in his word, of being
And I
manic.
don't know. I don't know how this goes against or how this
Grounded by seeing children.
is allowed.
Son is one of the positive aspects of the relationship. I assume he's talking about his past relationship there.
Mr. Depp was saying that Amber reminded him of his mom and his psychotic sister.
The relationship reminded him of his relationship with his psychotic sister and his mother. Yes.
And Mr. Depp talked about that he was being accused of being manic.
Yes.
Did he say who accused him of being manic?
I assume from this it was Amber.
Turn to the next page, Blaustein 16. Yeah, and this is 10/29/14 at the top.
Mm-hmm. The mood euthymic.
What does that mean?
Attention. Normal mood. Attention decreased.
You mean by
memory
attention decreased?
Difficulty with attention, paying attention. Memory, transitional difficulties.
And what do you mean by having transitional difficulties with his memory?
It would have been part of a maybe mental status test that I would have done in the first session, where he would have trouble holding on to memory of things from 5 minutes ago. If I asked him to remember 3 words, he may have had difficulty. He would have had difficulty remembering those 3 words 5 minutes later after distracting him with other conversation.
Right. And then what does it say after that?
THC, a marijuana, as part of issue, tetrahydrocannabinol. That's what THC stands for.
So you saw THC as an issue with Mr. Depp's memory and attention, is that right?
Well, with the transitional memory, at least, yes. Perhaps the attention. MSE, mental status examination. More present, more attention.
Wow.
Off on dates. When I would ask him about what today might be.
Gotcha. Thank you,
What
Rohit.
today's date was, perhaps.
I was
is what that's
wondering
referring
why.
to.
We were
So
all
Mr.
wondering
Depp was
why.
off on
Thank you.
On what date that
on
was.
date. Turning to the next page, Blaustein 17. It says JD at the top and then 11/10/14. See that?
Yep, I have that.
Okay. And Mr. Depp came in to see you on 11/10/14.
Correct.
Okay. And what's the first line say?
Some clouding, probably secondary to THC.
What do you mean by clouding?
Would have been something in confusion or something about his mental state, or less sharp, less alert, perhaps.
What's the next line say?
It says no evidence of mania, hypomania.
What do you mean by that?
I didn't see in his presentation any evidence of mania or hypomania.
Okay. Next line.
Discussion about relationships, core issues of trust. Amber says context, contact. Don't know.
Okay.
Fruitless meeting with her therapist.
Did you ever observe Mr. Depp with mania or hypomania in any of your other sessions?
Not that I recall.
At 10:24:14, Mr. Depp came in for another individual session, correct?
11:24:14.
The first line says 15 minutes late.
15 minutes late. Clear. Relationship stabilizing. Looking at jealous parts of him.
What do you mean by that, looking at jealous parts of him?
Things that make him jealous and what his role might be in jealousy.
And what made Mr. Depp jealous?
Well, about what was happening there, but with Amber, I don't know. I can't recall. I see in my next notice, it was a triggering point. On my next notice, triggering point, early breakup at 22, where an actress cheated with a leading man.
So was Mr. Depp jealous of Amber being with other men?
I don't remember that specifically.
Okay. Turning to Blaustein 18, which looks like it starts at 12:7:14.
Yeah.
Mr. Depp came in for an individual session.
Correct.
And then it looks like you have paranoia in quotes.
Mm-hmm. Would have been his word. And what he meant by that, the elements were fear, envy, and vigilance.
So Mr. Depp told you something about paranoia?
Mm-hmm. Well, as he defined it.
And his elements of paranoia were fear, envy, and vigilance, as he told you. Then there's what's the next day? 12:18:14?
Yeah, let's see. 12:18:14, yes.
And Mr. Depp came in for a session.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Patient working. So psychotherapy on phone. It's just possible there was a phone session that I didn't mark as a phone session. Big fight with girlfriend yesterday. Struggling with how to separate. Let her tell you her feelings. Relationship needs to take care of you. Her to go to a safe zone, withdraw. Different than childhood experiences.
And then it's at 1:6:15, correct?
Correct.
And what do these notes say?
Patient late, 20 minutes. Positive hypnotherapy session. Goals to make a beeline to bed. Using relationship to take care of the individuals. Let's see. Not logical approach to Amber's work. Take care of emotions. Sobriety continuing.
And then Blaustein 20. Move down to the last page. And this is for 1:8:15, just to be clear.
1:8:15, correct. Slate, vulnerability, woman in studio who admired Amber. Threat.
What did that mean? What did you understand that to mean?
That probably related to your prior question, that there was a woman who admired her that he felt jealous of. Let's see, the next thing is something of vulnerability. instances of vulnerability, and internal fear parallel to vulnerability and childhood inability. Free or fight, only way.
What does that mean? Free or fight, only way?
Free or fight, or free and fight is the only way. And my understanding of that is either to be free of the relationship or fight for it. And positive relatedness with Amber through dash vulnerability.
Did and 1/8/15 was the last time you saw or spoke to Mr. Depp as a patient, correct?
I believe that's true.
Did Mr. Depp describe to you at all how his jealousy would present itself, whether he's jealous of a man or a woman in relation to Amber?
It would make him angry. It would make him feel insecure.
Your next witness?
Who's next?
Your Honor, our next witness is Eric George. He was the attorney for Amber relating to the op-ed.
Will you please state?
All right.
Your name for the record?
Sure. Eric George, E-R-I-C. Last name is George, G-E-O-R-G-E.
And could you also state your business address, please?
Sure. 2121 Avenue of the Stars, Suite 2800, Los Angeles, California, 90067.
And what is the name of the law firm that you work with?
It's Brown, B-R-O-W-N-E, George, Ross, O'Brien, Anagway, and Ellis.
And you are an attorney, Mr. George?
I am.
And I take it from the name of the firm that you are one of the named partners?
I am indeed.
Okay. What are your areas of practice?
Litigation, largely in the business and entertainment areas.
Have you handled defamation and libel matters?
I have.
Where are you barred? In other words, what states are you a member of the bar?
Sure. In California, New York, and Washington, D.C.
And are you also a member or barred in the United States Supreme Court?
I am.
Can you please tell us where you attended undergraduate and law school?
Sure. At Georgetown for both undergrad and law school.
What, if any, service did you have with the Council of the United States Senate Judiciary Committee?
Sure. I'm just pausing to get my dates correct here. In approximately March of 1999, I began service as counsel to the U.S. Senate Judiciary Committee, where I served through about mid-2000.
And what, if any, service did you have to the Secretary, the Legal Affairs Secretary to the Governor, Pete Wilson?
Sure. From about March 1997 to January of 1999, I was counsel to then Governor Pete Wilson, and my specific title was Deputy Legal Affairs Secretary.
Have you been recognized for your career achievements since you have been an attorney?
I'll say immodestly, yes, various ways that
no doubt
lawyers are from
no doubt, Howie.
Magazines and publications and whatnot.
And what, if any, recognition have you received as one of the top 100 attorneys in California?
The legal paper annually puts out a list of the top 100 attorneys in California, and I've been fortunate to be selected as one of those for many years.
And what, if any, recognition have you had as being a super lawyer in California?
Same answer, except that's, I believe it's called Los Angeles Lawyer Magazine. I could have that wrong, but again, annually they put out a list of their super lawyers.
All right. And are you also a member of the American College of Trial Lawyers?
I am.
What is one of the qualifications for becoming a member, being invited to be a fellow of the American College of Trial Lawyers?
Sure. So the college reaches out to individual lawyers who have distinguished themselves and generally occupy the top 1% of law practice. And it's an organization dedicated to the development of professionalism within the practice of law.
I'm going to now turn to Amber Heard, and I'm going to ask you, Mr. George, how long have you known Amber Heard?
I have known Amber Heard, gosh, it's got to be a good 5 years.
I'm going to be referring to an op-ed, and I'm going to use the term op-ed. It's obviously an opinion editorial that Amber Heard ended up ultimately publishing with the ACLU. And so in the Washington Post, December 18, 2018. So as I go through and ask these questions, I'm going to be using just the term op-ed. Will you be comfortable with me using op-ed and understand it to mean that particular publication on December 18, 2018?
Sure.
So what, if any, legal representation did you provide to Ms. Heard relating to the op-ed?
She presented to me a draft of the op-ed and asked for my counsel in terms of reviewing it, editing it, and finalizing it for publication.
When is the first time Amber Heard reached out to you in connection with the op-ed and reviewing the op-ed?
It was certainly within the time frame of December 6, 2018.
In connection with the op-ed, what, if anything, was your objective
Lena,
in representing Amber Heard with respect to the review and revision of the op-ed?
I reviewed it and spent some significant time on it to make sure that there would be no meritorious claim that could be brought against her in connection with a defamation or related type of claim. And ideally, with that in mind, to minimize the possibility of her ever being sued in connection with publishing it.
Interesting.
So, Mr. George, I'm going to ask you to take a look at exhibit number 9.
Yes.
Are you familiar with this document?
I am.
Please describe what it is.
As its title, it's a judgment of dissolution of the marriage between Amber Heard and Mr. Depp.
Were you familiar with this document and its contents when you represented Amber Heard relating to the review of the op-ed?
Yes.
And what was your objective in representing and advising Amber Heard on the op-ed in connection with this stipulated judgment of dissolution of marriage?
So my objective was to make sure that there would be no meritorious claim that could be brought against Ms. Heard in connection with the publication of an op-ed, whether that is a tort related to, say, defamation or something akin to it, but also including any contract-based breach claim arising in connection with the judgment.
And what, if any, indications did you have from Amber Heard during that time frame that Amber did not intend to follow your advice or did not care if she was in a compromising position or might be at legal risk?
So let me answer that this way. Really 2 points. Number one, there was never anything that she said to me to the effect that she was willing to run some risk of being sued, or that she wouldn't listen to my counsel, or anything of that sort. Number two, that she affirmatively did follow in all instances my counsel with respect to these particular edits.
What, if any, legal advice provided by you to Amber Heard respecting the Washington Post op-ed was disregarded by Amber Heard?
None, to my knowledge.
What, if any, legal advice provided by you to Amber Heard respecting the Washington Post op-ed was followed by Amber Heard?
All of it.
What, if any, legal advice did you provide to Amber Heard in connection with the drafting and publication of the op-ed that was not made in good faith by you?
I acted in good faith throughout and with the best of my abilities.
Interesting.
All right, your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. We have Jessica Kovacevic. She's Amber's agent, and that's approximately 27 minutes.
Go ahead, spell the last name for me.
That's a tough one.
Gosh.
Kovacevic.
All right, thank you.
Shoot, I don't even remember all their names. That's the problem. Susan, I don't remember all their names.
Good afternoon, Ms. Kovacevic. And Ms. Kovacevic, do you know that you are here today in your personal capacity and also as a representative of your agency, WME?
If somebody who knows the
Ms.
names
Kovacevic, what do you do for
in
work?
succession, please let me
I'm a
know.
talent agent.
My brain is turned into
Would you please describe in
mush.
just very general terms what a talent agent does generally?
Generally, you procure work for your clients. You
Here we go.
Make introductions. You read their scripts. You negotiate their deals.
And I take it Ms. Heard is one of your clients.
Yes.
Did Ms. Heard have a successful career at the time you began working with her?
Yes.
And over the period that you've worked with Ms. Heard as her agent, what have your job responsibilities entailed?
It's okay,
Like I mentioned
SD.
before, introducing her to producers and directors, writers, studio executives, procuring work for her, introducing her to people that can employ her, and then negotiating her deals, and then dealing with whatever happens on while she is working, anything that arises that needs dealing with.
Did you ever, at any point in time, see Mr. Depp hit Ms. Heard?
No.
Were you working with Ms. Heard when she was cast in the original Aquaman?
She was cast in Justice League first, and then the deal was to be in Justice League, the first Aquaman and the second Aquaman.
Did you assist Ms. Heard in procuring the role of Mira in Aquaman?
Yes.
Was Aquaman a successful movie?
Extremely.
Was Ms. Heard's performance in the film well received critically?
Yes.
Were there any negative views about Ms. Heard's performance in Aquaman?
In the press, you mean? Or what do you mean specifically?
Well, in the press or otherwise.
No, there weren't any negative.
As her talent agent, did you attempt to renegotiate Ms. Heard's salary for Aquaman 2?
Aquaman.
Yes.
When did you do that?
We did that around this time last year.
Why did you attempt to renegotiate it at all?
It's standard to renegotiate these types of deals. It's normal practice. When when Aquaman came out, it was the most successful movie of all time ever. So even more so for that reason. But for any successful franchise movie, when you make a 3 or 4 picture deal like we did in success, it's typical to go back and renegotiate the deal.
And now getting to your point, why did you choose to do it last year at this time?
Because that's when her option was exercised.
And when you did get around to trying to negotiate, you and WME successful in doing that?
Correct.
When did he call Warner Brothers to renegotiate the next film?
It would have been the end of February last year.
What year is that? 2021?
Yes.
At some point, were there press reports that Ms. Heard was getting released from Aquaman 2?
There were online rumors for a while that she was being replaced.
When did you first hear about those?
First, I don't know exactly when, but it was way before. It was way before this. It was maybe even a year before this. 6 months before, maybe.
So nobody ever told you that Warner Brothers misrepresented the reason that they were replacing Ms. Heard, correct?
Why? No, why would they?
Did there come a time when Ms. Heard was restored to her role in Aquaman 2?
Yes.
At that time, what were the terms of her restoration to Aquaman 2?
The financial terms?
Yes.
She was going to be making $2 million on the second film.
Was that consistent with the original contract?
Yes.
Is this consistent with what Warner Brothers originally gave as the rationale for not using her in Aquaman 2?
The lack of chemistry between her and Jason?
Yes.
Yes.
So did there come a time when WME came to understand that Ms. Heard's role as Mira in Aquaman 2 was diminished in some way?
When she was sent the script, directly, which is the common practice for these films.
You're aware that Ms. Heard has a contract with L'Oreal, correct?
Yes.
Were you working with Ms. Heard when she signed that contract?
Yes.
What's a bot?
A bot is a fake account that's created to execute a certain objective.
What is your educational background since high school?
Chemistry.
What college did you attend?
NYU,
What year did you graduate?
2005.
What was your major?
Communications.
When WME
Chemistry.
first began working
Just so
with
you
Ms.
know,
Heard as her talent agent,
chemistry.
you said she had had some success. How well known was Ms. Heard?
She was pretty famous. She was within the industry. You could call anyone and they knew who she was. So she had a certain level of
That's what they're saying, Bunny
She
Rabbit.
had starred in
Chemistry.
movies and shows already by that point.
Okay, going back and taking a wider lens, over the time that the several years you've worked with Ms. Heard, how would you characterize the arc of her career?
I would say she was a known actress when I started working with her. Like I said, she was someone that you could call executives and producers and people about everyone, knew her name. She hadn't yet reached big star status, but she was definitely, she could get the lead of an independent movie. She could get the lead of a TV series. When I worked with her, we slowly started to strategically, have her work on some more prestigious projects and work with, better directors. And then when she got Justice League, that was a, turning point for her. And then Aquaman, subsequently, was obviously the biggest thing she had ever been a part of.
And is the arc of her career now on the upswing with her being part of Aquaman 2?
No.
Tell me what you mean. Why not?
Because typically, when you have an actor who is in a movie as successful as Aquaman was, their career totally changes, and they're in a different echelon. They, get way more offers. They're just put in a different place, position-wise with studios. They're more bankable, so they can greenlight projects. All of those kind of things are consistent with when you're in a blockbuster of that size. And with her, that did not happen. It happened, very significantly for her co-star. Obviously, he's the lead of the film and he's the title character, but even a small percentage of that did not happen for her. So that's my assessment.
What evidence sitting here today do you have that this caused her career any harm?
Because evidence in that, in my experience and the experience of my colleagues in the experience of this business, your career takes a turn after something like that. She was very well received in the movie at the time. Everyone was very happy with her at the time. There was no issues. And then to have a complete downturn after that, and then have that coincide with constant tweets and negativity put out about her. I don't have a physical piece of paper of evidence, but it's the only logical conclusion I can draw.
Can you name a single role she has lost as a result of any activity by Adam Waldman or anyone at his behest?
There was a movie at Amazon that she had been offered with Gael Garcia Bernal. I don't know what the final title of it is called now. I can look it up. It had a working title at the time. That they took away from her. And, the lead actor who was a producer on it very much wanted it to be her and was very frustrated with the process. And no one can say out loud, we're taking this away from her because, of this bad press, because it's nothing she did and it's all hearsay and it's all, whatever, but there's no other reason.
Now, Ms. Kovacevic, you've testified a bit about Adam Waldman, correct?
Correct.
And can you point us to any career opportunities that Ms. Heard has lost because of any statements made by Mr. Waldman?
I mean, the Amazon movie, for one, is one that is tangible, because that is an example of something that she had before all of it that was then taken away. I know that a campaign she shot for Todd's via Katie Slater was scrapped and not used. There was not another specific example because, like I said to you, no one is going to say to me, oh, we can't hire her because of these tweets or whatever. They just don't want to hire someone that has bad press around them from, these accusations no one wants someone who's being accused of a liar and making something up and, abusing somebody. No one wants that association with their project.
And directing your attention 10 pages into the article, there's another quote from Mr. Waldman. Mr. Waldman states in this article, quote, quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their stories straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed a second call to 911, end quote. Did I read that correctly?
It just shows the top part of that on this page, but the top part was correct.
Did any was WME aware of Adam's statement, Mr. Waldman's statements in this particular article?
Yes.
Now, you testified a little bit earlier about there being tweets from Adam. I assume you were referring to Adam Waldman. Is that correct?
Yes.
It's a wrap, son.
What, if any, impact did it have on Amber Heard's career and career path to have Mr. Depp's lawyer putting out statements in the press and in tweets that Amber Heard was lying, making things up, creating a hoax of abuse?
I think that his comments spurred on, it just added fuel to the fire. So there was already so much media coverage.
And that's what you observed?
That's what I observed.
I'm going to take you to Aquaman, and I'll call it Aquaman 1 just to make it a little bit easier to understand. What, if any, performance issues were raised with Amber Heard by anyone that was responsible for the filming of Aquaman?
No performance issues raised whatsoever.
And what was your understanding of how Amber tested with the audiences in Aquaman?
My understanding was that she tested extremely well.
And this is an Aquaman has reflected all the markers of a very successful movie at this point?
Yes.
You testified earlier that it's quite typical when you have a series of 3 to 4 films in a franchise or a series to be able to renegotiate as you go into the sequels. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And why is that?
Because you make the initial deals, before the movie has done, well. And then when the movie overperforms like that, it's a custom.
In light of the success of Aquaman, would you expect that Amber Heard would be receiving endorsements as of this time?
Yes.
And what is the typical process that happens after someone has starred in a very successful movie, such as Aquaman and Amber with Mira?
The endorsement department would, a combination of offers and then seeking out opportunities.
Now, given Amber's career trajectory leading up to and immediately after the success of Aquaman 1, did you expect her career to go on an upward, downward trajectory, or stay the same?
Expected an upward trajectory.
And why is that?
Because in success of a film like that, it's usually always the case.
And immediately after the successes of Aquaman, would you have expected Amber's annual earnings to increase, decrease, or stay the same compared to the previous 5 years?
Come on.
I would have expected them to increase.
And why is that?
Because her profile had been raised internationally. She was in a movie that was successful worldwide. And when you are in a movie that performs that well worldwide, your bankability is stronger. You can finance an independent film more easily. You can greenlight a film more easily. You can just do more and for more money.
Do you recall what the budget was for
Aquaman?
The first one, I don't know. It would have been probably somewhere between 150 and 200 million.
Monies.
Immediately after the success of Aquaman, would you have expected Ms. Heard
Why did they bring her up?
to earn at least the fee she made on Aquaman on future big budget studio firms, or less or more?
Oh my God.
That becomes an actor's quote, their fee. Yes, typically, like, you will then earn your, not on a tiny independent film, you couldn't make that much money on that, but another studio film, another film at a streamer or whatever, something like that, you would make that much or potentially get a raise.
Other than Aquaman 2, has Amber obtained any roles with a budget the size of Aquaman's?
No.
Has she been hired for any films with budgets over 100 million?
No.
Immediately after the success of Aquaman, would you expect the success of Aquaman and her starring role in that film to increase her ability to get more movie studios to be interested in her, decrease, or stay the same?
Increase.
And did it?
No.
Would you expect her to get more TV roles?
Objection.
Yeah.
And why?
Why? Because I mentioned earlier in the conversation, TV and films are so blended now, and there's much less of a delineation between picking projects between film and TV.
And did Amber receive more TV roles as a result of Aquaman, the success of Aquaman?
No.
Immediately after the success of Aquaman, would you have expected Amber to star in more than one project per year, less, or the same?
It depends. If it was a big, Aquaman takes up 6 months of the year. Big movies take up longer time. Indies, you can do a couple of them a year. It just depends. So I wouldn't put a number on it, but definitely more than 0.
And has Amber starred in more than one project per year since then?
No.
Immediately after the success of Aquaman, did you expect Amber to earn between $5 and $10 million a year for the next 5 years?
I would have expected to renegotiate on Aquaman 2, most certainly. And so right there, that would have been significantly more. And she would have, yes, I would have expected her to earn more in a combination of TV, film, and more endorsements.
Was it your understanding that WME passed on to L'Oreal suggestions to assist them in being able to block some of the harassing Instagrams they were getting at that time?
Yes.
All right. Let's bring up 30 again, please.
She could always do P-Hub.
Did in
She
fact
could always do
L'Oreal
OF too.
suspend having Amber Heard
No
on
doubt.
International Women's Day campaign?
Yes.
What the conditions were for the renewal.
It was just essentially that they were renewing her. It was the same fee. That was the bulk of it. It wasn't, like a raise, but they were extending her.
Okay. And typically coming out of the success of Aquaman, would you have anticipated that Amber could have negotiated larger fees for commercial projects?
Yes, we would.
Okay. And why would that be?
Because her profile had been raised. She was, she had done something super successful. So typically that's what you would do. That would just be the standard practice.
When did you first learn about the change.org petition that was out there to try to get Amber Heard dropped from Aquaman 2?
I don't know when I first saw it.
Were you aware of it as of May 27, 2020?
Yes.
You earlier talked about bots in response to one of Mr. Chu's questions. What, if anything, was your understanding of these bots at this time, during this time frame?
My understanding is just based off my own, mainly based off my own research, just clicking on the accounts myself, and then discussing it amongst the team.
And what did you learn when you did that?
Just as I would go through, daily, just looking at comments or, just the negative comments, clicking on them. Many of them were just kind of accounts made for this kind of commentary, or just accounts that just had, no followers, no posts, nothing, or following just Amber and Johnny, things like that.
And I'm sorry. And so what did you learn from clicking onto those that led you to believe they were bots?
They weren't consistent with what I know to be actual Instagram accounts.
When you look to set a career trajectory for an actor who just broke out in a major franchise film, would you look to other comparable actors' careers to ascertain what type of acting jobs they could get?
I mean, I've been doing this job for, quite some time, so I don't necessarily look to one or the other, but in general, when someone is in, what was at the time the most successful film ever released, the natural progression is growth and more films, more work, more money, all of that stuff.
And when you say the most successful film ever, you're referring to Aquaman 1, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Are comparable actors' salaries used in your mind to ascertain the asking price for an actor in a similar film? Are comparable actors' salaries used in your mind to ascertain the asking price for an actor in a similar film?
Yes.
Would you consider Ana de Armas' career to be comparable to Amber's in measuring where Amber would have been after Aquaman 1? Should have been.
Ana de Armas, yes, I would say that would be a comparable. That would be a good comp.
How is that any good for Amber Heard?
Is that what you have for today?
That's it.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of our day and the end of our week. So I want to make sure you have a good 3 days and come back for our last week of testimony. And enjoy your weekend. I just want to remind you again of what we need to remember as we go through the weekend, okay? So you're not to read anything about this case. You're not to watch anything about this case. You're not to listen to anything about the case.
Good luck.
This applies to television, newspapers, magazines, the internet, and any online sites. Further, you're not to read, watch, or listen to anything about this case on any social media networking site or streaming service. In addition, you must not communicate with anyone about the case, whether in person, over the phone, by email, text, or instant messaging, or by any other electronic or non-electronic means. This includes your fellow jurors, friends, family, co-workers, acquaintances, and strangers. I also instruct you that you cannot do any research or make inquiries about this case, whether online or by any other means. For example, you cannot look information up on the internet that is related to this case or related to the persons involved in this case, nor may you consult dictionaries or other reference materials. What you learn about this case is limited to what you learn in the four walls of this courtroom when proceedings are underway. All right.
Dang.
So enjoy your weekend. We'll see you.
Good luck
early,
not doing
9 o'clock,
anything
ready to
at
go
all,
on Monday
basically.
morning, okay. Thank you.
Good luck going anywhere and not even hearing anybody talk about this. But anyway, guys, there it is. It is it is officially over for the week. And it couldn't have come fast enough. I hope that next week is going to be more in-person depositions, more in-person testimonies.
Media over the weekend and no public statements, please. All right. And we will see you on Monday morning. As for the attorneys, 8 a.m. tomorrow. I thank you for all the jury instructions, objections, going through those now. I appreciate that.
Aquaman.
I am missing some exhibits from depositions that we need to get. So if you get with Jamie, so we can get those and get them all taken care of for the week. Another thing that I'm doing, just to give you information, where I'm getting IT together to do a laptop for the jurors for deliberations. The laptop is going to be scrubbed and it's just going to have the audio and the video files on them. Okay. So they're going to get me a mock-up by Tuesday. It's not going to have any Wi-Fi or internet or no password. So it's just going to have that on it. So once I get it and I approve it, I'm going to have both parties take a look at it and make sure everything is on there. That's supposed to be on there. And that's going to go to the jury when the physical evidence goes to the jury. Okay. It just seemed like that was a better way to do it for the audio and the video files. Okay. As far as times go, I can give you your updated times as of this minute. For plaintiff has used 42 hours and 45 minutes.
Have mercy.
Defendant has used 53 hours and 1 minute. So the time remaining for the plaintiffs is 18 hours and 30 minutes. And the time for the defendants is 8 hours and 14 minutes.
So they need to figure it out, wrap it up, B, because they've been
So
playing
anybody
nothing but
have any other
videos the
issues
entire
between
time. They need to start figuring some things out.
All right, we'll
Defendants.
see you tomorrow morning. 8
They got
a.m.
8 hours left. They got 8 hours, man. They wasted all that time on video. Oh my God. All that time on video. Now they got 8 more hours to make a miracle happen, basically. So whatever they end up doing, they have to do some serious strokes of genius. That's all I'm going to say. Captain Fandom Nerd, $2. Thank you so much. Yeah, Aquaman, the gross revenue is $943.2 million. All right. So they made some serious money on that. Okay. But yes, I agree, Susan. Well, that went away. Susan, that was kind of a bust in a way. Yes and no. Let me tell you something. Not a bust for Johnny. Not a bust for Johnny. Just seeing if there's more. Not a bust for Johnny. Okay. Not a bust for Johnny. I think the lawyer for the op-ed was important. I think that the lawyer for the op-ed was important. So I'm just trying to queue up this other super chat. I got a couple more super chats here. I think that one was important. I think this agent as well was very important. I think it said a lot, y'all. I think that one said a lot. And the thing is, though, because it could play on both sides of the fence. But she said, and I even tweeted it just a second ago during the show. So please go follow me on Twitter, okay? The Pascal Show, one word. And also, if you don't use Twitter, but you use Instagram instead, follow me on Instagram, The Pascal Show, one word as well. And I'm on TikTok too. So TikTok, it's The Pascal Show, one word over there as well. But anyway, what I find very, very interesting here is that last one I think was crucial. You have her agent trying to get her more gigs, and her agent even said her presence in the movie Aquaman 2 was basically dead to the world because of chemistry. Chemistry. Not because of anything else. Not because there was an op-ed that came out, and or people were sitting there saying hashtag Amber Turd or Amber Heard is a psychopath or justice for Johnny. No. It's because of chemistry. It's because of damn chemistry. And that says a lot, y'all. That says a lot. So, Rohit, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Amber Heard's agent is trying to say that it's not her or her client's fault that she isn't getting work. See, now, and I see that too, but at the same time, if she's losing those gigs, if she lost Aquaman 2 or that she has less time in Aquaman 2, it is because of chemistry or lack of, maybe Jason Momoa didn't like her that much. I don't know. But the reason why she is not in Aquaman 2 is not because of hashtag Amber Heard is a psychopath. It's not because of that. Jessica Higgins, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. I really do appreciate it. Thank you very much. I got a couple more super chats. I'm going to get into these. And of course, of course she's like, well, no one's going to want to hire you. No company is going to want to hire you if you are an alleged abuser. That is something that Johnny Depp can use all the live long day in court. This is the reason why we're in court. If the agent's basically saying, listen, no production house wants to work with her because of said thing. Duh. Who wants to work with her if she's an alleged abuser? Rez Q, thank you so much, sweetheart, for the $5 super chat. This was all her own fault. She couldn't get the gigs because she behaved badly in public, and no one wanted to be associated with her. Absolutely. Abso-freaking-lutely. Miss Maka, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. I really, really do appreciate all your supports. Really, all your support, every single last one of y'all. It really does mean a lot. But you see it right there. You see the lawyer, you see the psychiatrist, which, by the way, To me, I'm like, it doesn't matter what the psychiatrist says. To me, it doesn't, it's not something that is a make or break type of situation. For me, it's like, all right, tell your story. Tell us that he's got issues with substance abuse. Tell us all the things we already know. Tell us all the things we already know. Tell us. We got time, apparently. I really don't understand why they brought all these people in. Today was a big ass waste of bloody time, except for the last one. Her agent. Her agent's going to sit there and say a bunch of different things, but at the same time, she said, proof positive, that there are certain gigs that she didn't get because of chemistry. And then later on, she didn't get certain other things because, hey, she's being accused of doing some things. Same thing that happened with Johnny. But let me tell you something. Get real nice and close to the speaker real quick, or, push in your headphones real quick, because I'm going to ASMR the hell out of this. No, I'm not, but I'm going to say it really nice and quiet. The only reason they're in this shit bag of a situation is because of the op-ed that Amber Heard wrote. That's all I'm trying to say here. All I'm trying to say is, and all that was proving what the agent just showed, is that the only reason why any of this stuff has happened is because she wrote something that caused a domino effect, not only ruining Johnny Depp's career, but also ruining her career. She got caught in the wake because she's getting caught in these lies. And when they said, "Oh, we're gonna record every single thing that we talk about so that we can understand each other better," woo, that was a big mistake, baby. That was a big ass mistake. So when you write an op-ed about somebody, make sure you know for a fact that everything that you say on page, on that paper, is absolutely 110% the truth. And then the other part is, if the person's sitting there saying, you're talking about me in that op-ed, you're referring to me in that op-ed, now my career is destroyed. And if you really didn't write it about said person, why don't you get out on the social medias, or get in front of an Oprah, you know what I'm saying, a Barbara Walters, whoever, get on Good Morning America, whatever it may be, and say, hey, I did not write this op-ed about you, Johnny Depp. I just want to make that abundantly clear for everyone, including the ones in the nosebleed seats, know exactly who I wrote this about. I can't disclose the name of that person, but it's not Johnny Depp. So please do not strip him of his movies. Don't strip him of his joy. Don't strip him of the way he makes his money. She had plenty of opportunities to do that and has not done as such. So welcome to the wake of disaster that you just caught yourself in the middle of. Oh, and also, if you're going to write an op-ed and then after that, say all this crazy stuff, say all this outlandish things about the person, about another person that allegedly the op-ed isn't even about, make sure that you have proof. Make sure you have 110% proof. Photos, bloody face, bloody nose, broken nose, whatever it may be. People who are there to account for what has really gone down. Because at the end of the day, everyone's going to want to know. Everyone's going to start looking under rocks, looking in every nook and cranny of your life to make sure you are actually telling the truth. So she is a girl who got caught bad. And the only reason why she is not working right now is because of that op-ed that she wrote herself. So in fact, she should be suing her damn self for $100 million, not Johnny Depp. So we're seeing that right now, y'all. We're seeing that right now in HD and 4K, however the kids say it. We're seeing it now. She done messed up. All those people were a waste of time, except for that agent. Except for that agent. There was another lawyer in there as well, 2 other lawyers. One of the lawyers was there. They brought him in to make it seem like because he said some things on Twitter that caused him to get kicked off of Twitter was the thing that started this whole thing. No. What started all of this is the root of the problem and the reason we are here, the op-ed. And the op-ed, without a shadow of a doubt, ruined both of their careers. But there's only one person to blame on this situation, and that's Amber Heard, because she allegedly penned the entire thing. Oh, but except for the title. The title, just blame it on Boo. And may she forever rest in peace. That kind soul. So there you have it, y'all. Have mercy. What an interesting day of nothing. I'm going to call it the nothing burger today. This was a nothing burger. And it's frustrating because I wanted to see some heads fly. I wanted to see some heads roll. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to see some serious action and serious proof because, you know, the very beginning, way before the trial even started, of course, I was instantly on Amber Heard's side because, you know, I'm instantly going, hey, believe her, all that stuff. But as the trial has gone, pendulum has swung all the way over to Team Depp. But at the same time, I'm sitting there going, she hasn't gotten a chance to rebuttal. So let me see what the team does. And so far, the team ain't done not a damn thing. Hasn't done anything. That team has dropped the ball so many times. They brought in terrible witnesses. All of them are video depositions instead of actually bringing them in. Like I said, their approach could have been a lot better. So we'll see what happens next week. What's going to happen next week? What do you guys think? Are we going to be sitting there watching more YouTube videos? Because I'll tell you what, I hope to the sweet baby Jesus that's not the case. But if it is, we'll be sitting through it, watching it, and all that. I mean, I'm still kind of on the fence because if it's going to be like that, I don't want to waste y'all's time, and I definitely don't want to waste mine. So I don't know. I'm going to see what happens on Monday, and you know, we'll roll with the punches on Monday. But if it's the same ish, I can't sit through that again. I just can't. I can't. But we'll see what happens. Allegedly, they're going to be bringing Johnny back onto the stand. Thank God, the defense Team Heard only has 8 more hours. They already sucked up all their hours already. They have 8 more hours. So hopefully they bring in whoever they need to bring in and they can knock this out. You know? Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm just saying that because I'm just wiped out and tired, and it was just like, bruh, like I want the bangers, not people up here that are coming in to say things that sound good for Johnny. Like literally, all of that sounded good for Johnny. There was no point of bringing any of those people in, none. It's fascinating though. It's fascinating how quickly they have crashed and burned. And all we're doing is sitting here it's already burning ember. You know what I mean? It's just smoke and a little bit of ember just glistening. You know what I mean? Flickering in the rubble. We already watched the house burn down while Amber was on the stand. So I don't know, guys. You know, what do you think? What do you think so far? Where do you stand on this? Are you still? Some people are still Team Heard, which totally cool. Whatever, that's on you. And a lot of people are now starting to swing towards Johnny Depp. Where do you guys stand? Is it still like this is done? This is over, or do you think that's funny? Or do you think Amber still has a chance? Or does Amber still have a chance? That is the question I leave up to all y'all. Okay? I'll leave that up to you guys. Just, keep the comments going and all that. I'm going to try to be on a little bit later on tonight to do a little bit of a recap of what not the whole thing, but just some beats, some moments that I found very interesting. But like I said, she straight up said, there's no reason. The only reason why she did not get a bigger part in Aquaman is because of chemistry with Jason Momoa. She's in the first Aquaman, but is she really in Aquaman? Is there really chemistry going on in that movie? This makes me want to rewatch the movie and go, is there chemistry there? I think not, y'all. I think not. But that's just me, though. K2 Chi, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Thanks, Pascal, for your commentary and patience. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much for realizing that. I really do appreciate that. And then, of course, if he wins, she will file an appeal, and it'll be up to the court to accept it or to deny. So we'll see what happens there, too. Like I said, this thing is ever growing and ever percolating. You know what I'm saying? So I will be on in a little while, in a few hours, hopefully, and chop it up with you guys about a few of these things, a few of these moments that happened, and some of the moments that I missed that I didn't get to talk to you about for the past couple days. Because there's some big moments that happened yesterday, some things that were even cut out, that weren't even displayed and put into some people's depositions and stuff. So there's a lot that we need to talk about. I will be hopefully on a little bit later on this evening to chop it up with you guys about it. Or I might just hold until tomorrow morning and just have one big old show with you guys and chop it up then. But I'll let you guys know in my Discord, my Twitter, and on the community page of YouTube. So if you haven't done it yet, please do me a favor. Okay. I appreciate all y'all for watching it with me, rocking with me this whole time. Hit that like button down below. I'd really, really appreciate it. Okay. And also, please do not, if you haven't done it yet, please hit that subscribe button. It would be greatly, greatly appreciated. Okay. It would be great to have you part of the Pascal Show family. And of course, I got my join button down below. Become a family member. Okay. It's just a little bit of money a month. It really helps this channel grow. And also, if you feel like you want to be more a part of it and help this channel, check out my merch. Link is down below. And I have my Patreon, patreon.com/The Pascal Show. And I got my Cash App. So check it out. If you feel like helping a brother out, I really do. It would be really appreciated. Okay, guys? But anyway, I will see you guys very, very soon. Much love to every single last one of y'all. You guys have been really incredible. It was an honor to watch this week with you guys. There's more shows to come, more subjects to talk about other than Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, which we will be talking about over this weekend as well, and on tomorrow as well. So please be sure to tune in, and I'll be talking to you guys very, very soon. Be good to yourselves. Be good to one another, and I'll see you guys very, very soon. This is the Pascal Show. Bye.